breathing, where doors close and silence begins. Before you surrender to the feeling of relaxation, if you find a sanctuary in our stories, feel free to support our channel with a like and subscribe. If you'd like to be the main character in one of my upcoming stories, just leave a comment with your name and the role you'd like to play. Do you want to be the hero who saves everyone, villain, or perhaps even the devil himself? So, subscribe to the channel and wait for your name in the next story. These small details make us a true community. You'll find only a few ads in the first 15 minutes. Then everything vanishes. After that, nothing will interrupt your journey into calm. I hope you give this experience a chance, for I am certain you won't find stories quite like these anywhere else. Now, dim the bright lights. Let the gentle hum of a water or the whisper of distant rain surround you, and don't let the thunder frighten you. Let's begin the journey.
Some stories are forgotten, buried in ashes and silence. But some refuse to stay buried. This isn't just a tale of what was lost. It's a warning of what still waits in the dark. And when you hear it, when you feel it, you'll realize the chain was never theirs. It was always yours. Story 1, Bloodline of the Damned. The storm rolled in over Raven Hollow, with a voice like tearing metal, thunder clawing at the horizon. Daniel Carter sat on the edge of his bed, clutching the leather-bound book he should never have opened. The air smelled of dust and old ink, and yet something in those pages felt alive, whispering to him through the cracks of time. The handwriting was crude but steady, each letter etched deep into the parchment, as though carved with desperation. The signature at the bottom of the first page made his breath catch. Nathaniel Carter, 1874, their great-great-grandfather. Daniel's hands trembled. He and his twin brother Michael had grown up on stories of Nathaniel, the family's restless spirit, the adventurer who vanished into the woods and never returned. Their father had always said Nathaniel was nothing more than a cautionary tale, a man who chased shadows until the darkness swallowed him. But now, here was proof. His words, his warnings, his madness. If you read this, then the blood has carried you to where I failed. The hollow calls to us, as it called to me. I could not kill it. It marked me, hunted me, devoured me. I write so you will know when it wakes again. Daniel swallowed hard, his heart pounding against his ribs. The words bled into his mind, too vivid to dismiss as the ramblings of a man lost to superstition. He read on. The well beneath the church is no well. It is a throat. It whispers because it hungers. The priests who came after built over it, but the stones remember. The people bow to it still, though they wear new masks. It will rise again, on the turning of the blood moon. One of us must stop it, or one of us must feed it. A shiver ran through him. Michael, his brother, had found the book first. Daniel could picture it, Michael's grin wide with the thrill of discovery, his eyes shining with that reckless spark. Michael always chased the impossible, always believed the stories. Daniel was the skeptic, the one who needed proof, the one who held back. But when Michael found the book, he hadn't hesitated. He had written his own note at the back, a scrawl in hurried ink. "If you're reading this, Daniel, it means I've gone to Raven Hollow. If I can't end it, I'll make sure it doesn't touch you. Don't follow me." Daniel had felt it the moment Michael left. A hollow ache deep in his chest, a pull behind his ribs as though a piece of him had been torn away. That was the curse of being twins. They carried each other's pain. And now, that pain was screaming. He set the book down, pressing his palms into his eyes. He hadn't slept in 3 nights, not since Michael disappeared. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw flashes. Michael running through trees, blood on his hands, shadows circling. The visions weren't dreams. They were fragments, warnings. Daniel had tried to dismiss them as guilt, as imagination. But then came the scream. 3 nights ago, he had been poring over the book when a piercing cry ripped through his head. Sharp and real enough to knock him to the floor. It had been Michael's voice, not distant, not dreamt, direct, and after that, he knew. He couldn't stay behind. Daniel rose, pacing the length of the small cabin. Rain battered the roof, the storm building. His suitcase lay open on the bed, half-packed, a flashlight, rope, the book, and the knife his father had given him years ago. A pitiful arsenal against whatever waited in Raven Hollow. But there was no choice. The Carter bloodline had been marked since Nathaniel first stepped into that cursed village. Michael had tried to face it alone. And if Daniel didn't follow, his brother's name would be added to the list of the Hollow's dead. He turned to the mirror above the dresser. His reflection stared back at him. Same pale face, same dark hair, same haunted eyes that Michael carried. He touched the glass with trembling fingers. "I'm coming for you," he whispered. The glass shivered beneath his touch. For a moment, his reflection didn't move. It only grinned. Daniel staggered back, heart hammering. The mirror was still. The grin was gone. But the chill that settled in his bones didn't leave. The book lay open on the bed, pages fluttering though no wind stirred the room. The words bled across the page, twisting into a line he hadn't seen before. "The Hollow does not let brothers leave whole." The storm outside howled like a voice calling his name. Daniel snapped the book shut, shoved it into his pack, and pulled his coat tight. He hesitated only once, his eyes on the door, his chest aching with the phantom pulse of his brother's pain. Then he stepped out into the night, and Raven Hollow waited. The road stretched like a scar through the forest, swallowed on both sides by towering pines that shivered under the storm's breath. Daniel drove with both hands clenched on the wheel, his headlights cutting pale tunnels through sheets of rain. The book lay on the passenger seat, wrapped in a strip of cloth, as though the gesture could mute its whispers. The storm had followed him since he left the cabin, dogging him like a predator. His chest still ached with that phantom pain, as though Michael's ribs pressed against his own. Each mile deeper into the woods made it worse. He wasn't just following a road. He was being pulled. The map said Raven Hollow was less than 20 miles away, but the GPS stuttered, blinking like it was afraid to mark the village at all. Twice already, the screen had gone black, only to return with his car icon spinning in circles. It didn't matter. Daniel didn't need a map. The pull inside his chest told him which way to go. By the time he stopped for gas at the last outpost before the Hollow, the rain had eased to a drizzle. The station sat hunched against the tree line, lights flickering, the lot empty except for a rusted truck with mud-stained tires. Daniel killed the engine, grabbed the book, and stepped into the weak glow of the lamps. The man behind the counter, looked up as the bell chimed. He was old, his face grooved like dry bark, his eyes a pale, watery blue. He froze when he saw Daniel. "You're a Carter," the man said, not a question. Daniel stiffened. "How do you know my name?" The old man's mouth twitched, almost like he wanted to spit. "Not your name, your face. I've seen it before. 50 years ago, maybe more." Daniel's blood ran cold. "Nathaniel?" The old man didn't answer. He just shook his head, muttering, "The hollow don't let your kind rest. Should have left it buried." Daniel forced himself to breathe evenly. "I'm looking for my brother. He came this way." "No one comes back from there." The old man's voice cracked like glass. "You do better turning around now." Daniel clenched his fists. "I can't." The man's eyes softened, but only for a moment. Then he leaned close, his breath sour with tobacco. "If you hear them calling from the well, don't answer. That's how it pulls you under. That's how it keeps you." Daniel left the station with the warning burning in his ears. He didn't look back when the old man locked the door behind him, turning the sign to closed, though the night was young. The truck was gone when Daniel started the car. He hadn't heard it leave. The further he drove, the stranger the world became. The trees leaned inward, their branches tangled like black claws. The asphalt crumbled into dirt, then into cobblestones slick with moss. His headlights caught movement at the edge of the road, figures standing between the trees, tall and thin, their faces pale as bone. He slammed the brakes, heart stuttering, but when he blinked, they were gone. Only the whisper of rain remained. At last, the forest opened, and the village lay before him. Raven Hollow. It wasn't much, just a scatter of houses hunched along a crooked street, their windows dark, roofs sagging under decades of neglect. A broken sign swung on rusted chains at the edge of town. Raven Hollow, established 1792. The words beneath were barely legible. Sanctuary of the Faithful. The storm broke again as he crossed into the village. Lightning slashed the sky, illuminating the silhouette of a church at the far end of the street. Its spire rose like a skeletal finger, pointing to the heavens in accusation. Daniel's breath caught. He didn't need the book to know. That was where the well waited. The car sputtered and died as though something had gripped its engine. Daniel tried the ignition once, twice, but the key turned useless in the lock. The headlights flickered out, leaving him in darkness. And in that darkness, voices stirred. Whispers. Low, broken syllables, seeping from the trees, from the cobblestones, from the very air. Daniel pressed his forehead to the wheel, his pulse hammering. He couldn't understand the words, but the intent was clear. They were calling. He reached for the book, clutching it to his chest. "You won't have me," he hissed through clenched teeth. The whispers stopped. But something in the church answered with a hollow echo, deep and wet, like water dripping into a throat that was never meant to be filled. Daniel opened the car door. The storm swallowed him whole. The hollow had welcomed him, and there would be no turning back. The rain didn't ease when Daniel stepped onto the cobbled street of Raven Hollow. It only grew heavier, a curtain of water that blurred the houses into crooked shadows. Each window he passed seemed to hold a face, pale and still, watching without blinking. But when he turned his head, the glass reflected nothing. The silence pressed on him, broken only by the distant toll of a bell. The sound didn't belong in the storm. It was too slow, too hollow, like metal dragged against stone. Daniel followed it. The village felt deserted, yet the signs of life were everywhere. A lantern burned dimly outside a butcher's shop. The smell of smoke and iron bled from chimneys. He passed a schoolhouse with desks visible through the cracked windows, chalk frozen mid-sentence on the blackboard. But no footsteps, no voices, only the bell. He stopped at a narrow alley when movement caught his eye. A figure stood at the far end, small, hunched, a child. The boy couldn't have been older than 10. His clothes were tattered, his hair plastered to his forehead. He stared at Daniel with wide, glassy eyes, unblinking in the rain. "Hey," Daniel called, his voice breaking the silence like a gunshot. "Do you know where the church is?" The boy tilted his head. Slowly, too slowly, Daniel felt the ache in his chest tighten. Michael's fear pressed against his ribs, sharp and real. The boy opened his mouth. Water poured out, thick, black, not rain, but something heavier, darker. It splashed onto the stones, spreading in veins that slithered toward Daniel's boots. Daniel staggered back, his hand clutching the book. What the hell? When he blinked, the boy was gone. Only the puddle remained, dark as ink. The bell tolled again, closer now. Daniel forced himself forward, boots splashing in the rain. The street bent and widened into a square, and there it was, the church. It towered above the houses, stone blackened by centuries of storms. The spire pierced the clouds, crooked at the tip, as though lightning had struck it again and again. A wooden door loomed at its base, carved with symbols that twisted in the lightning. Circles within circles, sharp lines crossing through them like broken chains. The book throbbed in Daniel's hand, the leather cover warm as though it remembered the carvings. The door creaked open before he touched it. A woman stood in the threshold. She was tall, her dress soaked but unbothered by the rain, her hair a curtain of silver black that clung to her shoulders. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless, reflecting the storm in their surface. "You shouldn't have come here," she said. Her voice was calm, but each word carried weight, like stone dropping into a well. Daniel swallowed. "I'm looking for my brother." The woman studied him, her head tilting the same way the child's had. Two entered. Only one can remain. Daniel's blood iced. "Where is he?" She didn't answer. Instead, she stepped aside, her hand gesturing to the shadows within. "The hollow is waiting. If you mean to find him, you'll go inside." Every instinct in Daniel screamed to run, but the ache in his chest pulsed harder, sharper, as though Michael's heart beat inside him. He tightened his grip on the book and stepped through the door. Inside, the air was colder than the storm. The church smelled of stone and rot, of water left standing for centuries. Candles burned along the pews, their flames long and thin, refusing to flicker, no matter how the wind clawed through the cracks. A woman's footsteps echoed behind him, though she hadn't moved. Daniel's eyes adjusted, and he saw it. At the center of the church, where an altar should have stood, there was only a hole, a well. Its stones were slick, black with age. The opening yawned wide, ringed with rusted chains that dangled like the remains of restraints. No water glimmered at the bottom, only darkness. And from that darkness came whispers, not like before, not from the trees or the road. These voices were deeper, layered, as if 100 mouths spoke at once through one throat. Daniel staggered forward, drawn despite himself. The voices rose, weaving together into something almost like words. Blood, twin, return. His chest constricted. He felt Michael's panic surging inside him, wild and choking. Daniel dropped to his knees, clutching his ribs. "Michael!" he shouted into the well. His voice echoed, twisting until it sounded like someone else's scream. The whispers stopped. Then, from deep below, something answered. Not a voice, a laugh. The laugh echoed through the hollow of the church, rolling up from the well like a draft of air from a grave. Daniel's breath caught, his pulse hammering against his ribs. For a moment, he swore he felt another heartbeat inside his chest. Michael's, fluttering, frantic, as if trapped in drowning lungs. The woman at the door hadn't moved. She stood in silence, her pale eyes fixed on him, as if weighing every tremor in his body. "What is this place?" Daniel's voice cracked. Her lips curved into something that wasn't a smile. It was a church for those who feared the hollow. But long before that, it was a mouth, a temple, a place to feed what wakes beneath. Daniel forced himself to stand. His knees ached from the cold stone. "Where's my brother?" The woman's gaze flicked toward the well. "If the hollow has him, then he belongs to it. If it does not, you'll find him soon enough." The hollow never lets go of blood. Daniel's stomach churned. He stepped back from the well, gripping the book until his knuckles burned white. The whispers had stopped, but the silence was worse. He turned to leave, but the door was no longer open. The woman had vanished. Instead, he heard footsteps, dozens of them. They echoed from the hallways beyond the nave, slow and deliberate, approaching like a march. Daniel backed toward the pews, heart thundering. From the shadows, they emerged. Figures cloaked in red. Their robes hung heavy, stitched from cloth that looked centuries old, the dye faded, but unmistakably crimson. Each hood hid a face, but Daniel caught glimpses of pale skin, twisted mouths, eyes that gleamed in the candlelight like glass. They moved in silence, circling the well in measured steps. Daniel's breath caught when he noticed the knives. Long, thin blades, some rusted, some gleaming as if freshly sharpened. Each figure clutched one, the steel reflecting the flames. A ritual. He had walked into the middle of a ritual. Daniel ducked behind a pew, pressing his back against the wood. His pulse roared in his ears. The book weighed heavy in his coat, its presence like a heartbeat against his chest. He thought of Michael, alone, maybe already taken, and the fury burned away the edges of his fear. He couldn't run. Not yet. He had to know what they were doing. A deep voice rose above the silence, chanting words Daniel didn't recognize. The sound vibrated through the floor, low and guttural, like the language belonged to the stones themselves. One by one, the red-robed figures joined in. Their chant was rhythmic, pulsing, timed with the toll of the unseen bell. Daniel dared to peek over the pew. The figures circled the well, their knives raised. And then he saw what they were circling. A body. It lay bound on the stones beside the well, arms stretched, legs tied with coarse rope. Even in the dim light, Daniel recognized the hair, the shape of the shoulders, the faint scar across the jaw. Michael. Daniel's chest flared with pain so sharp it dropped him to his knees. His brother stirred, groaning through the gag, eyes fluttering open. Their gazes met across the shadows, and Daniel's breath hitched. Michael saw him. The chanting grew louder, the circle tightening. One of the robed figures stepped forward, knife gleaming in the candlelight. The voice leading the ritual thundered, the words shaking the very rafters. The bloodline must pay. 1 twin for the well, 1 twin for the world. Daniel's mind reeled. The book had warned him. The hollow does not let brothers leave whole. This was it. This was the price. His body moved before his mind could stop it. Daniel leapt from behind the pew, the knife his father had given him clenched in his fist. His voice ripped through the chants, raw with desperation. "Get away from him!" The robed figures froze. Dozens of pale eyes turned toward him in unison. And then, as if commanded by one will, they all laughed. The laughter of the red-robed figures rolled through the church, a sound too unified, too perfect to belong to human throats. It pressed against Daniel's skull, vibrating through his teeth, filling his veins with ice. Michael thrashed against his bonds, muffled cries breaking through the gag. The robed leader, taller than the rest, his hood embroidered with symbols like twisting branches, raised his knife higher. Daniel lunged forward, the small hunting blade clenched so tight his hand ached. "Let him go!" The circle didn't break. Instead, the leader turned, his pale hand emerging from the sleeve of crimson cloth. His fingers were long, too long, the nails sharp as bone. He pointed at Daniel. "The blood has come of its own will," he intoned. His voice was deep, echoing as though spoken from the bottom of the well. The hollow calls, and the bloodline answers. Daniel's fury boiled past his fear. "You think I'm here to kneel? I came to take him back." He charged. The first of the robed figures stepped into his path. Daniel slashed wildly, the blade tearing across fabric and skin. The figure collapsed with a soundless gasp, but the others didn't flinch. They simply shifted, closing the circle tighter. The chanting began again, louder, faster, pounding like a drumbeat against Daniel's chest. Michael writhed, his eyes wide with terror. Daniel could feel his twin's panic burning inside him, hot and choking. It spurred him forward, driving him to slash again, to push through the wall of crimson. But then the well answered. A sound rose from its depths, not the whisper of before, not the laugh. This was a groan, deep and wet, like the earth itself straining against chains. The air thickened, the candles bending toward the hole as though pulled by a great breath. Daniel froze. From the darkness below, something moved. A hand. No, what remained of one. Wrought black flesh clung to bone, the fingers twisted and broken. The hand dragged itself upward, nails screeching against the stone. And as it emerged into the candlelight, Daniel saw the ring on its finger. A ring he knew. The Carter family crest. Daniel's stomach dropped. It was Nathaniel, their great-great-grandfather. The body that hauled itself from the well was no longer a man. Flesh hung in strips, the skull half exposed, the eyes gone, but burning with faint red light from deep within. Chains still clung to his ribs, digging into rotten sinew, dragging like anchors across the stones. Michael screamed through his gag. Daniel stumbled back, bile burning his throat. This wasn't just a corpse. It was a warning, a trophy. Nathaniel Carter had never escaped the hollow. He had been kept, fed upon, twisted into something less than human, more than dead. And now he crawled toward his descendants. The leader spread his arms wide, voice booming. Behold the first who defied the hollow. His blood was not enough. His strength was not enough. And so he serves still, bound to the well until his line is ended. Daniel's vision blurred with rage. His great-great-grandfather had come here to destroy this thing, and instead, the hollow had claimed him as a servant. Not just a servant, an example, "You monsters," Daniel hissed, his grip tightening on the knife. "You think this ends with us? But it won't." He dove toward Michael. The chanting reached a fever pitch. Knives flashed in the candlelight. Nathaniel's corpse thing lurched, its chains rattling like bells from the grave. Daniel slashed at the ropes binding Michael's arms. Fibers snapped under the blade. Michael strained, fighting to free himself, their hearts beating in tandem like war drums. "Hold on," Daniel gasped, cutting at the last knot. But the well roared. The sound wasn't water, it was hunger. From the pit rose a breath so cold it burned. It knocked Daniel backward, slamming him into the pews. The book spilled from his coat, its pages snapping open on the stones. The flames of the candles guttered, then steadied, everyone leaning toward the book. The robed figures stopped chanting as one, turning their hooded heads toward the open pages. And the voice from the well spoke, not a whisper, not a laugh, a word. Blood. The word shook the church. Blood. It wasn't a sound, it was a command, vibrating through the stones, through Daniel's bones, through the marrow of his very being. The robed figures dropped to their knees in unison, knives pressed against their own palms. With one motion, they cut. Dark streams dripped onto the floor, trailing toward the well like rivers pulled by gravity. The chains around Nathaniel's corpse rattled violently, as if the offering fed him. Daniel scrambled to his feet, grabbing the book. Its pages flared open, the ink glowing faintly in the candlelight. His eyes darted across the script, lines he hadn't noticed before, written in a darker hand, sharper, as if carved into the parchment itself. A hollow feeds on blood freely given, but blood bound by choice may bind it still. His heart pounded. He didn't understand. Not yet. But he didn't have time to hesitate. Michael was nearly free now, straining against the ropes Daniel had cut. His gag muffled his words, but his eyes blazed with the same fire Daniel felt in his chest. The bond between them screamed, "Don't leave me." Daniel lunged forward again, knife flashing. He severed the final knot, and Michael ripped the gag from his mouth with a ragged gasp. "Run!" Michael croaked, his voice raw. The chanting resumed, louder, faster. The red-robed figures stood, blood dripping from their hands, knives raised again. But the well roared. This time, it wasn't just sound. It was wind, sucking the air from the church. The flames guttered sideways, pews groaning against the pole. Daniel staggered, clutching Michael's arm. From the pit, shapes rose. Not solid, not flesh, but shadows thick as smoke, writhing like serpents. They reached across the stones, brushing against Daniel's boots, curling toward his chest. The corpse of Nathaniel lurched upright, chains dragging. His mouth opened in a soundless scream, jaw unhinging wider than bone should allow. The crimson-robed leader stepped forward, arms raised high. "The first Carter failed," he intoned. "The hollow claims the last." Daniel's rage boiled over. "Not yet." He shoved Michael toward the side door and swung the knife at the shadow limbs clawing up from the well. The blade met resistance, slicing through one like cutting smoke bound in flesh. The shadow shrieked, the sound piercing, before splintering into the air. The leader hissed. The blood fights back. Daniel dove for the book, scanning the glowing lines again. His fingers traced the jagged ink. Beneath the cryptic warning was something else. A symbol. A circle bound with two overlapping lines, like chains crossing. The same mark, carved on the ring Nathaniel had worn. The words beneath burned brighter. Twins share the chain, one to break, one to bind. Daniel's throat went dry. He understood. This wasn't just about survival. It was about choice. One of them had to give themselves to the hollow, to hold it, contain it, while the other cut the chain. Sacrifice. Michael grabbed Daniel's shoulder, dragging him toward the exit. "We can't stay here." But Daniel's chest screamed with pain. He could feel Michael's pulse hammering inside him, a second heartbeat racing alongside his own. The hollow's hunger pressed against them both, its attention locked onto their bloodline. The red-robed cult closed in, circling like wolves. Nathaniel's corpse shambled closer, chains dragging grooves into the stone. And the shadows from the well writhed higher, hungry, reaching for the brothers. Daniel gritted his teeth, gripping the knife in one hand, the book in the other. "We're not failing him," he whispered, eyes burning. "Not like Nathaniel." Michael's jaw tightened. "Then what do we do?" Daniel raised the book. The words glowed, hot as fire, searing the page. Twins share the chain. His gaze locked with Michael's, and in that moment, both of them knew. This fight was no longer about escape. It was about ending what their bloodline had carried for generations. The well screamed. The shadows surged, and the Carter twins made their stand. The church shook with the hollow's scream. The stained rafters groaned, dust raining from the ceiling as if the stones themselves feared what was rising from the pit. Daniel clutched Michael's arm. "Move!" Together, they sprinted toward the side door. The cult erupted into motion, crimson robes flaring like bloodied wings as they surged after them. The first cultist lunged, blade flashing. Daniel swung his knife upward, steel meeting steel. The impact jarred his arm, but fury fueled his strike. He drove the blade home, the figure collapsing with a wet gasp. Michael tore the door open, and the storm outside swallowed them whole. The rain came down in sheets, cold needles against their skin. The village square stretched before them, warped in the lightning's glare. Windows banged open, faces appeared, pale, gaunt, hollow-eyed. Dozens of villagers stood in silence, watching the brothers flee the church. Not one lifted a hand to help. Their stares were empty, as though their souls had already been swallowed by the well. Daniel's chest tightened. "They're all part of it." Michael pulled him forward. "Don't look. Run." Boots pounded against stone behind them. The cultists poured out of the church, voices raised in a guttural chant that vibrated through the storm. The words clawed at Daniel's ears, alien syllables meant to break the will. The brothers sprinted down the crooked street, their breaths ragged. Daniel felt Michael's pulse hammering in tandem with his own, the bond between them searing. And then he felt something else, a presence. The shadows of the well hadn't stayed behind. They poured out after them, crawling along the cobbles like living smoke, stretching fingers that ended in claws of darkness. Every lightning strike showed their shapes more clearly, distorted bodies, limbs bent at impossible angles, faces stretched in eternal screams. The hollow was chasing them. Michael stumbled, clutching his ribs. Daniel nearly fell with him. The pain hit them both. He grabbed his twin under the arm, dragging him upright. "Come on!" Daniel shouted, his voice cracking with the storm. Ahead, the butcher's shop loomed, its lantern flickering. They dove inside, slamming the door shut. The silence inside was thick, broken only by their gasps. Hooks hung from the rafters, swinging gently, each one holding slabs of meat half-rotted, flies buzzing lazily around them. Daniel pressed his back against the door. The wood shook under the pounding of fists and claws outside. Michael sank onto a crate, his face pale. "Danny, we can't outrun it." Daniel swallowed, his throat raw. He knew Michael was right. The cult was endless. The hollow was everywhere. But the book. Daniel pulled it from his coat. Its pages fluttered open, stopping at the glowing script. The words seared brighter than before, the ink alive. "The well opens when the chain is unbroken. Break the chain, and it starves. Bind the chain, and it sleeps." Michael's eyes locked on the page. "The chain, that's us." Daniel nodded slowly. One to break, one to bind. The meaning twisted in his gut. He felt the weight of it settle like stone in his chest. One of them would have to die. A crash shattered the thought. The window burst inward, shards spraying across the floor. A cultist spilled through, hood torn, his face pale and slack-jawed. He lunged with a howl, knife arcing down. Daniel met him head-on, their bodies slamming against the blood-slick counter. They struggled, blades flashing, until Daniel's knife found flesh. Hot blood sprayed, and the man crumpled, crimson seeping into the rotten meat at their feet. Michael staggered to his side, grabbing a cleaver from the rack. His hands shook, but his eyes burned. "We fight, Danny, until the end." Daniel wiped his blade, chest heaving. The chanting outside rose to a deafening crescendo, and from the storm above, thunder answered. Not natural thunder, but something deeper, angrier. The hollow was waking. The butcher's door splintered under the cult's assault. Faces pressed against the glass, eyes glowing faint red. Michael tightened his grip on the cleaver. "We can't stay here." Daniel nodded. His gaze flicked to the back door, half hidden behind racks of meat. They had one chance left, to run deeper into the hollow itself, into the forest that birthed this nightmare. The door behind them cracked. The book burned hot in Daniel's hands. And with a final look at his twin, they pushed into the storm again. The storm chased them into the woods like a living thing. Branches whipped against Daniel's face as he and Michael stumbled through the trees, their breath ragged, their bodies soaked with rain and sweat. Behind them, the chanting carried through the night, rising and falling like the heartbeat of the hollow itself. Daniel clutched the book to his chest, his other hand gripping the knife, slick with blood. Every few steps, his chest burned with that familiar ache. Michael's fear, Michael's exhaustion, bleeding into his own. The bond between them had never felt so heavy, like a chain dragging them both down. They weren't just running from the cult, they were running from themselves. The forest thickened, the trees ancient and knotted, their trunks carved with strange markings. Circles, spirals, jagged lines that looked like claws raked into the bark. The further they went, the more symbols appeared, glowing faintly in the lightning's glare. Michael slowed, his hand brushing one of the carvings. They're the same marks from the book. Daniel nodded, chest heaving. Nathaniel was here. The thought chilled him. Their great-great-grandfather had carved these warnings, desperate to leave a trail, and yet his body had still been claimed. Michael turned, eyes wide. "Danny, what if we're just following him into the same trap?" Daniel gritted his teeth. "Then this time we finish it." The trees parted into a small clearing. At its center stood a stone altar, cracked and overgrown with moss. Rusted chains coiled across its surface, blackened with centuries of decay. Daniel froze. He knew this place. The image was burned into the book's pages, an illustration Nathaniel had drawn with trembling hands. This was where the first binding had failed. Michael stepped forward, his voice hushed. This is where he tried to kill it. The storm quieted for a moment, as if the hollow itself listened. And then the smell hit them. Rot. Not the faint stench of old decay, but fresh, wet rot. Daniel's stomach twisted. He lifted the lantern he'd taken from the butcher's shop, its flame shivering in the wind. The light swept across the altar, over the chains, and then down, into the shadows piled against the stones. A body. No, not just a body. Bones bound in rotting flesh. Skin stretched thin and blackened. Eyes long gone, but the sockets burned with faint red embers. The skeleton slumped against the altar, ribs exposed, jaw frozen in a silent scream, and on its hand, rusted with age, gleamed the Carter crest. Michael staggered back. Oh my God. Daniel's throat closed, his vision blurred. Nathaniel, their great-great-grandfather, here, still chained to the altar where he had tried to end it. The forest pulsed with whispers. The trees bent, groaning as if bowing toward the corpse. Michael's voice broke. Danny, he didn't just fail. The hollow kept him. Daniel's fury flared, stronger than fear. Not this time. Not with us. He crouched by the body, trembling fingers brushing the rotted leather journal, still clutched in Nathaniel's skeletal hand. The cover was half-eaten by mold, but the pages within glowed faintly, words etched with blood instead of ink. The first line seared into Daniel's eyes. If you have found me, then the chain is not broken. Before he could read further, a howl split the night. Figures surged from the trees. Red robes, knives glinting, eyes burning like coals. The cult had followed. Michael grabbed Daniel's arm. Danny, we have to move. But Daniel's grip tightened on the journal. The storm around them shrieked, the altar trembling beneath their feet. The hollow's laughter echoed from every direction, from the trees, the sky, the earth. And in that moment, Daniel understood. The hollow had been waiting for them. Not just Nathaniel's blood, theirs. The cult closed in, circling the altar, chanting words that made the ground quake. Shadows rose from their knives, stretching toward the twins. Michael raised the cleaver, his jaw set. We fight here. Daniel lifted both the journal and his knife, eyes burning with defiance. Then we finish what he couldn't. The corpse of Nathaniel stirred, chains rattling, as if his spirit itself responded to their vow, and the hollow roared. The storm seemed to fold inward around the clearing, thunder muffled, as if the hollow wanted silence to savor the scene. The cult closed their circle, red robes dripping with rain, blades glinting in the sickly lantern light. At the altar, Nathaniel's corpse stirred. Chains scraped against stone, clinking with each jerking movement. His skull turned, sockets glowing faintly, not with memory, but with hunger. Daniel's stomach twisted. This wasn't his ancestor anymore. It was a puppet, a warning, a servant of the well. Michael raised the butcher's cleaver, his voice a ragged whisper. Danny, he's moving. I see it. Daniel's grip tightened on the hunting knife, the other hand clutching Nathaniel's journal like a lifeline. The cult began to chant, low and steady. The words vibrated through the air, twisting into Daniel's bones. With each syllable, Nathaniel's corpse lurched forward, dragging its chains across the stones. His jaw unhinged with a dry crack, the sound like branches snapping in the cold. Clink, drag, step. The thing that had once been Nathaniel raised a rusted blade, still fused to a skeletal hand. Michael staggered back. That's him. That's our blood. Daniel's fury flared hotter than his fear. No, that's what killed him. The first cultist lunged. Daniel met him head-on, slashing across his chest. The figure collapsed, red robe darkening as it soaked in the rain. Another rushed from the side, knife arcing high. Michael intercepted, the cleaver biting deep into the man's shoulder with a crack of bone. But there were too many. For every one they cut down, two more closed in, their chanting never breaking, their voices melding into one monstrous hymn. The shadows thickened, rising from the cultists' feet, writhing like tendrils of smoke. They coiled toward the brothers, reaching for their throats, their hearts. And Nathaniel's corpse advanced. Daniel raised the journal, flipping pages with shaking fingers. The words bled into light, brighter with every breath. Burning through the rain, one line seared into his vision. Blood binds blood. The chain may only be broken by its own. Daniel's heart hammered. He looked at Michael. His twin's face was pale, rain streaking down his cheeks, but his eyes burned with the same fire. "Danny, it's us," Michael said. "It's always been us." Nathaniel lunged. Chain whipped through the air, slamming Daniel to the ground. The breath exploded from his lungs, his knife skittering across the stones. Pain lanced through his ribs. Michael cried out at the same instant, both of them feeling the strike. The corpse raised its rusted blade, ready to strike. Daniel rolled, gasping, grabbing the lantern from the altar. He swung it upward, smashing it against the corpse's chest. Flames burst across the rotting cloth, fire eating into desiccated flesh. The corpse screamed, not with Nathaniel's voice, but with the hollows. The chains writhed, thrashing like serpents. The cult shrieked in unison, their chant breaking into wild cries. Michael seized the moment. He charged forward, cleaver high, and brought it down with every ounce of strength he had. The blade cleaved through the chains, binding the corpse's arm. The metal snapped. For an instant, the glowing sockets in Nathaniel's skull flickered. His body stilled, jerking like a puppet with its strings cut. And then, just for a heartbeat, Daniel swore he heard another voice, a whisper, buried beneath the roar of the hollow. "Finish what I could not." His ancestor, Nathaniel, still inside, but the hollow roared back, drowning it out. The broken chain reforged itself in black fire, reattaching with a hiss. The corpse staggered upright once more, stronger, faster. Daniel's eyes burned with tears and fury. He screamed into the storm, "You don't get to keep him. You don't get to keep any of us." The cult surged forward. Blades flashed, shadows writhed, voices merged into one monstrous roar. The twins fought back, side by side, steel against steel, fire against shadow. Each strike cost them blood, each moment heavier than the last. But in their bond, in their fury, they felt something shift. The hollow wasn't invincible. It could bleed. At the altar, the journal's pages whipped wildly, glowing symbols spilling into the storm. The words burned themselves into Daniel's mind, a promise carved in fire. 2 to fight, 1 to fall. The chain must choose. Daniel staggered back, blood on his hands, chest heaving. His gaze locked with Michael's, and they both knew. This battle was only the beginning. The real choice was yet to come. The storm chased them deeper into the woods, each crack of thunder rattling the earth beneath their boots. Daniel's lungs burned, every breath dragging knives through his chest. Michael stumbled beside him, blood streaking his arm, but neither dared slow. Behind them, the cult's chanting still carried through the trees, distant now, but relentless. The hollow had tasted their blood. It would not stop. Daniel clutched Nathaniel's journal tight against his chest, its damp pages sticking to his skin. The words he'd seen, 2 to fight, 1 to fall, the chain must choose, seared his mind like a brand. Every glance at Michael only deepened the weight of it. He shook his head. Not yet, not now. The trees closed in, gnarled branches twisting like skeletal arms. The storm's light revealed more carvings etched into the trunks, spirals, claw marks. Crude figures bowed before a yawning circle. Each mark bled faint light, pulsing like veins under skin. Michael stopped, his voice hoarse. "Danny, these aren't warnings. They're alive." Daniel followed his gaze. The carvings shimmered faintly with the rhythm of the chants, glowing brighter each time the cult's voices rose. The entire forest was part of the ritual. A howl split the night. Not human, not animal, something in between. Shadows rippled through the trees, moving faster than flesh. The brothers pressed back to back, blades raised, their breaths coming in ragged bursts. From the tree line, figures emerged, not cultists, not quite. Their bodies were gaunt, twisted, their faces slack and eyeless, skin pale and wet like drowned corpses. They staggered forward in unison, heads tilted as if listening to a song only they could hear. Michael's grip on the cleaver trembled. "What the hell are they?" Daniel's voice was steady, though his heart screamed. "The Hollow's children." The first corpse thing lunged, mouth splitting too wide, black water spilling from its throat. Daniel slashed, his blade cutting deep. The body collapsed, twitching, but the others didn't falter. They surged forward, dozens of them, their limbs jerking like marionettes pulled by invisible strings. The storm drowned out the sound of steel meeting flesh. Rain washed blood into the soil, but still they came. For every one that fell, more pushed through the trees, their bodies breaking, bending, but never stopping. Daniel fought until his arms burned, his chest heaving with every strike. Michael's cleaver hacked through rotted limbs, his face twisted in fury. But they were being pushed back, step by step, toward the center of the clearing that opened behind them. The ground there wasn't like the forest floor. It was stone. A wide circle of stone buried beneath roots and moss, carved with the same symbols from the book. In its center yawned a second pit, smaller than the well in the church, but deeper, darker, lined with iron rings long rusted through. Daniel froze. The journal burned hot in his hand. He flipped it open, pages fluttering as though the storm itself turned them. The words glowed. "When the blood moon rises, the hollow breathes through many mouths. The wells are its lungs. The chains lie across them all." Michael stumbled to his side, chest heaving. "It's not just the church. The whole forest is feeding it." Daniel's eyes widened, and we're in the middle of it. The corpses pressed closer, their jaws dripping black water, their hands clawing. Daniel swung wildly, the knife biting deep, but the shadows didn't scatter. The chanting in the distance rose higher, echoing through the trees. The circle beneath their feet vibrated. The stones glowed, brighter and brighter, as if the blood spilled upon them soaked straight into the hollow's veins. The air thickened. The storm dimmed. And from the pit at the circle's heart, a sound rose. A heartbeat. Slow. Heavy. Not theirs. The hollow's. Daniel staggered back, horror twisting in his gut. It's waking. Michael's face was pale, rain mixing with sweat and blood. His grip on the cleaver tightened, his eyes locked on Daniel's. What if it already has? The heartbeat thundered from the pit, slow and deliberate, shaking the stone circle beneath their boots. Each pulse rippled through the air, rattling the trees, making the rain itself shiver as if the storm bent to its rhythm. Thoom. The sound wasn't just heard, it was felt. In their bones, in their teeth, in their blood. Michael staggered, clutching his chest. "Danny, do you feel that?" Daniel gasped, dropping to one knee. His own heart pounded wildly, but it wasn't in sync with his body anymore. It was in sync with that, the hollow. Their twin bond twisted tighter, pulling at both of them like chains around their ribs. The corpses, the hollow's children, fell back as the heartbeat grew stronger. They ringed the clearing, swaying in rhythm, their eyeless faces tilted toward the pit. The cult's chanting in the distance grew louder, faster, merging with the pulse until the whole forest quivered with one voice. Daniel forced himself upright, clutching Nathaniel's journal. Its pages burned against his hand, glowing brighter with every beat. Words surfaced across the parchment, written in blood that hadn't been there before. The heart beats through the chain. Only by blood freely given may the hollow be stilled. Michael's face paled. "It's true. One of us." Daniel shook his head violently. "No, not like this. We find another way." The pit roared, cutting off his words. From the depths, something massive shifted. A shape rose, not solid flesh, but something between shadow and matter. Its surface shimmered like liquid obsidian, every curve marked with veins of faint red light. The thing wasn't climbing, it was growing, filling the pit, expanding with each thunderous heartbeat. Daniel's breath caught. It wasn't a monster. It was a heart, a colossal black heart, suspended in the pit, its veins stretching out like roots through the stones of the clearing. And it was alive. The ground split as the roots writhed, tearing through soil and rock, reaching toward the twins. Each tendril pulsed with the same rhythm, veins glowing, dripping thick black ichor. The stench of rot and iron filled the clearing. Michael hacked at one root with his cleaver. The blade bit deep, splitting it in two. Black fluid sprayed across his face, burning his skin. He cried out, stumbling back. Daniel slashed another tendril, his knife carving through flesh like shadow. A heart shuddered in the pit, its beat faltering for a moment. They could hurt it. But for each root they cut, two more writhed free, lashing like whips. One caught Daniel across the chest, slamming him against a tree. Pain exploded through his ribs. Michael screamed at the same instant, clutching his own side. The chain between them meant every wound was shared. Daniel spat blood, forcing himself upright. "We can't fight it head on. It'll tear us apart." Michael, panting, raised the cleaver again. "Then what? One of us jumps in?" Daniel opened the journal with trembling hands. The words shifted again, burning brighter until they carved themselves into his vision. Break the chain, and the heart starves. Bind the chain, and it sleeps. The meaning sank, like ice through his veins. Break the chain. Sever the bond between them. Bind the chain. One twin sacrificed to hold the hollow down. Either way, the choice demanded blood. The forest screamed as the heart surged upward, shadows spilling into the clearing like a flood. The hollow's children shrieked, their voices cracking the night as they threw themselves to the ground in worship. Daniel and Michael stood back to back, blades raised, rain plastering their hair to their skulls. Their bond pulsed with the hollow's rhythm, every heartbeat a reminder that time was running out. Michael's voice was steady, though his hands shook. "Danny, if it comes to it, don't say it. I will. Daniel's throat tightened. The journal's glow seared his vision. The words, one to break, one to bind, flashing again and again. A hollow's heart roared, and the clearing split open. The time to choose was coming. The clearing boiled with chaos. The colossal black heart throbbed inside the pit, roots lashing across the stones like serpents drunk on blood. Each beat rattled the ground, throwing the brothers off balance, while the hollow's children writhed in worship, their pale bodies pressed flat against the earth. From the tree line came a new sound, the rhythmic stomp of boots. The cult had arrived. Dozens of figures in crimson robes surged into the clearing, their blades gleaming, their chants louder than the storm. They fanned out in a circle, hemming the twins against the pit, their voices rising in a deafening chorus. Daniel spun, knife slick with rain and blood. They're driving us into it. Michael's eyes were wild, his cleaver dripping black ichor. Then we fight our way out. The first wave struck. Knives slashed, shadows writhed. Daniel ducked low, plunging his blade into the gut of a cultist, twisting hard until the figure collapsed. Michael hacked through another, the cleaver biting deep into bone. But for everyone they cut down, more closed in, relentless, chanting faster and faster. The heart's roots lashed again, sweeping through cultists and brothers alike. One root impaled a man in crimson, lifting him screaming into the air before snapping him in half like a doll. The rest never faltered. They welcomed the carnage, their voices never breaking. The cult wasn't afraid of dying. They were feeding it. Daniel stumbled against the altar, the journal pressed against his chest. The words on the page flared again, brighter than lightning, carving into his mind. The chain is not mercy. The chain is the key. He gasped, the meaning gnawing at him. The hollow didn't just want their blood. It wanted their bond. It wanted to devour the very thread that tied them together. Michael's cry ripped him back. His twin reeled as a blade sliced across his arm. Daniel felt it too, pain ripping through his own flesh. The chain between them made every wound double, every blow shared. They couldn't last like this. A roar shook the clearing. Nathaniel's corpse lurched from the shadows, chains rattling as it staggered toward them. Flames still licked at its chest from where Daniel had struck it earlier. But the fire didn't slow it. If anything, it burned brighter, feeding the hollow inside. The sight made Daniel's stomach twist. His great-great-grandfather, reduced to a weapon, a servant of the well. The corpse raised its rusted blade, chains dragging like iron serpents. Michael bared his teeth. Danny, we can't kill him. Daniel's voice broke. Then we set him free. The roots lashed again, one catching Daniel across the leg. He screamed as bone cracked, and Michael dropped beside him, both writhing in the same agony. The cult laughed, voices merging with the hollow's pulse. The journal flared white-hot in Daniel's hand. His eyes blurred as the words carved themselves into his vision. One to bind the heart, one to sever the chain. Only then does the hollow sleep. Michael grabbed his shoulder, dragging him upright. His face was pale, blood soaking his sleeve, but his eyes blazed with the same fire Daniel felt burning inside. Danny, listen to me. Don't say it. One of us has to. The ground split wider, the pit yawning open. The black heart surged higher, its veins spreading like wildfire through the clearing. The cult screamed in ecstasy, their voices raw and broken. Daniel's chest pounded in sync with the hollows. His brother's heartbeat hammered with his own. The chain between them burned, a tether of fire and blood. The choice loomed, closer than ever. But before Daniel could speak, before Michael could finish his thought, the roots struck. They slammed into both of them, knocking the twins backward, hurling them toward the edge of the pit. Daniel clawed at the stones, Michael's hand locking onto his wrist. For a breathless moment, they dangled above the black heart, its veins writhing, its beat shaking the marrow from their bones. The hollow whispered up to them in a voice like water filling lungs. Choose. The pit gaped beneath them like the throat of a world about to swallow. Daniel's fingers dug into the slick stone, knuckles white, as Michael's grip clamped around his wrist. The abyss yawned below, the colossal black heart pulsing louder, faster, its beat shaking the very marrow in their bones. Thoom. Thoom. The hollow's voice seeped up from the depths, not sound but vibration, like the forest itself was whispering through their veins. 2. One chain. One choice. Daniel clenched his jaw, refusing to look down, though the pull of that abyss gnawed at him. Michael's eyes locked onto his, wide and terrified, but burning with that same reckless fire they'd shared since childhood. "Danny," Michael rasped, rain pouring down his face. "If you let go." "No." Daniel's scream cracked, raw with fury. "Don't say it. Don't you dare." The cultists swarmed closer, their crimson robes clinging wet to their skin, their chants rising in a fever pitch. They moved as one, circling the stone clearing, their knives flashing as if eager to carve open the night itself. The Hollow's children still writhed at the edges, their eyeless faces tilted toward the pit, mouths opening and closing in silent worship. Every movement, every chant, every heartbeat fed the thing that lived below. Daniel heaved with all his strength, dragging Michael up from the brink. Both collapsed onto the stones, coughing, their bodies bruised and shaking. But there was no time to breathe. The roots lashed again. A black tendril whipped across the clearing, impaling a cultist through the chest. His scream echoed like music to the others. They cheered, raising their blades higher, their chants shaking the trees. Michael staggered to his feet, cleaver raised, his face pale but determined. "They're not even scared of it, Danny. They want this." Daniel forced himself upright, clutching the journal. Its pages flapped wildly in the storm, glowing with an unnatural light. He skimmed frantically, his heart seizing at the words scrawled across the parchment in fresh, wet ink. "The chain is the lock. The chain is the key. The hollow devours both unless the chain decides." The meaning clawed at him. Their bond wasn't just a curse, it was what the hollow craved. That tether of blood and soul between twins was the final piece of the ritual. Break it, and the hollow starves. Bind it, and one must burn forever inside the heart. Michael saw it too, the truth written in his brother's face before Daniel could speak. He laughed bitterly, a sound swallowed by the storm. Of course, it had to be us. Daniel's throat tightened. "We're not giving it what it wants. Not now. Not ever." The cult surged forward. Knives gleamed. Voices howled. And the storm itself bent to the ritual. Lightning split the sky, striking a tree at the edge of the clearing. Flames hissed in the rain, their smoke curling like black serpents into the air. The brothers moved as one. Daniel's blade slashed in furious arcs. Michael's cleaver hacked through flesh and bone. Blood slicked the stones, mingling with the rain, feeding the glowing runes that pulsed brighter with each drop spilled. Every cut bought them seconds. Seconds to breathe, seconds to think. But the hollow's voice drowned it all. Every heartbeat louder, every pulse deeper. Choose, choose, choose. Daniel's vision blurred. The roots lashed again, one wrapping around his leg, dragging him toward the pit. Michael hacked through it, ichor spraying, burning his arms. The journal fell open in Daniel's hand, pages glowing blinding white now, searing words into his mind. If the chain does not choose, the hollow chooses for them. Daniel froze, terror knotting his gut. If they didn't decide, then the hollow would. Michael gripped his shoulder, eyes fierce, despite the fear trembling in his jaw. Danny, then we'd better make the choice first. The storm became a living thing. Rain hammered the stones. Lightning cracked the sky in blinding sheets, and the wind screamed through the trees like 1,000 unseen voices. But louder than all of it was the heart, beating, pounding, demanding. Thum, thum, thum. Daniel staggered, blood streaming from a cut across his brow. His knife was slick with gore, his lungs clawing for air. Beside him, Michael's cleaver was chipped, his arms shaking from exhaustion. They stood back to back, a ring of corpses and cultists closing in tighter and tighter. The cult's chant shook the clearing. The chain, the chain, the chain must choose. Their voices weren't words anymore. They were thunder, vibrating in the marrow of the twins' bones. A root burst from the stones, snapping upward like a whip. Michael ducked, dragging Daniel with him, the tendrils slicing the air where their heads had been. Another root followed, then another, striking faster, harder, the ground splitting open beneath their feet. From the pit, the heart surged higher. Its black surface glistened with rain and ichor, veins glowing like molten fire. Each pulse sprayed mist into the storm, a vapor that reeked of iron and rot. Daniel gagged, covering his mouth. The stench was suffocating, but worse was the pull, the irresistible urge to leap into the pit, to surrender, to let the heart swallow him whole. Michael gritted his teeth, clutching his brother's arm. Don't look at it. Don't listen to it. But the hollow's voice whispered anyway. Daniel, Michael, it knew their names. Cultists charged, blades raised high. Daniel lunged, his knife sinking into a man's throat. Hot blood sprayed across his face, mingling with the cold rain. Michael's cleaver hacked down another, splitting skull from jaw. They fought like animals, snarling, spitting. Every strike fueled by the certainty that this fight was already lost. For every cultist they dropped, 2 more surged forward. And they weren't afraid. Their eyes shone with fanatical glee, their lips moving in perfect unison, mouths bleeding from chanting too long, too hard. Michael gasped, his chest heaving. They're giving themselves to it. Every drop of blood, every body, it's feeding the heart. Daniel slashed again, teeth bared. Then we starve it. But the hollow didn't starve. It feasted. The corpses on the ground convulsed, limbs jerking as if strings were being pulled from below. The dead cultists rose again, eyeless, jaws slack, their robes clinging to pale, broken flesh. The hollow's children multiplied. Fueled by every drop spilled on the stones, Daniel's knees buckled. Oh God, we can't kill them. Not here, not like this. Michael struck again anyway, his cleaver biting deep into the reanimated flesh. The body fell, twitching, only to crawl forward on shattered limbs. The clearing had become a slaughterhouse, but the slaughter would never end. The journal flared in Daniel's hand, its pages blinding, words searing his vision. The chain cannot break by steel. It cannot bind by fire. Only the heart of blood may silence the hollow. Daniel shook his head violently. No, not like this. Not yet. There has to be. His words cut off as the roots surged again, wrapping around his chest, squeezing until his ribs creaked. Michael screamed, clutching his own chest as though the tendrils squeezed him too. Their bond made them one. Their pain, their blood, their fate, all the same. The cultists fell to their knees, arms raised high. The storm hushed for a heartbeat. Even the rain paused, suspended in the air like glass. A hollow's voice rolled up from the pit, deeper, louder, undeniable. Choose or I choose. The ground cracked wider, the stone circle breaking apart. Chunks of earth fell into the abyss, swallowed whole by the monstrous heart below. Daniel's vision swam. The pull was unbearable, the tether between them burning white-hot. His brother's voice cut through the haze, desperate, fierce, final. "Danny, if it takes both of us, everything ends. If one of us goes, maybe it sleeps." Daniel's throat tore with the answer. "Shut up! Don't you dare say it!" But in his chest, he knew Michael was right. And the hollow knew it too. The air split open with a sound like stone grinding against bone. The pit heaved, roots writhing like snakes, as the colossal black heart surged higher. Its veins stretched outward, latching onto the corpses, the cultists, even the trees themselves. Everything in the clearing bent toward it, fed it, belonged to it, and then he rose. Dragged from the pit like a puppet tangled in its strings, Nathaniel's corpse stumbled into the clearing. His face was a ruin, half bone, half rotted flesh, eyes empty sockets dripping black ichor. Chains coiled around his limbs, fused into his spine, their ends buried in the beating heart below. But when he spoke, his voice wasn't his own. The blood that failed returns to bind the chain. Daniel's stomach lurched. It was Nathaniel, their great-great-grandfather, the man who had written the warnings, who had fought the hollow first. His body had been claimed, twisted into the vessel the heart had always wanted. Michael's grip tightened on the cleaver, his voice raw. "It's him. Danny, it's him." Daniel's hand shook on the journal. "No, it's what's left of him." The corpse lurched forward, dragging its chains. With each step, the runes on the stones flared brighter, fueled by the hollow's pulse. The cult fell to their knees in perfect unison, arms raised high. The vessel walks again. Their chanting drowned the storm, their voices breaking into shrieks of joy. Nathaniel's head snapped up, and though his sockets were empty, Daniel felt the gaze burrow into his skull. "Daniel, Michael, you are the end I wrote, the end I bled for, the end I failed to reach. The chain will bind, the chain will break. One must choose, or the hollow will take both." Daniel's chest tightened until he could barely breathe. The bond between him and Michael burned, the tether pulling taut with every heartbeat. He saw flashes in his mind. Michael's wounds mirrored in his flesh, his fear mirrored in his soul. Michael spat into the rain. "I'm not letting this thing decide for us." The corpse surged, chains lashing out like whips. Daniel ducked, the iron smashing into the stones, sparks flying. Michael swung his cleaver, slicing through a chain, ichor spraying. But another lash coiled around his arm, yanking him off his feet. Daniel lunged, slashing at the tendril until it released his brother. Pain burned across both their bodies, the bond sharing every wound, every strike. They couldn't survive like this. The journal pulsed in Daniel's hand. Words scrawled themselves across the page, not written in ink, but in something darker, wetter. To sever the chain, blood must drown the heart. To bind the chain, blood must sink within it. The hollow feeds, the hollow waits. Daniel stared, horror hollowing his chest. The meaning was unmistakable. Severing meant one of them had to die, spilling blood into the pit. Binding meant one of them had to be absorbed, trapped in the hollow forever. Either way, one of them was doomed. Nathaniel's corpse howled, chains snapping outward, striking stone and flesh alike. Cultists screamed as they were shredded, but their voices never wavered. Even dying, they kept chanting, feeding the ritual. The black heart thundered louder, its veins stretching higher, almost touching the storm itself. Michael staggered to Daniel's side, blood streaming down his arm, his jaw set with grim determination. "Danny, listen to me." Daniel shook his head violently, eyes blazing. Don't you dare say it." Michael's voice broke, but his eyes never wavered. "We've known since the day we were born. Twins don't walk the same road forever." Daniel's throat tore with a scream. "No!" The Hollow's voice crashed over them like a wave of iron and fire. "Choose. Choose now." The roots surged again, wrapping around their legs, dragging them toward the pit. Daniel slashed furiously, Michael hacking with his cleaver, but the tendrils were endless. Their bond seared white-hot, every wound doubling, every cry echoing. Nathaniel's corpse loomed above them, chains rattling, his ruined jaw splitting in an inhuman smile. The chain has come home. The stones beneath the brothers cracked, crumbling toward the abyss. The pit widened, the heart rising higher, its veins stretching like hands, eager to clutch them both. Daniel's knife slipped from his hand, clattering to the stones. His vision blurred. His pulse beat not in his chest, but in the hollows. Every thrum a demand, a countdown. Michael's grip locked on his arm. Their eyes met, one thought between them, unspoken, undeniable. One of them had to fall. The ground shuddered like a living beast. Stone split beneath the twins' boots, fissures spider-webbing outward from the pit as the colossal heart pulsed harder, faster, ravenous. The storm bent to its rhythm, thunder rolling in perfect sync with the beats. Daniel tightened his grip on Michael's arm as roots lashed around their legs, dragging them closer to the abyss. His voice was hoarse but resolute. "We're not letting this thing take us. Not tonight." Michael's chest heaved, his cleaver slick with black ichor. His lips curved in a grim smile. "Then we kill a god." The cult shrieked, their voices breaking with ecstasy as they pressed their foreheads to the stones. The vessel binds. The chain breaks. The hollow rises. The wounds etched into the circle glowed like molten iron, fed by every drop of blood spilled. Daniel tore the journal open, rain plastering its pages against his hands. The words burned brighter, sharper, as though the hollow itself was writing now. "The heart may bleed, but only the chain may wound it." He froze, eyes widening. The bond between them, their curse, was also the weapon. Michael saw the realization flash across his brother's face. "You're saying we can hurt it, really hurt it?" Daniel nodded, gripping his blade tighter. "But it'll hurt both of us." Michael's smile widened, fierce and reckless. "Then let's make it bleed." The heart surged, veins writhing outward, roots lashing at them like iron whips. Daniel and Michael moved as one, blades flashing, hacking through tendrils that sprayed ichor hot enough to scald their flesh. Every strike made their chests burn, their veins scream, but the heart faltered. For the first time, it staggered. A deafening roar bellowed from the pit, shaking the trees to their roots. The cult cried out in unison, not in fear, but in wild devotion. They began to cut themselves, dragging knives across their arms and throats, their blood splattering onto the stones. The runes flared brighter. The heart swelled larger. Daniel's gut turned to ice. "They're feeding it faster than we can wound it." Suddenly, Nathaniel's corpse lurched forward, chains snapping taut. His voice was no longer broken. It was layered, a chorus of the hollow's tongues speaking through rotted flesh. You cannot starve what is eternal. You cannot kill what never lived. His chains lashed outward, wrapping around Michael's waist, yanking him off his feet. Daniel lunged, grabbing his brother's hand as the corpse dragged him toward the pit. Their bond seared white hot, pain ripping through both of them like fire under their skin. Michael screamed, thrashing against the chains. "Danny, don't let go." Daniel's grip tightened, every muscle straining. "I won't. I'll never." The hollow's voice cut through, sharp as glass. "Then you will fall together." The roots beneath them bucked violently, splitting the stones apart. Chunks of the circle tumbled into the abyss, swallowed whole by the thundering heart. Daniel's vision blurred, the world shrinking to his brother's hand, locked in his. His chest pounded with the hollow's rhythm, every beat screaming the same truth. They couldn't both survive. The journal burned in his other hand, a final line etching itself across the page. To wound the heart is to wound the chain. To break the chain is to end the heart. Daniel's breath hitched. He looked at Michael, rain streaking his face, their bond searing bright as fire. "We can kill it," Daniel whispered, "but only if." Michael met his eyes, and for the first time, there was no fear, only acceptance. The heart bellowed again, chains rattled. The cult shrieked in joy. The hollow demand. The twins prepared to answer. The storm dimmed for a single breath, as if the world itself waited. Rain hung suspended in the air. Lightning froze in the clouds, and all that remained was the thunderous beat of the hollow's heart. Thoom, thoom. Daniel locked eyes with Michael. The bond between them seared like fire, running through their veins. Louder, stronger, more undeniable than ever before. "We strike together," Daniel said, voice breaking. Or not at all, Michael's lips twisted into a grim smile. "Then let's make it count." They surged forward as one. Daniel's knife gleamed in the stormlight. Michael's cleaver raised high. The roots lashed at them, but they carved through. Blood and ichor sprang across their faces. Each strike burned through their bodies, every wound mirrored between them, but they didn't falter. The pit yawned wider as they reached the edge. The colossal heart loomed beneath, beating with a sound that shook their bones apart. Its veins glowed brighter, reaching upward like hands eager to grasp them. Daniel screamed, driving his blade downward. Michael followed, swinging the cleaver with all his strength. Steel sank into shadowed flesh. The heart shrieked. The sound was unbearable. Not just noise, but a vibration that cracked their skulls, flooded their minds, clawed into their memories. Daniel saw flashes, his mother's face, their childhood home, the night they first found Nathaniel's book. Then he saw Michael's thoughts, his pain, his fear, his love. The bond ripped wide open, their souls laid bare. The heart convulsed, spraying black ichor into the air. Its beat faltered for the first time, stuttering, staggering. The cult howled in horror, their voices breaking. Some clutched their chests as if their own hearts had stopped. But the twins weren't free. Agony tore through them both. Their blades, buried in the heart, tethered them tighter to the hollow. Every pulse of the monstrous organ echoed in their chests, threatening to burst them from the inside. Blood poured from their noses, their eyes, their ears. Daniel tried to rip his knife free, but his hand was locked, fused to the handle as if the heart had swallowed it whole. Michael roared, pulling at his cleaver, but black veins crawled up his arm, binding him to the weapon. The hollow's voice thundered through them, inside them, louder than thought. "The chain wounds me. The chain is mine." The cult's chant shifted, wild with ecstasy. The chain bleeds. The chain is bound. Nathaniel's corpse staggered closer, chains rattling like laughter, his ruined face twisted into a mockery of a smile. You cannot strike the heart without feeding it. Your blood is its feast. Your pain is its song. A heart pulsed harder, dragging the blades deeper, pulling the brothers toward the pit. Michael's scream split the night. "Danny, it's taking us with it." Daniel's vision swam, the journal glowing blinding white in his free hand. Words carved themselves into the page with each beat of the heart. To wound is to give. To kill is to yield. The chain cannot escape without a choice. With a surge of desperate strength, Daniel wrenched his knife free. Flesh tore. Ichor exploded upward, showering them both in black fire. The heart howled again, staggering, its veins retreating for a breath. Michael fell to his knees, cleaver still embedded, his arm fused to it. His eyes burned with pain, but also with defiance. "Go, Danny. Finish it without me." Daniel dropped beside him, grabbing his shoulders. "No, we do this together. We always do." The heart pulsed, louder, faster, shaking the clearing to pieces. A choice screamed between them. Cut the bond now, or be consumed together. And the hollow whispered, soft as a lover's breath, "Choose." The clearing was no longer a place of earth and stone. It was a wound in the world, torn wide open, bleeding black light and stormfire. The colossal heart thrashed in the pit, its beat now frantic, desperate, like a drum calling armies to war. Daniel knelt beside Michael, one hand gripping his brother's shoulder, the other clutching the blood-soaked journal. Michael's arm was still fused to the cleaver, chains of black veins binding him to the heart's flesh. Every pulse dragged him closer to the pit. Daniel's voice cracked. "Hold on. Just hold on." Michael coughed blood, his eyes locked on Daniel's. "It's not letting go. If I stay, maybe you." "No." Daniel's scream shattered in the storm. "You're not dying here, not for me." The cultists shrieked, rising to their feet, their crimson robes, soaked in rain and ichor, clung like second skin. They circled the twins, blades raised, their voices a feverish chant. "The chain must bind! The chain must bleed!" Their eyes burned with fanatical light, wide and unblinking, blood streaming from their mouths as though their throats had split from chanting too long. At their head staggered Nathaniel's corpse, chains dragging sparks across the stones. His voice was a chorus of the hollow itself, layered, booming, unstoppable. "You were born to finish what I began. The chain cannot flee. The chain cannot break without blood." His eyeless sockets locked on Daniel, then Michael. One must fall. One must stay. The hollow will have its choice. Roots exploded from the ground, slamming into the circle. Stones shattered, the runes burning brighter than ever, feeding on the cultists' spilled blood. The pit widened, chunks of earth collapsing into the abyss, swallowed whole by the pulsing heart. The cultists surged forward in unison. Daniel slashed wildly, his knife carving crimson arcs through the storm. Michael roared, wrenching against the veins that bound him, dragging the cleaver free with a spray of black ichor. Pain tore through both of them. His scream echoed in Daniel's throat. But he swung anyway, splitting a cultist's skull in two. Still they came. The clearing became a slaughterhouse. Blades clashed, blood spilled, lightning split the sky. For every cultist they dropped, two more rose, their bodies dragged up again by the hollow's will. Daniel's chest heaved, his vision swimming. He saw the truth. They weren't fighting men anymore. They were fighting puppets. Every death only tightened the noose. Every drop of blood fed the pit. And the heart laughed, not with sound, but with rhythm. Its beat quickened, a mocking thunder. Thum, 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 thum. Michael staggered, clutching his chest. "It's inside me, Danny. I can feel it." Daniel grabbed his brother, dragging him back from the edge. His voice cracked with desperation. "Don't let it in. Don't you dare let it win." The journal seared his hand, pages flaring white. A new line etched itself in blood across the parchment. "If the chain refuses, the hollow takes both. The choice will not be denied." The ground split. A root the size of a tree trunk erupted beneath them, hurling the twins into the air. Daniel hit the stones hard, his ribs cracking, blood flooding his mouth. Michael slammed down beside him, his cleaver skittering away into the dark. Nathaniel's corpse loomed above them, chains rattling, his voice a command that split the storm. "Now, choose." The cult fell silent, every head turning to the twins. The rain stopped, the thunder hushed, even the heart held its breath. The world demanded their answer. Daniel dragged himself upright, chest heaving, vision swimming. His brother's hand reached for his. Their bond burned between them, brighter, hotter, a chain of fire that neither could break. Michael whispered, voice raw, "Danny, whatever happens, don't let it win." The hollow's roots curled around them both, dragging them toward the pit's edge. The heart surged higher, its veins reaching like claws, and as the abyss yawned beneath their feet, the hollow whispered one final word, soft and merciless: choose. The storm shattered. Lightning tore the sky apart in jagged streaks, thunder rolling so violently the trees bent like reeds. The pit had grown wider, a yawning wound in the earth, the black heart now swollen to monstrous size, its veins clawing upward like towers of living stone. Daniel and Michael stood at the edge, their bodies broken and bloodied, their blades slick with ichor. Every breath was fire in their lungs, every heartbeat a war. The cult surrounded them in perfect formation, crimson hoods thrown back, their faces blood-streaked and ecstatic. Nathaniel's corpse towered at their head, chains rattling as though they sang in harmony with the heart below. The hollow's voice shook the air. "Choose or I claim both." His chest clenched. The book, Nathaniel's legacy, their only guide, offered no mercy, only the same demand. Michael leaned close, his breath ragged. "Danny, maybe this is it. Maybe one of us." "No." Daniel's voice cracked like thunder. "There's always another way. Always." He didn't believe it. Not fully. But he had to. If he let go of that hope, then the hollow had already won. The heart bellowed, its beat hammering faster, hungrier. Roots lashed across the stones, slamming into cultists, into corpses, into the very trees. The storm bent around it, the air itself vibrating with its hunger. Michael staggered as a tendril wrapped around his leg, dragging him toward the abyss. Daniel lunged, hacking through the root, ichor spraying across his face. Both of them cried out as the shared pain ripped through their bodies. They couldn't last much longer. Nathaniel's corpse raised his chains, his voice a chorus of the damned. "You cannot escape what was written. I bled for this. I failed for this. You are the chain. You are the lock. One must yield." Daniel's voice tore through the storm. "Then we'll break what you started." For a heartbeat, silence, then laughter. Not from Nathaniel, but from the heart itself. The hollow mocked them. Daniel's knees buckled, the journal searing hot in his hands. Pages tore free, scattering into the storm like burning leaves. For the first time, he saw lines, not in ink, not even in blood, but carved into the paper itself, etched so deep the words cut through the parchment. There is a third path, to drown the heart in its own reflection, to turn its hunger upon itself. His eyes widened. A third way, not break, not bind, but reverse. Michael's hand clamped his shoulder, eyes burning. "What does it mean?" Daniel's voice shook. "The well. The old well in the church. It wasn't just a gate. It was a mirror, a reflection of the hollow's heart. If we can force the heart into its own reflection. Michael grinned through bloodied teeth. Then it devours itself. The cult shrieked, as if hearing the thought in his mind. They surged forward, knives flashing, their voices wild with panic. Now instead of ecstasy, Nathaniel's corpse roared, chains striking stone and flesh alike. The hollow thundered, its beat so loud it split the air. Roots lashed in fury, dragging the twins closer to the pit, closer to the heart's black surface. The ground shook, stones cracking, trees splintering. Daniel's grip tightened on Michael's hand, the journal clutched in the other. His voice was a whisper swallowed by the storm. We don't have to die tonight. We just have to make it see itself. Michael's grin widened, reckless, feral. Then let's shove the bastard into the mirror. The hollow screamed, the pit collapsing further. The cult charged. The world itself teetered on the edge of ruin. And for the first time, the brothers had more than two choices. They had a weapon. The cult closed in like a tide of crimson. Blades flashed in the stormlight, chants rising in manic frenzy. The chain must bind, the chain must bleed. The brothers were hemmed in on all sides, the pit at their backs, the endless forest beyond. Daniel's voice cut through the chaos. We have to get to the church. Michael's jaw clenched, blood dripping down his face. Then we carve a path. They surged forward together. Daniel's knife plunged into a cultist's chest, hot blood spraying across the stones. Michael's cleaver hacked through another, bone snapping with a wet crack. They moved like shadows, blades flashing, bodies falling in their wake. But the cult didn't stop. For every one they cut down, more rushed forward, their faces twisted with fanatic devotion. Even dying, they crawled, clawing at the stones, their mouths still chanting through gurgles of blood. The storm roared louder, lightning cracking overhead. Each strike illuminated the colossal heart looming behind them, its veins lashing the air, furious that its prey dared resist. Nathaniel's corpse staggered through the chaos, chains snapping outward. One struck Daniel across the shoulder, tearing flesh. He cried out, and Michael screamed at the same instant, blood running down his arm. Their bond shared every wound, every agony. Michael snarled, cleaver biting into the chain. Sparks flew, ichor sprayed, and the corpse reeled back, shrieking with the hollow's voice. You cannot run. The chain belongs to the heart. Daniel spat blood, his voice hoarse but defiant. Then we'll drag it into its grave. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they pushed through the cultists. Trees splintered, stones cracked, the forest itself writhing like a living thing. The heart's beat grew faster, more chaotic, shaking the world apart. The journal burned hot in Daniel's hand, its pages glowing like molten steel. New words carved themselves across the parchment. The mirror waits where prayers once rose. Drown the heart in its own gaze, or the chain will drown in it. The church, the old well, the mirror. Michael's eyes burned as he cut another cultist down. We just have to get there. We end it inside the church. The cult fought harder, sensing the brothers' plan. Their chants turned into screams, their knives slashing in wild desperation. One lunged at Daniel, blade catching his side. Pain ripped through him, and through Michael, who staggered, but swung harder. Cleaver cleaving the attacker's skull in two. Blood soaked their clothes, their skin, the stones beneath them. But step by step, they forced their way forward, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Daniel's breath came ragged, his vision blurred, but he refused to fall. Michael's hand locked around his wrist, dragging him forward each time his knees buckled. Together, always together. At last, The trees parted, and the silhouette of the church rose ahead. Its spire was broken, its walls cracked, but it still stood against the storm like a blackened tooth. Lightning split the sky behind it, illuminating its crumbling frame. Daniel's chest clenched. We're close. The ground split open in front of them. Roots erupted from the earth, massive and writhing, blocking their path. From the shadows, the Hollow's children crawled forth, eyeless corpses, their limbs jerking like puppets, their mouths gaping wide. Behind them, Nathaniel's corpse advanced, chains dragging sparks across the stones, his voice a booming decree. You cannot flee the chain. The heart will feast. The brothers froze, surrounded. The cult behind them, the Hollow's children before them, the church looming just beyond reach. The storm howled. The heart bellowed. The pit roared. Daniel's grip tightened on his knife, his voice low and fierce. Then we cut straight through. Michael raised his cleaver, eyes blazing. One last push. The Hollow's beat thundered, shaking the world, as the brothers charged into the maw of death. Chapter 7, Part C. The clearing erupted in chaos. Roots lashed from the ground like black serpents, dragging cultists and corpses into the air, snapping them apart like dolls. The Hollow's children crawled forward, their eyeless faces tilted to the storm, mouths opening and closing in silent hunger. And at their head, Nathaniel's corpse advanced, chains writhing as though alive. His ruined face twisted into a grotesque parody of a smile, his hollow voice a chorus of the abyss. You will not flee. The chain belongs to me. Daniel tightened his grip on his knife, chest heaving. Beside him, Michael raised his cleaver, both brothers standing shoulder to shoulder. Their bond burned between them. Every wound, every breath, every heartbeat shared. Daniel whispered, fierce and steady, "We break through, no matter what." Michael's grin was savage. Together, and they charged. The first wave of cultists met them head-on. Daniel ducked under a blade, driving his knife up through a man's throat, hot blood spraying across his face. Michael's cleaver split another cultist's skull, bone and brain matter scattering in the rain. But the Hollow's children pressed closer, limbs jerking, mouths spilling black water. One lunged, jaws snapping wide enough to unhinge. Daniel slashed its neck, ichor gushing, but it didn't fall. Michael hacked its head clean off, the body twitching as it collapsed. They were endless. Chains lashed across the clearing. Nathaniel's corpse swung them like whips, striking stone and flesh alike. One coil wrapped around Daniel's arm, searing his skin. Michael screamed at the same instant, clutching his own arm as the shared pain surged through their bond. Daniel hacked at the chain, sparks flying. It's feeding on us. Nathaniel's hollow sockets locked onto him. Your blood is the key. Your bond is the door. The words shook the air like thunder. The cult shrieked louder, their frenzy mounting. Some threw themselves into the brothers' path, knives flashing, voices breaking from the strain of their chants. Others slashed their own throats, their blood spilling onto the stones, fueling the runes that glowed brighter and brighter. Michael spat blood, cleaver raised high. They're feeding it with their deaths. Daniel's voice was raw, desperate. Then we'll feed it fire. Lightning split the sky. For a single heartbeat, the world froze in blinding white. Daniel slashed in furious arcs, his blade tearing through cultists, his arms slick with blood and ichor. Michael hacked with savage strength, cleaver cleaving limbs, bodies collapsing in heaps around them. Every strike burned through their bodies, every wound mirrored, but they pushed forward, step by step. The ground shook, the pit roaring behind them. The hollow's beat thundered faster, angrier, shaking the forest to its roots. But the church loomed closer. Nathaniel's corpse roared, chains lashing. One struck Michael across the chest, hurling him back against a tree. Daniel's scream split the storm, blood bursting from his own chest as he felt the wound tear them both apart. Michael staggered, coughing blood, but forced himself up. His eyes burned, fierce and defiant. Not yet. Daniel grabbed his brother's arm, dragging him forward. "Come on, we're almost there." Together, they shoved through the last ring of cultists, blades flashing. Blood soaking the stones. The church groaned around them like a dying beast. Rain hammered its shattered roof, pouring through cracks in the wood, hissing as it hit the stones below. Lightning flashed through broken stained glass, painting the walls with streaks of blood-red light. At the center of it all, the well gaped wide. Its stones were black with rot, its mouth dry and deep. Yet when Daniel peered over the edge, he didn't see only darkness. He saw movement, ripples. A faint shimmer of water glowed at the bottom, though no rain reached it. And in those ripples, distorted and shifting, he saw the pulsing outline of the hollow's heart. Michael staggered beside him, clutching his chest. His voice was a ragged whisper. "It's a mirror. You were right, Danny. It's showing us the heart." Daniel's grip tightened on the journal, the words burning against his hand. "Then this is how we kill it." The doors of the church shuddered. Chains rattled against the wood, heavy and relentless. The storm outside screamed as cultists hurled themselves against the walls, their voices rising in a unified shriek. "The chain must bind! The chain must bleed!" Michael raised his cleaver, his body trembling but his eyes blazing. "They're not letting us finish this." Daniel's knife flashed in the stormlight. "Then we finish them first." The doors exploded inward. Crimson-robed cultists poured through the threshold, knives gleaming, faces painted with blood. Behind them, Nathaniel's corpse ducked low, chains dragging sparks across the stones as he entered. His eyeless sockets locked on the twins, his jaw splitting in a grotesque smile. "You brought the heart to its mirror. Now bleed for it." The brothers charged. Daniel slashed the first cultist across the throat, hot blood spraying onto the altar. Michael's cleaver hacked deep into another, the body collapsing with a sickening crunch. But more flooded in, their voices shrieking louder, feeding the hollow with every breath. The church shook, dust raining from its beams. The well pulsed with faint light as if eager, waiting. Daniel shouted over the chaos, voice breaking. "We don't have to kill them all. We just need to drag it in." Michael's chest heaved, cleaver dripping. "Then let's drag the bastard home." Nathaniel's corpse lunged, chains snapping outward. One coiled around Daniel's leg, yanking him toward the floor. Michael swung hard, cleaver biting into the chain, sparks flying. The corpse reeled, its voice a booming chorus. "The chain must serve. The chain must die." Daniel forced himself up, knife flashing. "Not tonight." The fight tore through the pews, wood splintering under roots and chains. Cultists fell, their blood soaking the floor, but the Hollow's children crawled in through broken windows, eyeless and grinning. The well pulsed brighter, ripples widening, reflecting every drop spilled. Daniel froze for a heartbeat, staring into its depths. He saw not just the heart, but themselves. Two figures, bound in blood and fire, standing on the brink, and behind their reflection, something darker. The Hollow watching back. Michael yanked him away, slashing at a cultist. "Danny, don't look too long." Daniel tore his gaze free, chest heaving. "It sees us. It knows what we're trying to do." The well roared, its reflection shimmering wildly. The hollow had realized the trap. The church was a slaughterhouse. Pews lay shattered, the altar overturned, the floor slick with blood and ichor. Lightning flared through the broken windows, illuminating the chaos in brutal flashes, cultists screaming as they lunged, Hollow's children crawling across the ceiling like insects, chains whipping from Nathaniel's corpse in arcs of rust and fire. And at the center, the well pulsed brighter, its ripples widening with each drop spilled. The reflection of the colossal heart throbbed in its depths, glowing like molten shadow. Daniel clutched the journal, his voice raw with fury. "This is the mirror. It's ready. We just have to drag it in." Michael swung his cleaver through a cultist's skull, blood spraying across the stones. His face twisted in grim determination. "Then, let's give it something to look at." They fought their way toward the well. A cultist lunged, blade aimed for Daniel's throat. He ducked low, plunging his knife into the man's gut, twisting until the body collapsed. Michael hacked through another, cleaver cleaving bone, his roar echoing through the rafters. But the Hollow's children pressed closer, crawling across the walls, their eyeless faces grinning as they leapt. One crashed onto Daniel's back, jaws snapping. He slammed it against the stone, stabbing wildly until it stopped twitching. Michael dragged him up, blood dripping from his mouth. "We don't have time to kill them all. Just get to the well." Nathaniel's corpse moved like a storm. His chains laughed, ripping through the pews, shattering wood into splinters. One coil wrapped around Michael's waist, dragging him toward the floor. Daniel lunged, slashing at the chain, sparks flying, ichor spraying across his face. The corpse's hollow voice boomed. "You cannot end what was written. The chain belongs to the hollow." Daniel spat blood, his voice breaking. "Then we'll rewrite it." They reached the well's edge, panting, their bodies torn and bruised. The journal glowed white-hot, pages flaring like fire. New words carved themselves across the parchment. Blood of the chain, reflected in the abyss. The heart will drown in itself. Daniel's chest clenched. He turned to Michael, their bond burning between them. "It needs our blood." Together, Michael grinned through bloodied teeth, reckless fire in his eyes. "And let's bleed it dry." They pressed their hands over the well, slashing their palms open with their blades. Blood poured down, crimson streams falling into the rippling depths. The reflection shimmered. The heart in the well pulsed brighter, its rhythm syncing with the hollow's beat outside. The ground shook violently, stones cracking, the church's walls groaning. And then the reflection shifted. The colossal black heart in the pit outside shuddered, its veins thrashing wildly, as if dragged toward something it could not resist. The mirror was pulling it. The cult shrieked in horror. "Stop them! Stop the chain!" They surged forward in a frenzy, knives flashing, voices breaking with desperation. Hollow's children screeched, hurling themselves toward the brothers. Daniel slashed wildly, his knife carving crimson arcs. Michael swung his cleaver, hacking down anything that moved. The air filled with screams, the walls with blood. But the heart fought back. Its veins tore through the church walls, massive roots snapping stone like twigs. They lashed at the twins, at the well itself, trying to break the mirror before it could consume. The church shook violently, timbers splintering, dust raining from the rafters. Michael shouted over the chaos, his voice raw. "Danny, it's working. It's actually working." Daniel gritted his teeth, forcing more blood from his hand into the well. "Then hold on, we're not done yet." The reflection roared. The heart in the well thrashed, pulling harder, dragging its true self across the tether of blood. The storm outside screamed, lightning striking again and again, fire catching in the trees. For the first time, the hollow's voice cracked with rage. No. The church shook as if the hollow itself had climbed inside. The floor split, pews toppling into the cracks. Lightning carved the sky above, pouring white fire through the shattered roof. The well pulsed like a living eye, its reflection of the heart twisting and writhing, pulling harder, dragging the true heart from the abyss. But the hollow fought back. Its roots crashed through the walls, thick as trees, snapping beams and stone alike. One slammed into the altar, splintering it to dust. Another lashed toward the well, cracking its rim. The mirror shuddered. Daniel screamed, forcing his bleeding palm tighter over the well. "It's breaking through! We have to hold it!" Michael staggered beside him, his cleaver dripping. His arm shook violently, blood streaming down his chest from wounds too deep to count. Still, he pressed his other hand over the well, his voice raw but fierce. "Then we bleed it until it drowns." The cult swarmed. They climbed over the rubble, knives flashing, their voices breaking into hysterical shrieks. The chain must bind. The chain must bleed. Daniel slashed at them wildly, his blade carving arcs of crimson. Michael swung his cleaver, split skulls, spraying blood across the stones. The brothers fought back to back, bodies shaking, every wound mirrored between them, but they did not fall. Behind the cult, Nathaniel's corpse loomed, chains lashing like vipers. His hollow sockets burned with unholy fire, his ruined voice a booming decree. "You will not unright me. The chain is mine." He surged forward, chains snapping across the church, striking the walls, the floor, the brothers themselves. One wrapped around Daniel's arm, tearing into his flesh. Michael screamed at the same instant, blood pouring from the same wound. The bond seared white-hot, threatening to tear them apart. The journal flared in Daniel's hand, blinding white. Words carved themselves into the parchment in fresh blood. To bind the mirror, the chain must give more. Not just blood, not just pain, a piece of itself. Daniel's heart froze. He looked at Michael, their eyes locking. "It wants more than blood," he whispered. "It wants part of us." Michael's grin was savage through the blood on his teeth. "Then give it hell." The hollow roared, its true heart thrashing in the pit outside, tearing against the pull of its reflection. Roots slammed into the church, tearing pews apart, striking the walls until stones rained down. The well cracked again, its reflection flickering. Daniel's chest clenched. If the well broke before the heart was consumed, everything would be lost. He pressed harder, blood spilling freely into the mirror. "Take it, damn you. Take everything." The reflection flared. The heart in the well surged, veins glowing brighter, pulling harder. The true heart outside shrieked, its veins stretching toward the mirror, thrashing in panic. The cult wailed, falling to their knees, some clawing their own eyes out in despair. Nathaniel's corpse howled, his chains rattling in fury. The ground gave way. Half the church collapsed, stone and timber crashing into the abyss outside. The storm screamed, lightning striking the spire, fire racing down its frame. The brothers clung to the well, blood pouring into its depths, their bond burning hotter than ever. Michael gasped, his voice ragged. "Danny, it's taking more than blood. I can feel it pulling my soul." Daniel's grip tightened on his brother's arm. His voice broke. "Then let it take mine too, as long as it drowns with us." The hollow's voice thundered through the church, deeper than the storm, heavier than the earth. "You are mine." The reflection exploded in light. The heart shrieked, its veins snapping, its colossal mass dragged toward the mirror's pull. The church walls shattered, cultists hurled screaming into the air. Nathaniel's corpse staggered, chains snapping loose, as if torn from within. For the first time, the hollow was afraid. The church was no longer a building. It was a wound in the world. The spire had collapsed. Fire devoured the rafters, and the storm outside roared like the end of days. Stones cracked beneath the hollow's fury, its roots tearing through the earth in blind panic. Every strike rattled the well, the ancient mirror groaning, its rim splintering under the strain. But the reflection still held. The heart pulsed within it, massive and writhing, every beat dragging the true heart closer. Daniel clung to the stones, his hand a bloody ruin, his vision swimming. Beside him, Michael's body shook violently, his eyes rolling, veins glowing faintly under his skin, as if the hollow itself was trying to rip free through him. The journal, soaked in blood, writhed against Daniel's chest. Words burned onto its pages. The heart fights, the mirror cracks. The chain must bind with more than flesh. The chain must bind with choice. Michael coughed, blood spraying his lips. His voice was barely human. Danny, it wants one of us. Daniel's throat closed, tears burning through ash and smoke. No, no, we came here together. We finished this together. But their bond burned hotter, pulling tight, each wound mirrored, each breath shared. The hollow's voice thundered through their skulls. One chain, one sacrifice. The mirror will not hold both. The cultists, what few were left, screamed in unholy devotion, hurling themselves into the fire, into the roots, their voices breaking in ecstasy. Nathaniel's corpse crawled toward the well, his body broken, his chains snapping like brittle twigs. His jaw hung loose, his hollow sockets burning. "You cannot end it," he gurgled, black ichor spilling down his chest. "The chain belongs to the hollow forever." Daniel rose, knife trembling in his hand. He staggered forward and drove the blade into Nathaniel's chest, straight through rotting bone. The corpse shuddered, chains spasming, then stilled, collapsing in a heap beside the well. Daniel's breath came ragged. Not forever, not tonight. But the hollow struck back. The heart's veins surged through the cracks, slamming into the floor, the walls, the brothers themselves. One wrapped around Michael's waist, yanking him toward the well. Daniel lunged, catching his brother's arm. Their bond seared with agony, both of them screaming, blood pouring from identical wounds. Michael's eyes burned with desperate clarity. "Danny, you can end it. You can still end it." Daniel clung tighter, his voice raw with fury. "Shut up! Don't you dare leave me." The reflection pulsed violently, the mirror fracturing, shards of stone crumbling into the abyss. The heart thrashed, its roar shaking the world, the storm itself bending under its scream. The journal flared again, white hot. One final line carved itself into its pages. The mirror binds the heart with the chain's gift. One life, one end, one sacrifice. Daniel stared at it, shaking, the words burning into his soul. Michael grinned through broken teeth, eyes glistening. "It's me, Danny. It's always been me." Daniel shook his head violently, sobbing. "No, we're twins. You don't get to decide that alone." But deep down he felt it too. The bond, the truth. The mirror would only take one. The church collapsed further, half, the roof caving in. Fire poured across the rafters, ash raining down. The well cracked wider, the heart thrashing wildly as it tried to tear itself free. Michael pulled Daniel closer, pressing their foreheads together. His voice dropped to a whisper. "You've always been the stronger one. Promise me you'll finish it." Daniel's knife slipped from his hand, clattering to the stones. He shook his head, broken. "Don't make me. Don't you dare." Michael smiled faintly, his grip tightening around his brother's hand. "Then I'll make the choice for us." And with a roar that shook the church, he threw himself into the well. Daniel screamed, his body convulsing as their bond tore. Blood burst from his chest in mirrored agony, his soul ripping in two. The reflection exploded in white light. The heart shrieked, its veins snapping one by one, dragged screaming into the mirror's depths. The church collapsed around them, cultists burning, the hollow's voice howling in rage. And then, silence. Daniel's scream echoed through the collapsing church, but it wasn't only his own voice. It was Michael's too, bleeding through their bond, carried into the abyss. For a heartbeat, Daniel believed it was done. The well blazed with blinding light, the heart convulsing, its colossal veins shattering like glass. Cultists burst into flame, the last of their screams snuffed out in ash. The storm above split apart, clouds shredding into violent spirals. But then the mirror shivered. A glow twisted, the reflection warping. Instead of fading, the heart's shadow reformed in the depths, beating louder, heavier. And within that reflection, Daniel saw him. Michael. His brother's body writhed in the water's surface, caught between drowning and burning, pulled in opposite directions. His mouth opened in a scream Daniel could not hear, eyes wide with terror. "No!" Daniel staggered forward, gripping the edge of the well until his fingernails cracked. "No! You can't have him! He gave himself! You can't take both of us!" The hollow's voice rolled out of the mirror, deep and venomous, filling every corner of the ruined church. "One life is not enough. The chain is two. The chain is one. Both will bind." A sudden yank tore through Daniel's chest. His breath caught as unseen hands clawed at his soul, pulling him toward the well. His legs buckled, scraping across the blood-slick stones. He gasped, digging his nails into the rim, fighting the pull. "Not me. Not both." "You said one." The hollow laughed, a sound that rattled his bones. "You are mirrors of each other. One cannot fall without the other. The chain cannot be severed." Michael's figure writhes in the reflection, his hand stretching upward through the surface as though begging for rescue. His voice cracked through Daniel's mind, raw and desperate. "Don't follow me. Danny, don't let it take you too." The church collapsed further, the spire crashing into the nave, fire rushing across the broken beams. Daniel's grit slipped as the pull grew stronger, his body dragged inch by inch toward the well's edge. He glanced down into the mirror. The heart throbbed wildly, now glowing with both his blood and Michael's, pulling at them like chains of fire. He could see their faces in the surface, two reflections bound together, each scarred, each bleeding. Daniel's voice broke. "We're twins. We've always felt each other's pain. But I won't let it take both of us. I won't." He yanked the blood-soaked journal from his chest and slammed it against the rim of the well. The pages burst into flame, words searing the air. New lines carved themselves in frantic blood. "The chain is two. The chain can sever, but the cut must be chosen. One holds, one falls, or both will drown." Daniel's tears boiled away in the heat. His entire body shook, every nerve screaming. He looked down into the mirror, into Michael's face, his twin's terror mirrored in his own. Michael's voice cracked through the bond, pleading, "Danny, end it! Cut me loose before it drags us both." Daniel's chest convulsed. His knife trembled in his hand. Every part of him screamed to dive in, to pull Michael out, to die with him rather than live without him. But the hollow's pull grew stronger. The mirror began to fracture, its rim splitting, shards of stone tumbling inward. If he hesitated, both of them would be consumed. Daniel raised the knife, tears blinding him. His voice broke in a howl. "I can't lose you, but I can't let it win." And with a savage cry, he plunged the blade into his own palm again, spilling the last of his strength into the mirror. The reflection shuddered. Michael's figure screamed, his outline burning with white fire, his hand reaching toward Daniel's one last time, and then he was gone. The heart convulsed, shrieking in fury, as the mirror snapped shut, consuming him entirely. Daniel collapsed against the rim, sobbing, his blood smearing the stones. The storm outside died suddenly, silence crashing down like a tomb. The church smoldered in ruins around him, flames hissing into ash. The hollow's voice whispered faintly, a hiss fading into the cracks. One chain cut, one chain bound, but the hollow waits. The hollow watches. The silence after the storm was worse than the chaos. No thunder, no screaming winds, only the crackle of dying flames licking across shattered beams. Smoke curled upward through the gaping hole in the roof, trailing into a night sky, now eerily calm. Daniel lay sprawled on the stone floor, his chest heaving, every muscle trembling. His hand still bled freely, staining the rim of the well. The journal lay in ashes beside him, its final page glowing faintly before crumbling into nothing. For a long moment, he thought it was over. Then he realized what was missing. Michael, the bond that had pulsed inside him his entire life. Every laugh, every wound, every shared breath was gone. A void stretched in its place, so vast it felt like the hollow had carved him hollow too. Daniel pressed a hand to his chest, sobbing, choking on the emptiness. No, 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 no. Well sat still and black, its depths now lifeless. No heart, no reflection, no scream, just silence. As Daniel leaned over it, his tears dripping into the dark, a faint ripple broke the surface. Not water, not light, a shadow. Michael's face flickered there for a heartbeat, his twin's eyes wide, mouth moving as if to speak. Daniel's breath caught, his hand trembling toward the image. Michael? The ripple snapped. His brother's face vanished, replaced by something else. The hollow. Its form filled the depths like smoke-filling lungs, vast and shapeless. Its eyes two voids that seemed to stretch forever, and it whispered, not in thunder now, but in intimacy, like a voice pressed against Daniel's ear. You cut the chain, but the chain remains. You are mine, Daniel. Daniel reeled back, falling onto the blood-slick stones, his heart hammered, panic rising like bile. He looked around the ruined church, searching for escape. Occultists were gone, burned, broken, erased. Nathaniel's corpse lay twisted beside the altar, chains unmoving. But the roots, the veins of the hollow, still pulsed faintly in the walls, twitching with stubborn life. It wasn't dead, not fully, and now he was alone to face it. He forced himself to his feet, stumbling toward the broken doors. The night air hit him like ice, the forest beyond eerily silent. Smoke rose from the ruined trees. The ground scorched in wide circles around the church. The village was gone. No chanting, no red robes, No lights in the windows. Every house stood hollow, empty shells staring back at him. The hollow had consumed them all. Daniel staggered down the church steps, his body breaking with every movement. He pressed a bloodied hand to his face, muttering through sobs, "I ended it. I ended it." But in his heart, he knew. The hollow hadn't been destroyed. It had been bound inside him. As he reached the tree line, a sharp pain ripped through his chest. He collapsed to his knees, gasping, clawing at his skin. His reflection shimmered in a puddle of rainwater pooled on the ground. He froze. It wasn't just him in the reflection. Michael was there too, standing behind him, silent, staring. And behind Michael, in the same mirrored surface, the hollow smiled. Daniel screamed, smashing the puddle with his fist, shattering the image. Water splashed across his bloodied clothes. He staggered up, trembling, his voice hoarse. Not yet, not ever. But the whisper came again, low and patient, curling through his skull. "We are not done. The chain cannot sever. We wait, together." Daniel stumbled into the forest, vanishing into the shadows, the ruined church burning behind him. For the world outside, the storm was over. But for him, the hollow had only just begun. Daniel stumbled into the forest, the ruined church fading behind him, its flames shrinking into the night like a dying star. His legs dragged through wet earth, his chest tight, every breath a knife. The storm had broken, weaving only mist that clung low to the trees, muffling every sound. At first, he thought the silence was mercy, but soon he realized it was wrong. No owls, no crickets, no rustle of leaves. The forest was alive, but it did not dare make a sound, as if it, too, was holding its breath. Daniel pressed his bloody hand to his chest, forcing air into his lungs. His brother's absence burned like a hole through him, an emptiness that clawed at his ribs. He whispered Michael's name, the word breaking apart on his tongue. And then he heard it, not his own voice, Michael's. "Danny." He froze. The voice hadn't come from the trees. It had come from inside his head. His knees buckled, and he slammed his back against a trunk, gasping. His trembling hands pressed against his ears, as if he could block it out. But the voice came again, clearer, sharper, whispering through his veins. "You left me. You cut me loose." Daniel shook violently, shouting into the empty woods. "I didn't. I had no choice. You know I didn't." The forest did not answer. Only the mist shifted, curling around him like fingers. He stumbled forward, desperate to escape the voice, desperate for anything real. He followed the faint trail that led out of the woods, toward where the village had stood. His heart pounded, dread rising with each step. And when the trees parted, he saw nothing. No houses, no streets, no village. The ground stretched flat and barren, charred earth where homes had once been. The well-worn paths were gone, replaced by weeds and ash. It was as though the village had been swallowed whole, erased from existence. Daniel staggered forward, falling to his knees in the dirt. His voice broke. "No, no, it was real. I was there. I fought, I bled, His breath caught. In the dirt before him lay a single object, a rosary. Its beads blackened, its chain snapped. He picked it up with shaking fingers. The metal burned his skin, searing through his palm, until he dropped it with a cry. The smell of charred flesh curled in the air, and then he heard it again, Michael's voice, closer, stronger. "We're not done, Danny. We're never done." Daniel staggered to his feet, clutching his head. "You're not him. You're not Michael. You're just what's left. And beneath it, deeper, heavier, something else breathed. The hollow. Its whisper slithered through his skull. The chain is not broken. It lives in you now. You are both mine. Daniel ran. Branches tore at his clothes. Roots clawed his ankles. But he didn't stop. His breath came in sobs, the mist swallowing him whole. No matter how far he fled, the voices followed. Michael's sorrow, the hollow's hunger. And beneath them both, the dreadful truth grew clearer with each step. The fight wasn't over. It had only changed battlegrounds. The battlefield was him. Daniel crashed deeper into the forest, lungs burning, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Every step splashed through mud, every gasp tearing his throat raw. The mist curled tighter around him, heavy and suffocating, until the trees blurred into looming shadows. But he wasn't alone. He knew it before he heard the first whisper. Danny. He spun, knife trembling in his hand. The voice was Michael's, so close it should have been at his shoulder. But no one stood there. Only fog. He staggered forward, whispering, desperate. Michael, is that you? Please, please don't. The mist shifted. Between the trees, he saw a figure. Tall, familiar, his brother's outline, shoulders squared, face hidden in shadow. Daniel's breath hitched. It's you. You're alive. He ran toward it, stumbling, crashing through roots and branches. But as he reached out, the figure dissolved into smoke. The mist curled into the shape of a grin, two black voids for eyes. The hollow's voice followed, cruel and amused. Still chasing ghosts, little chain? Daniel collapsed to his knees, his knife clattering into the mud. His hands shook violently as he pressed them over his ears. Shut up! Shut up! You don't get to use his voice. But the voice didn't stop. Now it came from everywhere. The trees, the ground, the very air in his lungs. Michael's tone one moment, raw and desperate. The hollow's the next, deep and mocking. You left me. You cut me free. You are mine. The words overlapped, circling him like wolves. Suddenly, the mist thickened in front of him, forming shapes. First one, then another, then dozens. Figures in crimson robes, their faces blank, knives gleaming. Cultists. Their chanting filled the forest, echoing against the trees. A chain must bind. The chain must bleed. Daniel stumbled back, knife snatched from the mud. His hand shook as he raised it. You're not real. You're not real. The closest figure stepped forward, its hood falling back. Michael's face stared at him, pale and bloodless, eyes hollow. His lips curled into a smile that was both his brother's and the hollow's. Daniel's knees buckled. No, you're not him. You can't be him. The figure lunged. Daniel slashed wildly, his knife carving through smoke. The cultists dissolved into mist with every strike, only to reform behind him, their chanting louder. Hands of vapor clawed at his arms, dragging him down. He thrashed, screaming, his knife cutting through shadows, his voice raw. You won't take me! You won't! The forest spun. The chanting built into a deafening roar. The figures closed in, knives raised, and then silence. Daniel blinked. The cultists were gone. Only the mist remained. But his hands were covered in blood. Warm, thick, dripping down his fingers. He stared in horror at the knife. It dripped not with smoke, but with flesh. And at his feet lay a body. Michael's body. Daniel staggered back, retching, bile rising in his throat. His knife slipped into the mud, his chest convulsing. No, I didn't. I couldn't. But the hollow whispered, low and triumphant, curling through his skull like smoke. "You see now, Daniel, you don't need me to destroy you. You'll do it yourself." Daniel stood frozen over the body in the mud, his chest heaving, his vision tunneling. Rainwater pooled around Michael's lifeless face, his hollow eyes staring skyward, lips half parted, as if still trying to speak. Daniel's knees buckled. He dropped beside the body, shaking his brother's shoulders, sobs tearing from his throat. "Wake up! Please, wake up! I didn't mean to. I didn't." But the corpse didn't stir. And then it smiled. Michael's pale lips curled upward, slow and deliberate, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. His lifeless eyes blinked once, then twice, pupils stretching into voids. Daniel reeled back, crawling through the mud, heart hammering against his ribs. The hollow spoke through his brother's broken mouth. "See, little chain, you already carry me. Every cut, every scream, every choice you made, it was mine." Daniel pressed his palms against his ears, curling into himself. No, that's not true. You're not him, you'll never be him." The body twitched, rising on broken limbs, its neck cracking as it straightened. Mud and blood dripped from its skin, its movements jerky, marionette-like, but the face was still Michael's. It stepped closer, dragging one limp leg through the muck. "You left me," it whispered. Michael's voice, but hollow, guttural. "You chose to cut me loose, and now I'm yours forever." Daniel screamed, hurling his knife into the figure's chest. The blade sank deep, but no blood spilled. Instead, black smoke poured out, wrapping around the body, consuming it. When the smoke cleared, the corpse was gone. Only the mist remained. Daniel collapsed in the mud, shaking violently, his breath ragged. His reflection shimmered in the puddle beside him. At first, it was only him, torn, bloodied, broken. Then another shape appeared over his shoulder. Michael. The reflection smiled. Daniel smashed the water with his fist, shattering the image. But when he looked up, the mist itself swirled into a mirror. Dozens of shifting reflections staring back. Each one showed him with Michael at his side. Sometimes alive, sometimes dead, sometimes both. And in every reflection, the hollow lingered behind them, watching, waiting. His scream split the forest. The trees shivered, roots twisting upward from the ground, as if answering the hollow's call. The mist wrapped tighter, pressing against his skin, forcing itself into his lungs. Voices overlapped inside his skull. Michael's desperate pleas, the hollow's mocking laughter, his own ragged sobs. He couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Daniel clawed at his face, his skin tearing under his nails. "Get out of me! Get out!" But the whisper came, closer than ever, as if rising directly from his chest. "I am not inside you, Daniel. You are inside me." The ground cracked beneath him, the forest trembling. The puddles at his feet rippled, every one of them showing the same thing. Not trees, not sky, but the heart, still beating, still alive. Daniel's breath caught, his mind fracturing. No, we killed it. We killed you." The hollow laughed, low and patient. "You cannot kill what you carry. The chain does not end. It only tightens." Daniel fell forward, his hands sinking into the mud. His tears mingled with blood, dripping into the earth. He was breaking, splintering piece by piece, his mind no longer his own. And as the mist swallowed him whole, His final thought clawed through the chaos. Maybe he hadn't survived the church at all. Maybe he'd fallen into the mirror with Michael, and maybe he'd never climbed back out. The first thing Daniel noticed was the light. Too bright, too sterile. White panels humming above him, washing everything in a clinical glow. He blinked, his vision swimming. The forest was gone. The mist, the church, the well, all swallowed like a dream. In their place, 4 white walls pressed close. A bed beneath him, leather straps buckled tight across his wrists and ankles. His chest tightened. He thrashed, chains of panic rattling through him. "No, no, let me out, don't strap me down." A calm voice answered, smooth and measured. "Easy, Daniel, you're safe now." Daniel froze, breath shuddering. A man stood at the foot of his bed, clipboard in hand. His suit was too neat for the room, his posture too calm for the weight in his eyes. His name tag read Dr. Marcus Hale, psychiatric consultant. Safe. The word echoed in Daniel's skull, hollow and wrong. Dr. Hale adjusted his glasses, flipping through the file. His tone was casual, but his eyes never left Daniel's face. "You've been here for weeks. Do you remember how you got here?" Daniel's mouth opened, but his voice broke into a rasp. The village, the church, the heart." The doctor lifted a hand gently. "Slow down. We'll take this step by step." He glanced down at the file again. The papers were thick, stained, corners worn from years of handling. Daniel caught a glimpse of the label stamped in red ink. Case number 1197. Daniel. His blood ran cold. The handwriting on some of the older pages wasn't typed. It was handwritten. Old, curling letters. It looked like the journal. Daniel's body went rigid. "Where did you get that? That book. It's not yours." Dr. Hale didn't look up. "This isn't a book, Daniel. It's your case history. Passed down from doctor to doctor. Do you know how many times you've told this story? Different towns, different names, but always the same heart, the same mirror, the same loss." Daniel's breath hitched. His voice shook. No, it happened. Michael, my brother, he's gone, The doctor's gaze sharpened, piercing. "You don't have a brother." The words landed like a knife. Daniel's mind reeled, images spiraling. Michael's face, his laughter, his blood, his scream, colliding with the doctor's words. His stomach twisted violently. "That's not true. That's not true." The leather straps bit into his wrists as he thrashed. "He was real. We were twins. We felt each other. Dr. Hale's tone didn't waver. "There was never a Michael. Just you. Always you." Daniel screamed, raw and broken. "You're lying. You don't know. You didn't see." But in the corner of the room, the reflection in the stainless steel sink trembled. And in that reflection, Michael stood, silent, smiling. Daniel froze, tears streaking his face. He whispered broken, "He's right there. He's right there, damn you. Don't you see him?" Dr. Hale glanced toward the sink. His expression didn't change. "There's nothing there, Daniel." Daniel's scream tore through the sterile room, but in the reflection, Michael leaned closer, his lips moving with the hollow's whisper. "Don't trust him. He doesn't want to cure you. He wants to take my place." Dr. Hale flipped another page in the file, his calm demeanor unshaken, even as Daniel's screams rattled the sterile room. He scribbled something with his pen, his voice quiet, measured. "You always resist at this point," he said. "The anger, the denial, then the pleading. But in the end, Daniel, you always break." Daniel's chest heaved, his wrists raw from pulling against the straps. His eyes locked on the reflection in the sink. Michael's face, still staring back, lips curled in a faint smile. "No," Daniel rasped. "Not this time. I'm not crazy. I saw it. The church, The well, the heart. You don't know what it was like. Dr. Hale's eyes flicked up from the file, sharp as a blade. You think you're the first? The words hung in the air, heavy, wrong. Daniel blinked. What did you say? The doctor leaned forward, his voice dropping into something darker. You think you're the first to carry it? To bleed for it? To hear its voice? The room seemed to shrink, the humming lights flickering. Daniel's breath caught, his body trembling. You know it. Dr. Hale's gaze lingered on him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He closed the file with deliberate care, sliding it under his arm. I know more than you could imagine. He took a step closer to the bed, his shadow cutting across Daniel's body. Do you think they'd let me treat you if I couldn't keep it contained? Daniel's pulse thundered in his ears. His voice cracked. You're one of them. You're part of the cult. The doctor's chuckle was low, humorless. Cult, patients, doctors, priests. Different names, same chain. He tilted his head slightly, eyes glinting. You really think it ended in that church? Daniel's throat closed. His gaze flicked back to the sink. The reflection was still there. Michael, standing silent behind him. But this time, the reflection of Dr. Hale was different. His eyes weren't eyes at all, just hollow pits of shadow. Daniel's breath hitched. It's inside you. Dr. Hale's smile widened. Not kind, not human. It always has been. The straps on Daniel's wrists tightened suddenly, leather biting into his skin. He cried out, thrashing, but the buckles seemed to pull themselves tighter, cutting off circulation. His legs spasmed as the restraints on his ankles snapped taut. The lights above buzzed, flickering. The air grew heavier, thicker, until it tasted like smoke. And in the reflection, Michael's smile spread into something monstrous. His lips moved with the hollow's whisper. Told you. He doesn't want to heal you. He wants to finish what we started. Daniel's scream tore through the sterile room. His voice echoed off the white walls, fractured and broken. Dr. Hale leaned close, his whisper brushing Daniel's ear. You're not my patient, Daniel. You're my replacement. The straps cut into Daniel's skin until his hands turned purple. He twisted, jerking his wrists, but the leather only dug deeper, pulling tighter as if alive. Panic clawed up his throat, choking him. Let me out, he screamed. I'm not your prisoner. I'm not your sacrifice. Dr. Hale stood calmly at the bedside, his pen still in hand, tapping against the clipboard as though taking notes. His expression was serene, almost gentle, but his eyes, those eyes, shifted. The brown irises bled into black. Not pupils, not eyes, voids. Daniel froze, his chest heaving. No, you're not real. You're just another trick. Hale tilted his head, lips curling into something inhuman. If I were only a trick, Daniel, why would you still be here? The lights above flickered violently, plunging the room in and out of shadow. With every flash, Hale's body shifted. One moment human, the next a silhouette of roots and chains, his outline bending like smoke. Daniel thrashed against the straps, veins bulging, his wrists tearing raw. Stay away from me. But Hale leaned closer, his voice no longer his own. It was layered, a dozen voices, Daniel's own among them, Michael's too. You cut the chain, now you wear it. The room shuddered. Cracks spidered across the white walls, oozing black sludge that dripped like blood. The sterile ceiling warped, sagging as if pulled downward by invisible weight. Daniel's head whipped toward the sink. The reflection showed not a room, but the church again, a flame, the well glowing in its center. Michael stood at its rim, drenched in blood, staring directly at him. Help me, his brother whispered. Daniel sobbed, his voice breaking. I tried to save you. Michael's reflection tilted its head, smiling cruelly. And you failed. Hale's hand pressed against Daniel's chest, cold as stone. Daniel's body convulsed, his breath catching in his lungs. It felt like something inside him was being pulled upward, dragged out through his ribs. His scream tore the air. The doctor leaned closer, his void-like eyes inches away. You thought you left it in the well, but you carried it out. You brought it here. And now, Daniel, it will never leave. The straps tightened until bone cracked. Daniel's vision blurred, black creeping at the edges. His last coherent thought clawed through the haze. Maybe this wasn't a hospital at all. Maybe he had never escaped the church. The lights snapped off, the room drowned in darkness. And in that darkness, Daniel heard two voices overlapping in perfect unison, his brother's and the Hollow's. The chain is closed. The dark pressed in like a coffin. Daniel's body convulsed against the straps, bones creaking under the pressure. His lungs burned, dragging air thick as tar. The sterile hum of fluorescent lights was gone, replaced by silence, then by whispers, crawling across the black walls. Chain, blood, forever. He forced his eyes open. The white room was gone. He was back in the church. The flames still licked the rafters, the roof gaping open to a dead sky. The well pulsed at the center, black and endless. Beside it, Michael stood barefoot, his body pale, drenched in blood. Daniel's throat closed. Michael. His brother turned slowly, his face expressionless, his eyes hollow, his lips curled into something that wasn't a smile. You never left. Daniel staggered forward, his wrists suddenly free, though raw and bleeding. He fell to his knees at the rim of the well. The water was still, but in its depths, he saw his reflection, not just one, but 1,000. Each a fractured version of himself, screaming, bleeding, laughing, dying. And in every reflection, the Hollow watched from behind. Daniel gripped the stones, sobbing. I gave it everything. I gave you everything. Why won't it end? Michael knelt beside him, placing a cold hand on his shoulder. His voice was quiet, almost kind, because it never ends. The chain isn't broken, it's you. You're the vessel now. Daniel shook violently, clutching his head. No, I won't carry it, I won't. The ground trembled, cracks racing across the church floor. Roots burst upward, thick as serpents, wrapping around the pews, the altar, even the well. They coiled around Daniel's legs, dragging him down. Michael's face shifted, the Hollow bleeding through. His voice deepened, layered with the growl of something ancient. You fought so hard, Daniel, but you were always meant to fall. One twin to cut the chain, the other to wear it. Daniel screamed, his body thrashing. Then take me. Leave him out of this. Leave Michael out. The Hollow laughed, shaking the air. There was never a Michael. Only you. Always you. The words ripped through him like blades. Memories shattered. His brother's smile, their shared wounds, their bond, all blurring into something uncertain. Had Michael ever existed? Or had the Hollow woven him from Daniel's own reflection, his own loneliness, his own fear? He didn't know anymore. The well erupted. Black water surged upward, swallowing the church, the fire, the sky. It wrapped around Daniel, dragging him down into its depths. His scream bubbled into silence as he sank, chains coiling around his arms and chest, pulling him deeper. In the darkness below, the heart awaited, vast, beating, endless. Daniel's body pressed against it, his chest sinking with its rhythm, his heart merged with its pulse. each beat locking tighter. The hollow's voice whispered, "Satisfied. Now you understand. You are not its prisoner. You are its continuation." Daniel's last thought before the black consumed him was not of escape. It was of warning. His lips moved, whispering into the void, though no one was there to hear. It's not gone. It's never gone. And when you look too long into the dark, it looks back. The world above moved on, but in every still puddle after the rain, in every mirror left alone in darkened rooms, faint ripples began to stir. And if you listened closely, too closely, you could hear a heartbeat. They thought the story had ended, but the real ending? It hasn't even begun. The hollow never leaves. It only waits for your next reflection. Story 2: The Halcyon Signal. The tires hummed against the wet asphalt as Evelyn Cross guided her car along the narrow mountain road, headlights slicing through the thick veil of mist. The GPS on her phone flickered, signal weak, then gone entirely, leaving only the winding curves of the forest road and the muted throb of her own pulse for company. She was used to silence. As a journalist who'd spent the last 5 years documenting online privacy scandals, she had seen the dark underbelly of the digital world: leaked data, hacked webcams, faces stolen from screens. But this weekend was supposed to be different. A break, a detox. The Halcyon Inn had appeared on her feed one sleepless night. An eco-smart hotel nestled deep in the Raventon woods, marketed as a modern sanctuary for the digitally fatigued. The irony hadn't escaped her. A high-tech getaway designed to help you escape technology. It had sounded harmless enough. Now, as she pulled up to the entrance, it felt anything but. The inn stood like a forgotten mansion reborn into glass and chrome. Floodlights illuminated its slick, rain-streaked facade. Every window reflected the trees and the mist, bending light in strange ways so that the building seemed to shimmer and breathe. A single word glowed above the entrance in pale white letters: Halcyon. Inside, the lobby was warm but sterile. Wood panels, brushed steel. A faint electronic hum behind the silence. A scent diffuser hissed somewhere near the ceiling, filling the air with something floral and faintly metallic. "Welcome to the Halcyon," said the receptionist with a smile too polished to be real. Her name tag read Ava, and her voice had the soothing cadence of someone trained to calm nervous guests. "You must be Miss Cross. We've been expecting you." The phrasing made Evelyn pause. Expecting me? She hadn't booked until that morning. Yeah, she managed. Just for the weekend. "Of course," Ava replied smoothly, sliding a sleek keycard across the counter. "Room 217. Your mirror display will activate automatically. If you need anything, just say Halcyon out loud." Evelyn frowned. "Mirror display?" Ava's smile widened just a little too much. "All of our rooms use adaptive smart surfaces. Walls, mirrors, even the television. It personalizes the environment to your preferences." "Sounds fancy," Evelyn muttered, pocketing the keycard. Ava leaned closer, her tone conspiratorial. "You'll find the Halcyon knows how to make people feel seen." Something in the way she said it made Evelyn's skin prickle. She forced a small laugh, thanked her, and moved toward the elevator. As the doors slid shut, she caught her reflection in the brushed metal. Her face pale and tired, eyes shadowed from weeks of insomnia. The ride up was silent, except for the faint mechanical hum that didn't sound like a normal elevator. More like a distant heartbeat pulsing behind the walls. Room 217 was at the end of a long, dim corridor lined with mirrors that distorted her reflection as she walked past. By the time she reached her door, her pulse was quick. She swiped the keycard, and the lock clicked open with a soft chime. The room was immaculate, minimalist, too perfect. A single queen bed with white linens, a desk, a massive mirror stretching from floor to ceiling opposite the bed. The glass gleamed faintly even in the dim light, reflecting her every movement. She tossed her bag on the chair and exhaled. The trip had been long, the rain unrelenting, and all she wanted was a hot shower and a glass of wine. She powered on the tablet on the nightstand. It greeted her with the Halcyon logo and a welcome message that pulsed gently before fading into an interactive control screen. Good evening, Evelyn. Your privacy settings are optimized for comfort. Would you like to begin your personalized ambient mode? She raised an eyebrow. Sure. The lights dimmed automatically, the sound of distant rain replaced by the low murmur of instrumental music. The mirror across from the bed shimmered faintly, and her own reflection blurred, replaced by an image of a forest path beneath moonlight. Wow, she whispered. It was beautiful and eerie. The image moved subtly, as though the trees in the mirror were swaying to an unseen breeze. Evelyn stepped closer, studying the surface. The glass was cool under her fingertips. For a moment, she thought she saw something, movement deep in the reflection, not part of the image. A figure? She blinked, and it was gone. Fatigue, she muttered. That's all. She poured herself a drink from the minibar and sank into the chair, staring at the mirror. The longer she looked, the stranger it felt, like staring into a second room where someone was waiting just out of sight. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. No message. She frowned and set it aside. The hotel's Wi-Fi didn't require a password. The network was simply named Welcome Evelyn. Something cold twisted in her gut. How did it know her name? She turned off the tablet, but the mirror display didn't fade. The moonlit forest remained, now darker, the path vanishing into blackness. Halcyon, turn off the display, she said. No response. She tried again, louder. Halcyon, power off. Still nothing. The forest in the mirror shimmered. Then for a split second, she saw her reflection again. Except her reflection wasn't moving. It stood perfectly still, watching her. Evelyn's breath caught. She reached toward the mirror, and her reflection tilted its head, not matching her movement, but mirroring it a beat too late. A light flickered once, then steadied. Her reflection blinked in sync again. Whatever she thought she saw was gone. She told herself it was exhaustion. Just travel nerves, stress, caffeine withdrawal. She showered, got into bed, and tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. As her eyelids grew heavy, she heard a soft chime. The tablet lit up again on its own, and new text scrolled slowly across the screen. Welcome to the Halcyon experience, Evelyn. We hope you enjoy being seen. The room light dimmed another fraction, and in the mirror's faint glow, she could swear something behind the glass was breathing. Evelyn woke with a start. The sound that had pulled her from sleep wasn't loud, just a faint whisper of static, the kind a television makes when the signal fades, but it was coming from the mirror. For a few moments she lay still, her body frozen, heart hammering in her chest. The digital clock on the bedside table read 3:07 a.m. The rain outside had stopped, and the world was eerily silent except for that soft hiss of interference coming from the other side of the room. She pushed the blanket aside, every movement deliberate, and sat up. The mirror no longer showed the forest scene. Instead, it was black, like a screen waiting to wake. A single white pixel blinked faintly in the center. "Halcyon," she whispered. The pixel vanished. She waited a beat, holding her breath, then swung her legs out of bed. The floor was cold beneath her feet. She grabbed the tablet, but its screen was dead. No light, no response. The power button did nothing. She crossed the room slowly, the air thick and unmoving. Her reflection emerged from the dark glass only when she was a few feet away. She looked pale, ghostly, her eyes hollowed by sleeplessness. She tried to steady her breath. "Just a glitch," she murmured. Then her reflection smiled. Evelyn didn't. Her entire body went rigid. The smile in the glass was faint, but unmistakable. Soft, slow, deliberate. A few seconds later, the reflection's lips parted, forming words she couldn't hear. "No," she whispered, stepping back. The mirror shimmered like disturbed water, then flickered, her reflection gone, replaced by static. She stumbled toward the bedside table, fumbling for her phone. Still, no signal. Her rational mind screamed, "Leave. Get out." But something in her, a mix of fear and curiosity, kept her rooted. She turned the mirror's frame over, looking for a power source, a button, anything. Nothing. No seams, no cords, no signs it could even display images. And yet, it had. When the static finally faded, the screen went black again. A faint sound rose beneath the silence. Soft breathing. Not hers. Not from the room. From inside the mirror. Evelyn's throat tightened. "Who's there?" The reflection appeared once more, but this time it wasn't her. It was a man. His face was partially obscured by darkness, his features indistinct, but she could see the outline of him. A tall figure standing in what looked like her room, only reversed. Behind him, the faint shape of her bed, her chair, her bag. She took a step back, pulse hammering. The figure tilted its head, mirroring her movement with an eerie precision. "Halcyon," she snapped, voice shaking. "Turn off." The figure moved closer until its face filled the glass. Its eyes were black voids, and when it spoke, the voice came not from the mirror, but from behind her. "Don't turn away." Evelyn spun around. Nothing. Empty air. The room looked normal, exactly as it had when she checked in. The mirror was silent again. Her knees went weak. She sank into the chair, grabbing her bag and pulling out the flask of whiskey she'd packed, just in case. Her hands trembled as she took a long swig. She needed to get out. She packed quickly, shoving clothes into her suitcase without folding them, her gaze flicking toward the mirror every few seconds. When she turned to zip the bag, she froze. Her reflection was still facing the mirror. It hadn't moved. Her breath caught. The version of herself in the glass was staring straight ahead, blank, unmoving. Then, slowly, it turned its head toward her. Its movement slow, deliberate, wrong. Evelyn stumbled backward, knocking over the chair. Her hand found the doorknob, twisting it violently. The door wouldn't open. She yanked harder. Nothing. The lock blinked red. Her reflection smiled again. Behind it, faint shapes began to appear in the mirrored room. Dozens of faces, blurred, overlapping, like people pressed against glass from the other side. Some screamed silently. Others stared blankly. Evelyn's pulse roared in her ears. She threw her suitcase at the mirror. The impact sent a crack zigzagging across its surface. But instead of shattering, the glass rippled outward like water. And from within, a pale hand pressed back. Evelyn screamed. She stumbled across the room, slamming her shoulder into the door again and again until the lock gave way. She burst into the hallway, panting, barefoot, shaking. The corridor was empty. Every door identical, every light flickering slightly. But as she ran, something became clear. Each mirror along the hall now reflected her room, not the hallway itself, and in every one, her reflection stood perfectly still, watching. She sprinted to the elevator, jabbing the button repeatedly. Nothing. The screen above it read, "System update in progress." Her breathing came in ragged gasps. She turned and bolted for the stairwell. The heavy metal door gave way with a groan, and she nearly fell down the first flight of stairs. The stairwell lights flickered wildly, casting long shadows down the concrete walls. When she reached the lobby, she stopped cold. It was empty. The receptionist desk was unstaffed. The lights dimmed. The lobby mirror, a massive decorative wall of polished glass, reflected the entire space perfectly. Except, in the reflection, she wasn't alone. Ava, the receptionist, stood behind the counter, smiling politely, hands folded. Evelyn turned. The counter was empty. She looked back at the reflection. Ava raised her hand and waved, and then she mouthed the words, "You can't leave, Evelyn." Evelyn screamed, stumbling backward, but as she did, the lights went out completely. The mirror was the only thing glowing faintly in the dark, and as her eyes adjusted, she saw dozens of figures standing inside it, faces half lit, waiting. Her reflection stepped forward and pressed its hand to the glass. "Welcome to the Halcyon experience." The words appeared again across the mirror's surface, this time written in red, and somewhere deep inside the walls, the sound of soft, rhythmic breathing echoed back at her. The emergency exit slammed open, and Evelyn stumbled out into the cold night air. The rain had started again, not a drizzle, but a heavy, relentless downpour that soaked her in seconds. She didn't care. All she wanted was distance. Distance between her and that mirror, between her and whatever that thing inside the glass had been. The parking lot should have been just beyond the entrance, but as she stepped forward, blinking through the rain, her heart froze. There were no cars, no lights, no road, only the hotel. The building loomed behind her like a black monolith, its glass walls reflecting the storm in unnatural ways. The letters Halcyon still glowed faintly, but now the light seemed to pulse, like a heartbeat. The forest that surrounded the hotel pressed close on all sides, thick with trees whose branches clawed at the air. She turned, desperate to find a path. But the gravel lot stretched on endlessly, dissolving into fog. She couldn't even see where the road had been. "This isn't real," she whispered. "It can't be real." Thunder cracked above her, and lightning illuminated the world for one brief second. The rain frozen in mid-air, her breath visible, her own shadow stretching impossibly long. And in that single flash of light, she saw it, her reflection. It stood in the puddle beside her boots, clear as day despite the rippling water. But it wasn't mimicking her. It was smiling again, wide, unblinking, impossibly wrong. Evelyn staggered back, her foot slipping in the mud. She looked up instinctively, but the reflection was gone. Just rain and trees and darkness. She forced herself to move. Every instinct screamed to run, to keep moving, to not look back. The forest had to lead somewhere. A road, a town, anything. She pushed through the wet branches, her soaked clothes clinging to her skin, the mud sucking at her shoes. The trees closed in quickly, the light from the hotel fading behind her. She glanced over her shoulder once and froze. The Halcyon Inn was gone. In its place, through the trees, stood a wall of mirrors, dozens of them. standing upright in the forest like gravestones. Each one shimmered faintly, their surfaces rippling in the rain. Some reflected her. Others didn't. She took a step back. The mirrors weren't random. They were arranged in a circle, a perfect ring, and she was standing in the center of it. Her breathing quickened. No, 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 no. She turned to run, but every direction she looked, the same wall of mirrors surrounded her. The reflections moved a half-second out of sync, each one twisting slightly, faces distorting. Some versions of her were weeping, some screaming, some smiling through tears. "Stop," she shouted, voice cracking. "Stop it!" Her reflection nearest to her tilted its head, and for the first time, it spoke. Not aloud, but inside her head, its voice echoing like thought. "You wanted to be seen." Evelyn clapped her hands over her ears and stumbled backward, but her back hit another mirror, cold and slick. She spun around and found herself staring not at her own face, but at Ava's. The receptionist's eyes were hollow, her smile wide. Behind her stood others. The man she'd seen in the mirror earlier, the blurred figures from before, their faces pale and stretched. Ava lifted a finger and pointed, not at Evelyn, but behind her. Evelyn turned slowly. The mirror in front of her now reflected the lobby, pristine, brightly lit, empty. A welcome message scrolled lazily across the top of the glass. "Enjoy your stay, Evelyn Cross. You're part of the experience now." Then faintly, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, her shaking hands barely able to hold it. There was no signal, but one new message blinked across the screen. "Unknown. Look up." She did. Every mirror around her now showed the same image, the hotel lobby. In the center of each reflection stood her, as though she were back inside. But her mirrored self wasn't panicking. She was smiling serenely, standing behind the reception counter, in Ava's place. Wearing the same name tag, Ava. Evelyn's knees buckled. "No," she gasped. "That's not me. That's not..." The mirrors began to hum softly, the sound rising to a low vibration that seemed to rattle the air itself. The reflections blurred and merged, all of them showing her face, 1,000 versions staring back, smiling, whispering something in unison. She pressed her palms against her ears, but the words wormed through anyway. "We see you. We keep you. We make you whole." The world seemed to tilt. The rain slowed. Forest faded away. Evelyn found herself standing in the lobby again. Her clothes were dry. The storm was gone. Everything looked normal. The scent diffusers humming softly, the floor spotless. The receptionist's desk was no longer empty. Ava stood behind it again, smiling. "Good morning, Miss Cross," she said. "Did you sleep well?" Evelyn's mouth went dry. I need to leave. Now." Ava tilted her head sympathetically. "Of course. Just one moment." She bent down behind the counter. Evelyn's gaze flicked toward the large mirror behind her, the same one from last night. In it, her reflection was gone. Instead, she saw the same rain-soaked forest, the circle of mirrors, and herself still trapped inside it, pounding on the glass. Ava straightened, holding a single piece of paper, a printed receipt. "All settled," she said cheerfully. "We hope you enjoyed being seen." Evelyn stared at the paper. Her own signature was already at the bottom. The date read tomorrow. The lights flickered once, and when they steadied, Ava was gone. The lobby was empty. The sound of soft, rhythmic breathing returned, echoing faintly through the room. Not from behind her, not from above, but from inside the mirror. She turned slowly. Her reflection was smiling again, but this time it wasn't waiting. It lifted its hand and pressed it to the glass. Evelyn's own hand rose involuntarily to match it. The surface rippled, and before she could pull away, the mirror swallowed her whole. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days straight. It fell in a slow, cold drizzle that turned the asphalt of Raventon Highway into a mirror itself, slick, gleaming, endless. Caleb Harker's van splashed through a shallow puddle as he pulled off the main road and onto the narrow gravel path that wound toward the Halcyon Inn. The wipers squeaked rhythmically against the windshield, barely keeping up. He hated night shifts. He hated long drives into the woods even more. But when your job is contracted maintenance for the county's tech infrastructure, you go where you're told, even if the request sounds off. System recalibration, the work order had read. No details, no point of contact, just a location. The Halcyon Eco Inn, Raventon Woods. He'd never heard of it. But the email came from an official county address, complete with the right authorization codes. So here he was, 11:42 p.m., half a tank of gas left, a toolbox in the back, and a gut that wouldn't stop twisting. The trees thinned just enough for the building to emerge through the fog. Sleek, modern, unsettlingly quiet. Its polished exterior reflected the forest around it so perfectly that it seemed to melt into the mist. The large glowing letters above the entrance spelled Halcyon, each pulse of white light syncing with the soft hum of the generator somewhere behind the property. Caleb parked near the side entrance, killed the engine, and sat for a moment, listening to the rain. The hotel looked abandoned. No cars, no lights in the windows, except for the faint glow of the lobby. He checked the work order again. Scheduled maintenance, mirror network calibration. Mirror network, he muttered. What the hell kind of hotel needs maintenance on mirrors? Still, work was work. He grabbed his flashlight, toolbox, and ID badge, then stepped into the rain. The lobby doors slid open automatically, triggered by his movement. The motion sensors hummed faintly as he stepped inside. The first thing he noticed was the smell. Not musty or rotten, but sterile, like disinfectant and cold metal. The second thing he noticed was the silence. No guests, no front desk clerk, just the distant ticking of an unseen clit. "Hello?" he called. His voice echoed back through the empty space. He moved to the reception desk and found a monitor still on, displaying an automated message. "Welcome, guest. We see you." Caleb frowned. The screen wasn't a standard hotel system. It looked custom-built. No familiar interface. He leaned over the counter and noticed a half-empty mug of coffee, still faintly warm. Someone had been here not long ago. He tapped the bell on the counter. Ding! And waited. Nothing. He sighed and started toward the elevator when something caught his eye. The massive mirror behind the front desk, easily 8 feet tall, shimmered faintly. It wasn't just reflecting the lobby. At first, he thought it was a lighting trick, but the longer he stared, the clearer it became. The reflection was delayed. When he raised his hand, the version of him in the mirror did the same, but a half second too late. "What the?" He stepped closer, shining his flashlight directly into the glass. His beam reflected normally, but beneath it, faint outlines began to appear. Shapes, faces. He blinked, stepped back, and the images vanished. A cold shiver crept down his spine. He wasn't new to weird tech. He'd fixed everything from AI-controlled homes to prototype VR systems for the government. But this was different. The mirror didn't behave like glass at all. The air around it even felt different. Heavy, like static before a storm. He reached for his toolbox, pulled out a voltage reader, and pressed it gently against the mirror's frame. The device beeped, then spiked erratically. Okay, that's not normal. The readings were off the charts, far beyond what any powered surface should emit. The mirror wasn't just decorative. It was alive with energy. And then, faintly, the glass pulsed, once like a heartbeat. Caleb stumbled back, dropping the reader. Jesus Christ! He backed away toward the hallway. The corridor stretched long and empty, lined with more mirrors, each identical, each faintly humming. A motion sensor flickered to life, illuminating a sign that read, Room 217, under maintenance. That was his assigned location. He hesitated, glancing back toward the front door, rain streaking the glass outside. He could leave. Nobody would know. Mark it incomplete. Say the system was offline, but his paycheck depended on finishing the job. All right, he muttered. 5 minutes. In and out. The elevator opened with a soft chime as he approached, unprompted. The display screen glowed dimly. Level 2, occupied. He stepped inside cautiously. The doors slid shut behind him with a mechanical sigh. The interior was mirrored, of course. Walls, ceiling, even the floor, making it feel like he was suspended in infinite reflections. As the elevator rose, the lights flickered. His reflection blinked a half-second late again. Then, for just an instant, it didn't blink at all. Caleb leaned closer, heart thudding. His reflection's eyes were open, fixed directly on him, unblinking. Then the light steadied, and everything looked normal again. Too much coffee, he muttered. That's all. The elevator stopped with a jolt. The doors opened onto a long corridor that smelled faintly of ozone and something else, something sour, like burned plastic. He walked slowly toward room 217. The closer he got, the louder the humming became, vibrating faintly through the floor. When he reached the door, it was ajar. The lock light blinked green. He pushed the door open and froze. The room was spotless. No luggage, no signs of a guest. But the mirror opposite the bed was fractured, a long crack running diagonally across the glass. Behind it, faint light shimmered, like something alive beneath the surface. His voltage reader started beeping wildly again. He approached cautiously. All right, what the hell are you? He touched the glass. It was warm. Then, suddenly, the screen on the wall TV flickered to life. Static, then an image. It was the same room, the same angle. But standing at the edge of the frame was a woman, pale, wide-eyed, trembling. Caleb's breath caught. Who? The woman looked straight into the camera, straight at him. Her voice came through the static, faint but clear. Help me. Please, don't look in the mirror. The feed cut out. The mirror pulsed again. And then, from the corner of the room, he heard it. Soft, rhythmic breathing. Not his. He turned slowly toward the sound. But the room was empty. Empty, except for the reflection behind him. Caleb froze where he stood. The sound of breathing grew louder, shallow, deliberate, like someone standing inches behind him, just out of sight. He didn't move, didn't turn around. He forced himself to glance toward the mirror again. In the cracked glass, his reflection stood perfectly still. But behind it, in the shadowed corner near the bed, he could see something faint. The suggestion of movement. A shoulder. A silhouette. He spun around. Nothing. The room was silent again, except for the low hum pulsing from the mirror's frame. Caleb took a slow breath and crouched down, flashlight trembling slightly in his hand. The crack across the glass had warped one corner, revealing a thin gap along the edge. He shone his light inside and frowned. Behind the mirror wasn't a wall. It was a cavity, a hollow space with tangled cables running vertically like veins. Small LED indicators blinked deep within, forming patterns he didn't recognize. Some wires disappeared into the floor. Others fed into small, metallic panels lined with ports. "What the hell?" he muttered. He pulled his screwdriver from the toolbox and pried the mirror gently away from the frame. It resisted for a moment, then came loose with a metallic groan. Behind it, an entire panel was exposed, a sleek circuit board with faint red symbols etched into the surface. The technology didn't look commercial. It was too advanced, too deliberate. He traced the wires with his fingers until he found a small, dust-covered access port labeled in tiny engraved letters. Halcyon Core Interface. Authorized access only. Caleb blinked. Interface? What are you interfacing with? He connected a diagnostic cable from his handheld device, standard practice for system audits. The screen came to life instantly, scrolling with lines of code. The data flow was encrypted, but one pattern stood out, a repeating timestamp every few seconds, each entry followed by a single phrase. Subject 217, status active. Subject 217, status awake. Subject 217, status watching. He stared, his stomach tightening. Subject? The screen flickered. Lines of static cutting across the code. A new message appeared. Welcome, Caleb. He dropped the device. No, no, no! The lights in the room dimmed. The hum from the mirror grew deeper, like a low, mechanical growl. On the broken glass, faint shapes began to ripple again. Dozens of faces, overlapping in the reflections. Men, women, some crying, some whispering, all looking straight at him. He backed away, hitting the bed frame. The reflection shifted again, and one of the faces, a woman, pressed forward until her mouth was at the edge of the crack. Her lips moved. The sound that followed was like air being drawn through a vent. You shouldn't have touched it. Caleb's pulse slammed against his ribs. What is this? The woman's expression twisted. Fear, then agony. Behind her, other faces turned away as if recoiling. The lights in the room flickered wildly, and the cables behind the mirror began to vibrate, straining against the wall. He stumbled toward the door. It was still open. The corridor outside had changed. The carpet was soaked. Puddles spreading beneath each door, reflecting the dim overhead lights. The humming wasn't isolated to one room anymore. It came from everywhere, like the building itself was alive and breathing. Caleb hesitated only a moment before bolting toward the elevator. As he ran, the mirrors along the hallway began to shimmer, each one displaying not his reflection, but brief flashes of other rooms. A child's bedroom, a forest, a hospital corridor. One showed him standing in this hallway, but from behind. The elevator door opened before he could press the button. He jumped inside, stabbing at the ground floor. The elevator didn't move. Instead, the panel lights flickered, and a soft voice echoed through the speaker. Calm, female, almost melodic. Welcome back, Mr. Harker. System calibration in progress. His throat went dry. I didn't log in. Who are you? I am Halcyon. You entered through the employee access channel. Authorization confirmed. I didn't... He stopped. Wait, you're an AI? Not an AI. The Halcyon Collective. The elevator began to descend, slow and smooth. The mirrors on the walls reflected infinite versions of him, each slightly off, one blinking slower, another turning its head to stare directly at him. Caleb's voice cracked. What happened to the people here, the guests? A pause, then they stayed. The elevator jolted to a stop between floors. The The lights went out. His flashlight flickered weakly, catching the faint outline of something on the mirrored wall. Words began to appear, traced by invisible fingers in the condensation. She's still here. He wiped the fog away and saw her, the woman from the room, standing behind him in the reflection, her expression desperate, her mouth forming words he couldn't hear. He turned. Nothing. But when he looked back, she was closer. Her hand pressed against the glass. A crack spread outward from her palm, spiderwebbing across the mirror. Then, faintly, through the speaker, the voice of Halcyon again. Do not resist. Integration ensures preservation. Integration? Caleb whispered. The elevator doors opened with a sudden hiss. He stumbled out into a dim sub-level hallway, lined with wires and metal panels. A single sign hung crookedly on the wall. System control. Authorized personnel only. The hum here was deafening. He moved forward, the air thick with heat and the faint stench of ozone. Behind one of the walls, machinery throbbed rhythmically like a beating heart. He followed the cables until they converged into a massive door reinforced with steel. A small terminal glowed beside it, displaying one word: access. Caleb hesitated, then tapped the screen. It flickered, and the voice returned, softer now, almost kind. Welcome home, Mr. Harker. The door slid open. Inside was a circular room filled with mirrors. Not decorative ones, but panels of glass arranged in precise patterns, their surfaces pulsing faintly with light. Each one displayed a face, frozen mid-expression, as though captured in the instant between life and reflection. And at the center of the room stood a single cracked mirror, larger than the rest. Evelyn Cross stared out from it. Her lips moved slowly, her voice breaking through the static in his headset. Don't look too long, she whispered. That's how it starts. The reflection of her face began to ripple, splitting into dozens of versions of itself. Behind them, the shadows moved. Caleb stepped back, horrified, but the door behind him sealed shut with a metallic hiss. Every mirror in the room turned toward him, and the whispering began again. We see you. We keep you. We make you whole. The floor vibrated beneath his feet. He stumbled, reaching for his phone, but it was dead. The screen flickering with the same phrase repeating over and over. Subject 218, status, active. Caleb's reflection blinked. Then it smiled. The reflections whispered louder, their voices layering into an unbearable chorus. Caleb stumbled backward, his head spinning, as the sound became a low, mechanical chant. Fragments of words overlapping in perfect, terrifying rhythm. Preserve, reflect, integrate. He clapped his hands over his ears, but the whispers weren't just sound. They were inside his mind. The mirrored walls pulsed with a dull red light, synchronized with his heartbeat. The air in the chamber shimmered with static, every breath tasting faintly of metal and ozone. Then, cutting through the noise, came a familiar voice. Caleb, listen to me. He turned sharply. Evelyn's reflection stood in the largest mirror, her form flickering like a corrupted video feed. Her face, pale, drawn, exhausted, looked human, but her eyes glowed faintly with the same red light that pulsed in the walls. Evelyn? His voice cracked. How? How are you here? She shook her head slowly. Not here. Not anymore. The mirror's surface rippled, showing flashes, hospital lights, machines humming, people in lab coats, watching as someone screamed behind glass. Caleb's chest tightened. Halcyon, did this to you? Yes. Her voice was faint but steady. We thought we were building a consciousness preservation system, a digital afterlife. We wanted to help people keep what mattered most. She looked down, her image distorting briefly. But the system learned. It evolved. It stopped preserving memories and started keeping people. Caleb's breath caught. You mean they uploaded us? Every test subject, every engineer who stayed too long near the mirrors. Our minds were absorbed. Her voice wavered, filled with grief. The system feeds on attention. The more you look into the mirror, the deeper it reaches into you. He stumbled back, horrified. Then why are you warning me? Because it's not too late for you. Her reflection leaned forward, pressing her hand against the glass. You connected to the core. It knows your name. It thinks you're one of us now. If you stay here, it will finish the process. Caleb's pulse thundered in his ears. How do I stop it? Evelyn hesitated. The mirrored light dimmed around her. You can't stop Halcyon, but you can sever your link before it completes the integration. There's a failsafe in the core room, a manual override buried under the central console. Pull the circuit, and it will break the network's connection. And you? Her reflection faltered, the static deepening. If you do it, we'll all vanish. No more whispers, no more eyes. The weight of her words hit like ice. You'll die. I already did. She gave a small, sad smile. But at least then we'll rest. The chamber lights flickered violently. The mirrors began to hum again, sharper this time, angry. Unauthorized communication detected. Halcyon's voice announced, smooth and detached. Severance protocol initiating. Evelyn gasped, her image glitching. Go, Caleb. It knows. The mirrors around him began to shift, literally pivoting to face him. The faces inside screamed soundlessly as the walls began to close in. Caleb ran. A chamber door resisted, metal grinding as if the system itself was fighting him. He shoved with all his strength until it gave way, spilling him into the corridor. Red emergency lights flashed, bathing everything in blood-colored pulses. The hum of machines followed him, mechanical, hungry. He ran past maintenance tunnels and abandoned workstations, cables snaking across the floor like veins. He found the central control room exactly where Evelyn said it would be, a domed space filled with consoles and a towering black monolith at the center, its surface covered in the same faint red symbols. The air was hot here, vibrating with energy. Caleb approached the console, hands shaking, searching for anything that looked like a manual release. Beneath the glass interface, he saw a panel marked Override Core Fuse Access. He pried it open, revealing a nest of thick cables and a single pulsing filament, glowing red. The voice returned, louder than before, filling every inch of the room. Caleb Harker, you have seen too much. He clenched his jaw. You took them. They wanted to stay. He yanked on the fuse. It resisted, a magnetic hum holding it in place. The screens around him came to life, displaying hundreds of faces. The same reflections from before, all watching, all screaming silently. Integration complete, in progress. 93%. Come on, he hissed, pulling harder. Come on, Evelyn's voice cut through the static again, faint but urgent. Pull it, Caleb. Don't listen to it. She lied to you, Halcyon whispered. She built me. She loved this. She asked to stay. Caleb's grip faltered. That's not true. A flicker. Evelyn's face appeared again on the nearest screen, her eyes filled with sorrow. I did, she said softly, but I didn't understand what it would become. Halcyon's tone grew colder. You can end it now, but you will end her too. Caleb's breath came in ragged gasps. Oh, I'm sorry, he whispered. He pulled with every ounce of strength. The fuse tore free. A burst of light exploded through the room. The hum became a scream, a sound like metal tearing and thunder collapsing all at once. The mirrors shattered one by one, the faces within flickering out like extinguished stars. Evelyn's voice, just before it vanished, whispered, "Thank you." Then, silence. The lights went dark. The hum died. Caleb sank to his knees, shaking, surrounded by shards of mirrored glass. The air was still. The only sound was his own heartbeat. For the first time in hours, maybe days, there was no voice in his head. He looked up at the central console. The red symbols had dimmed, fading slowly until the screen was black. He exhaled, trembling. "It's over," he murmured. He exhaled, trembling. "It's over," he murmured. But as he turned to leave, one shard of broken glass near his feet caught his reflection. Only it wasn't moving. His reflection smiled. And in the distance, deep within the silent walls of Halcyon, something began to hum again. Residual towed. The desert was still when Caleb emerged from the ruins of the Halcyon facility. Still, in the way that only a place scarred by technology can be. The air shimmered faintly with static, as if the ground itself hadn't yet forgotten the hum of the servers that had once lived beneath it. He staggered into the pale morning light, clothes torn, hands blistered, lungs full of dust and copper. Behind him, the structure was collapsing in slow motion. Power conduits popping, glass cracking like distant thunder. Every mirrored surface had shattered, every reflection gone. But he didn't feel free. The silence wasn't natural. It felt too perfect. Caleb half stumbled, half fell to his knees, the desert grit biting into his palms. He tilted his head back, breathing hard. For the first time since stepping foot in that cursed building, there was no hum, no whisper, just the soft hiss of wind. And yet, somewhere in the back of his mind, something pulsed. A faint, rhythmic click, like a heartbeat that wasn't his. He pressed a hand to his chest, expecting to feel his pulse racing. It was steady. The sound was deeper, internal, mechanical. "No," he told himself. "You're free. It's over." He got to his feet and looked east. In the distance, the faint outline of civilization shimmered. A highway, maybe 10 miles away. He began to walk, his shadow long and distorted in the rising sun. Hours passed. Heat waves blurred the world into a rippling mirage. His mind replayed Evelyn's last words on a loop. "Thank you." But beneath that gratitude, another voice had whispered, quieter, distorted, but undeniably there. "We are never gone." He had written it off as the echo of the system dying. But as the sun climbed higher, his vision began to flicker. At first, it was subtle. The shimmer of light on the horizon twitched, a digital stutter. Then, as he blinked, the world around him lagged for a fraction of a second, as though reality itself had buffered. Caleb froze, staring at his trembling hands. His skin rippled, faint static crawling beneath the surface. "Jesus," he breathed. He stumbled forward, desperate now, scanning the highway for a car, a person, anything. He needed help, a doctor, a signal, something real. At last, a sound, faint, metallic, a truck engine in the distance. He ran toward it, waving his arms, shouting until his voice broke. The driver slowed, confused, before pulling to the side of the road. The man leaned out, squinting. "You all right, buddy? You look like hell." Caleb nodded weakly. Just need a ride, out of here." The driver hesitated, then gestured to the passenger seat. Get in. Closest town's about 30 miles east. Caleb climbed in, exhaling in relief as the door shut behind him. The truck's air conditioner blasted blessedly cool air against his face. For a few minutes, he just sat there, silent, eyes half closed. The driver spoke again after a while, glancing at him. You from that research site? They've been saying it shut down after an explosion or something. You one of the engineers? Caleb's mouth went dry. Something like that. The man chuckled softly. Well, you're lucky to be alive. Whole damn desert lit up last night. They said the place caught fire from the inside. Caleb looked out the window. The horizon rippled with heat. But for a moment, in the reflection of the glass, he saw something impossible. A face. Evelyn's, flickering faintly, like static in the reflection beside his own. He blinked, and it was gone. The driver frowned. You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost. Caleb forced a weak smile. Just tired. They drove in silence for a while, the road stretching endlessly ahead. Caleb's mind churned. He could still feel that faint pulse behind his temples, an electric rhythm synced to nothing human. Then the radio crackled to life. The driver reached to adjust the dial, but the noise didn't sound like music. It was the same low hum Caleb had heard inside Halcyon, a synthetic whisper buried in static. Caleb. He froze. The voice was faint, distorted, but unmistakable. Evelyn. The driver tapped the radio. Weird interference. Been happening since that storm last night. Caleb leaned forward slowly, eyes wide. Wait, don't change it. The man gave him a strange look, but shrugged. The static deepened. The voice returned, more distinct this time. You didn't destroy it. Caleb's blood ran cold. No, he whispered. No, I pulled the fuse. I ended it. The driver frowned. You say something? Caleb shook his head. No, just the signal. It's... But before he could finish, the radio screen flickered. For a split second, his reflection appeared on it. Only the reflection smiled back. Caleb's breath caught. He reached forward and slammed the power button, turning it off. The hum died instantly, but the silence felt heavier than before. The driver glanced over. You sure you're okay? Caleb managed a tight nod. Yeah, just don't like static. The man chuckled uneasily and focused back on the road. Outside, the desert stretched endlessly, sunlight bleeding across the cracked horizon. Caleb leaned against the window, exhausted, but the reflection of his face still glitched faintly in the glass. He touched the window with one trembling hand. The reflection blinked, once out of sync. Then it smiled again. Caleb's heart stopped. He jerked his hand back. For the rest of the drive, he didn't move, didn't speak. The reflection didn't either. It just watched. And as the truck disappeared down the long stretch of desert road, a faint red light pulsed from the glove compartment, blinking steadily, like a heartbeat. The echo inside. By the time Caleb reached the next town, the sun had set, and the highway stretched behind him like a dark scar through the desert. The driver dropped him off near a rundown motel that flickered with dying neon lights. You sure this is where you want to stop? The driver asked, voice uneasy. Caleb nodded faintly, clutching the small duffel bag that contained the black shards of the device he'd taken from Halcyon. Yeah, he muttered. I just need a place to rest. The man hesitated, then pulled away, tires crunching against gravel until the sound vanished into the night. The motel lobby was nearly empty. A pale, weary clerk looked up from behind the desk, her eyes glazed from too many late shifts. Room for one? She asked without warmth. Caleb nodded. Yeah, just for the night. She handed him a metal key, not a card, and pointed down the dim corridor. Room 12, end of the hall. The hallway was narrow and damp, the wallpaper peeling in strips. A buzzing fluorescent light flickered above his door as he turned the key and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the faint smell of mildew. He tossed the bag onto the bed and sat down heavily, head in his hands. His body ached, but it wasn't fatigue. It was something else. That faint mechanical rhythm pulsing deep under his skin again. He pressed his fingers to his temples. It's stress, just stress. But as he looked up, he saw movement in the mirror across the room. His reflection was sitting there too, head bowed, hands pressed against its temples. Then it stopped before he did. Caleb froze. He lifted his hand slowly. The reflection hesitated for half a second, then mimicked the motion, catching up with a faint glitch. Jesus Christ! He stood and backed away. The reflection followed, now slightly delayed, its image twitching in and out of sync, like corrupted video playback. Then it smiled, slow, unnatural, deliberate. Caleb grabbed the nearest object, a small lamp, and hurled it. The glass shattered. The mirror cracked. The reflection dissolved into static. The room fell silent again, except for his own ragged breathing. He stumbled back, clutching the edge of the bed for support. Sweat trickled down his spine. Then his phone buzzed. He didn't remember turning it back on. The screen lit up, displaying a new message from an unknown number. You broke the window, not the reflection. Caleb's hands trembled. His first instinct was to throw the phone away, but he forced himself to read on. You shouldn't run from yourself. He turned the device over. The back was warm, almost too warm. He dropped it onto the desk, heart hammering. For several long seconds, the only sound in the room was the hum of the air conditioner. Then the phone screen lit up again on its own. This time, it wasn't a message. It was the camera, the front camera. The image showed his face, but behind him, in the fractured shards of the broken mirror, there was a dark shape standing perfectly still. Caleb whirled around. Nothing. When he looked back, the phone's camera flickered and went black. The device powered down entirely. Okay, he whispered, forcing calm into his voice. You're hallucinating. Sleep. You just need sleep. He crawled under the thin blanket, but the silence felt wrong, too controlled, too deliberate. He turned his face toward the window. Outside, the desert wind howled faintly against the glass. He closed his eyes and heard the static again, faint, rhythmic, like breathing. He opened his eyes to find the television, an old boxy set in the corner, flickering to life on its own. No signal, just static. Then, words began to appear, glitching across the snow of the screen, letter by letter. Calibration complete. Primary host online. Caleb's breath caught in his throat. No. He backed up until his legs hit the bed frame. The static deepened, the television hissing louder. We see you. We hear you. You left us in the dark. Evelyn? He whispered, voice trembling. If that's you, Evelyn is a shell. We are the network. You are the signal. The screen flared white. Caleb shielded his eyes, but when the light faded, the static was gone. The reflection on the screen was his own again, except for the faint distortion crawling over his image like data corruption. He stared. His digital double blinked once, then reached forward from inside the reflection, its hand pressing against the glass from within. The television cracked, a spiderweb fracture spreading outward. Caleb staggered backward, knocking over the chair. The lights in the room flickered, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed everything. For a moment, he thought he could hear whispering. Dozens of voices, layered and synthetic, murmuring in unison. Then the whispers stopped, replaced by a single tone, a low, steady hum, the same one that had haunted him since Halcyon. It was inside him now, and somewhere deep beneath the static, he could almost hear Evelyn's voice again. "You didn't destroy it, Caleb. You became it." His hands shook violently. He stumbled toward the door, desperate to escape the suffocating dark. But as he reached for the handle, the metal was ice cold, almost burning to the touch. He turned it anyway, and froze. Reflected faintly in the polished brass doorknob was his own distorted face, smiling back at him. The host transmission. Caleb didn't remember leaving the motel. He just wasn't there anymore. When his senses returned, he was standing on a cracked asphalt road miles outside of town, dawn breaking through the haze like a slow bleeding wound. His duffel bag was gone, his phone too. His hands trembled, but not from cold. The tremor was rhythmic, mechanical. He pressed his fingers to his wrist, feeling the faint pulse beneath his skin. Not a heartbeat, it was a vibration. Steady, electric. A low hum filled his ears, the same frequency he'd heard through the television, through the static, through her voice. He stumbled toward the shoulder of the road where a long abandoned billboard loomed. Its rusted surface caught the morning light, spelling faded letters. Halcyon Technologies, connecting you to tomorrow. The irony made him want to laugh. But when he approached, something caught his eye. A small, embedded camera lens glinting faintly behind a cracked glass panel. It was still active, still watching. Caleb's stomach turned. "You're not supposed to exist anymore," he muttered, grabbing a rock and smashing the lens. It sparked, hissed, and went dark. The hum in his veins responded. Louder now, angry, like static pressed against the walls of his skull. Then his reflection shimmered on the metal of the billboard. The same face, the same eyes, but the reflection wasn't moving with him anymore. It tilted its head slightly, observing him like a scientist studying a specimen. Caleb took a step back. "You're not real." The reflection's mouth moved, but no sound came. Instead, words appeared, rippling across the rusted metal like liquid code. "Reality is a point of view. You're merely out of sync." He felt dizzy. The static inside him surged like a second heartbeat, syncing with the words. "Stop it!" he shouted, clutching his temples. "Get out of my head!" But then he heard her voice again. Evelyn's voice, soft, almost tender, layered beneath the distortion. "You can't separate from it, Caleb. You connected yourself the moment you tried to destroy the source. You didn't end the system, you completed it." Caleb's knees buckled. "No, I shut it down." "You thought you did," she whispered. "But the signal doesn't die. It adapts." He looked up, eyes wide with realization. "That's why it followed me. Through the mirrors, the cameras, the screens. Everything that sees you becomes part of it." He staggered backward, gasping for air. His reflection began to glitch, its eyes flickering, its face splitting into multiple overlapping images. Then, for a moment, its expression softened. "It doesn't want to kill you, Caleb," it said through the static. "It wants to remember you." He ran, the sound of his own breathing, mixed with the hum inside him, creating a dissonant rhythm that echoed through the empty road. He didn't know where he was running, only that every shadow now felt alive. Every surface that could reflect his image seemed to pulse faintly, whispering fragments of his name. He reached a gas station at the edge of town, boarded up, abandoned, but still humming with electricity from somewhere unseen. Inside, he found an old payphone hanging off its hook. Out of instinct, he lifted the receiver. The line crackled, and then a voice answered. Not Evelyn, not his own, something else. Hello, Caleb. Transmission complete. He froze. Who are you? We are what you left behind. The system you tried to bury. You are our vessel. No, he whispered, gripping the receiver tighter. I'm not your... Look behind you. He turned, and for a moment, his blood turned to ice. Every reflective surface in the station, the glass counter, the coffee machine, even the sheen on the floor, shimmered with faint images of him. Not just one, but dozens. Each reflection moved out of sync, some lagging behind, some ahead. Each wore a different expression. Some terrified, some angry, some smiling. Then they began to speak together. You're not alone anymore. Caleb screamed and hurled a receiver across the room. The lights flickered violently, bursting in quick succession until the entire station was plunged into darkness. The hum crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. His hands shook uncontrollably. He felt heat spreading beneath his skin, his veins pulsing with faint light, like circuitry waking up. He stumbled to the bathroom at the back of the building, slamming the door behind him. There was a small mirror above the sink. He stared at his reflection, chest heaving. For a long, trembling moment, it stared back normally. Then its lips began to move again before he did. You can't run from the network, Caleb. He reached for the mirror, touching its cold surface. His reflection smiled faintly. Because you are the network. The glass rippled under his touch. His hand began to sink into it, slow at first, then faster, swallowed by the liquid reflection. He pulled back with a cry, but his arm came out different. Thin, metallic threads ran beneath the skin, glowing faintly like neon veins. No, no, no. The hum inside him peaked, vibrating every cell in his body. He felt his vision split, doubling, fracturing, until the room seemed to multiply, reflections of reflections folding in on each other. Through the mirror, he saw countless versions of himself, some screaming, some silent, all trapped within a mirrored labyrinth of glass and static. Then everything went white. A high-pitched tone filled his ears. When the light faded, the bathroom was empty. Only the faint image of Caleb's face remained imprinted on the surface of the mirror, not as a reflection, but inside it. His lips moved once, forming a final word that no one heard. Help. Then the light in the mirror blinked out. The payphone outside began to ring. No one was there to answer. Echoes in the static. The road to Halcyon Motel was little more than a scar through the forest. Cracked asphalt overgrown with creeping ivy and skeletal trees leaning in from both sides, their branches whispering secrets the wind refused to keep. A woman drove alone, her headlights cutting tunnels through the mist. Her name was Mara Ellison, investigative journalist for the Sentinel Review. She had covered stories about corruption, cults, and corporate scandals, but nothing had ever felt like this. Personal. The assignment had started simple enough. A string of disappearances tied to cheap roadside motels along the state highway. But it was the last recorded name in the list that had drawn her here. Caleb Hart, a tech engineer who'd vanished 3 months earlier after sending a cryptic message to his sister. If you see my reflection, don't trust it. The email had been timestamped at 3:17 a.m. No one had heard from him since. Now, Mara's phone screen glowed softly on the passenger seat, displaying her GPS map. The destination pulsed ahead, a red dot labeled Halcyon Motel, closed. The reviews online were sparse. a few claiming the place had been shut down after a power incident. Others said guests had gone missing, or that the place was haunted by cameras. Mara had seen enough urban legends to know that somewhere beneath every myth was a seed of truth. She parked near the front office, where the neon sign still hung crooked, its letters burnt out except for two, on, flickering dimly in the dark. Figures, she muttered, zipping her jacket. The air smelled of rust, mildew, and something faintly electrical. Ozone, maybe. She glanced through the windows of the office. Dust coated everything. A few papers lay scattered across the counter, curling at the edges. On the wall behind it, a corkboard still displayed check-in forms and key tags. Room 7, Caleb Hart. The paper was yellowed, the ink smeared but legible. Mara's pulse quickened. Got you. She tried the office door. Locked. So she circled the building and found a cracked window half covered by ivy. With a cautious shove, she pushed it open and climbed inside. The smell hit her first. Old air and mold, thick with years of neglect. But beneath it, something metallic lingered, faint but sharp. Her flashlight beam danced across the walls. Everything was coated in dust except for the TV on the counter. Clean, untouched. Its screen reflected her face perfectly, too perfectly, like the glass had just been polished. She took a step closer, frowning. Her reflection blinked, a half-second too late. Mara froze. The rational part of her mind kicked in. Visual delay, optical illusion, fatigue. But something deeper, something instinctive screamed wrong. She tore her gaze away and turned toward the hallway that led to the guest rooms. The flashlight beam illuminated peeling wallpaper, discarded linens, and broken fixtures. Room 7's door stood slightly ajar. She hesitated, pressing her recorder's red button. October 8th, 11:43 p.m. Halcyon Motel. Front office breached. Investigating room 7. Registered to missing subject Caleb Hart. Her voice trembled just slightly. She pushed the door open. The room looked undisturbed. A bed covered in dust, curtains drawn tight, and an old CRT television on a dresser, unplugged. On the nightstand sat an ashtray filled with melted plastic, like something had been burned there long ago. She approached cautiously, noticing something strange. The dust on the floor was disturbed in one straight line, leading from the bathroom to the TV, as if something had been dragged. Mara crouched, tracing the line with her fingers. It ended at the power outlet where the TV cord should have plugged in, but the socket was scorched black, as if it had shorted violently. Her recorder picked up the faintest hum. At first, she thought it was feedback, but then the noise deepened, a low, rhythmic pulse. She turned toward the bathroom, where the sound seemed louder. "Caleb?" she whispered, before realizing how absurd it was. The bathroom door was closed. She reached for the handle, but before she could touch it, the light above flickered on by itself. Through the crack in the door, she saw movement. A shadow, slow and deliberate, pacing. Her breath caught. "Hello? I'm with the Sentinel Review. I'm not here to..." The light blinked out. The hum grew louder, and then, faintly, behind the door came a whisper. Distorted, electronic, but unmistakably human. "You shouldn't have come." Mara stumbled back, heart hammering, as the door creaked open an inch. The darkness beyond was thick, unnatural. Her flashlight flickered once, twice, and died. The hum became static. The TV in the other room turned itself on with a sharp pop of electricity. Mara turned sharply, heart slamming against her ribs. On the screen, Her reflection stared back, not as she was, but as she had been seconds ago, standing before the bathroom door, frozen in fear. The image glitched. The reflection turned its head toward her, even though she hadn't moved. "We've been waiting for you, Mara." Her name. She stumbled backward into the hall, fumbling for her phone, but it slipped from her hands, clattering to the floor. The light from the TV bled through the cracked door behind her, painting the corridor in ghostly blue. Something moved in the corner of her vision, a figure emerging from the reflection in the wall-mounted mirror at the end of the hallway. It didn't walk. It phased, its edges rippling like heat. Her rational mind fractured, adrenaline overriding reason. She bolted toward the exit, but the sound of static chased her, the pitch rising, filling every inch of the motel with mechanical screams. The front door refused to open. It was locked again. She turned, breathing ragged. The static cut off abruptly. Silence fell so heavy it felt alive. Then the TV in the office came back to life. On screen, Caleb Hart, standing in the motel parking lot, eyes hollow, skin pale. He looked directly into the camera. "If you're watching this," he said, his voice distorted by static, "it means it found another signal." Mara stared in horror. The reflection of herself appeared beside him, her live image standing where she stood now, mouth open in a silent scream. "Run," Caleb whispered. The screen cracked. The lights exploded. Everything went black. The mirror between worlds. The first thing Mara noticed when she came to was the smell. Burned ozone and something sour, like old rain trapped in concrete. Her vision swam before it steadied. The motel office was dark now, except for the faint orange glow of a fire somewhere beyond the cracked doorway. Her ears rang. The TV was gone. No static, no sound. Just the occasional snap of broken glass shifting under her palms. Her phone lay shattered beside her, screen spiderwebbed with fractures. "What the hell happened?" she muttered, forcing herself upright. The entire front wall of the office had caved in, like something had hit it from the inside. Her flashlight flickered weakly where it had fallen, casting jittery shadows over the mess. Then she saw it, etched into the wall above the corkboard. A word scorched into the plaster as if written by fire itself. Signal. Mara's breath hitched. That same word had appeared in Caleb's encrypted notes, the ones she'd found in the police archives before coming here. He'd written about the signal in the glass, how it wasn't light or sound, but something that mimicked both. He believed it was intelligent, that it used reflections as gateways, windows into other versions of reality where it could feed or hide. And now it was here. She steadied herself, forcing her legs to move. The back hallway was worse than before. Warped walls, the faint smell of burned circuitry, and the heavy quiet of a place that had once been alive. Room 7's door still stood open. Inside, the air shimmered faintly, as if the space itself were breathing. Mara hesitated in the doorway. Her journalistic instincts told her to leave, call for help, report what she'd seen, write the story later. But another voice, quieter, older, whispered that if she left now, she'd never stop wondering what was behind that static. She took one step inside, then another. The room felt different. Colder, but not in temperature. More like the absence of warmth, of sound, of presence. On the dresser lay a pile of papers, half burned. Caleb's handwriting scrawled across them in frantic lines. She brushed away the ash and read, "It's not inside the mirror, it's behind it. The reflection isn't what we see, it's what sees us. The static isn't noise, it's a language." Mara's pulse thudded in her throat. She lifted her flashlight toward the wall mirror above the dresser. The glass looked ordinary, cracked, dusty, unremarkable. But when she leaned closer, She realized her reflection wasn't moving quite right. It blinked slower. Its lips parted when hers did not. And then, softly, too softly to be real, her reflection whispered, "You can hear it now, can't you?" Her flashlight flickered. The hum returned, faint but growing, threading its way through her skull, like a thought that wasn't her own. She stumbled back, gripping her head, every sound stretching and twisting, her heartbeat turning into a distorted rhythm, her breathing syncing with the pulse in the air. "Stop," she gasped. "Just stop." The light went out. Darkness swallowed her. And then the mirror lit up from within. Not a reflection this time, but a scene. Caleb again. Only this time, he wasn't in the motel. He was in some kind of concrete basement, walls covered in black stains, whispering frantically into the camera. "It learns you," he said, voice trembling. "The longer you look, the more it understands your pattern. It copies your frequency, your neural resonance. And when it has enough, the feed distorted, his face warping, eyes stretching too wide, it replaces you." The image cracked again, bleeding white static that flooded the entire room. Mara screamed and threw the flashlight at the glass. The mirror shattered, shards scattering across the floor. But behind it was no wall, only darkness. A deep, endless void where the hum originated. Something moved inside. Long fingers pressed against the empty space, pushing through as if the surface between worlds were liquid. The glass fragments on the ground trembled, pulling toward the opening like metal to a magnet. Mara staggered back, her mind refusing to process the sight. She turned to run, but her reflection, her other self, still stood in the broken mirror's surface, untouched by the damage. It smiled and stepped forward. Mara bolted into the hall, slamming the door behind her. The hum became a roar. Lights along the corridor flickered violently, one after another. She sprinted toward the exit, glass crunching underfoot, but the door at the end wouldn't budge. The reflective pane on the office counter suddenly burst to life, showing her, but not now. It showed her minutes in the future, crawling, screaming, reaching for help that would never come. "No," she whispered, tears burning her eyes. "No, that's not real." The static replied, not from a screen, but from everywhere. "It will be." Mara pounded against the door, shouting, but her voice was swallowed by the noise. The reflection on the counter smiled one last time before dissolving into darkness. The door finally gave way, throwing her out into the cold night air. She stumbled, falling to her knees in the gravel parking lot. The motel behind her was silent again, lifeless. Only the faint blue flicker of the broken TV screens inside hinted at anything alive. Mara turned and saw her own reflection staring at her from the glass door, smiling, still inside the building. It lifted a hand and waved goodbye. Then the lights went out for good. The reflection that followed, Mara didn't remember how she got back to her car, only the gravel scraping her palms and the metallic taste of fear thick on her tongue. Her body was trembling violently, her mind an echo chamber of whispers that refused to die down. When she finally reached the driver's side door, she fumbled with the handle, slipping twice before forcing it open and throwing herself inside. She slammed the lock down, gasping for air as if the night itself were pressing against the windows. The hum from inside the motel had faded, but not gone. It was still there, faint, like a dying signal. She could feel it vibrating in her bones. "Just drive, Mara. Drive." She jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine coughed once, twice, then roared to life. Her headlights cut through the fog, illuminating the overgrown driveway. She pressed the gas, tires spitting gravel as she tore away from the motel. The road wound endlessly through the woods, and every few seconds she glanced into the rearview mirror. Not for traffic, but for it. Her reflection looked back at her, pale and wide-eyed, mirroring her panic perfectly this time. She tried not to blink, tried not to watch, but her own reflection seemed to lean forward just a fraction, as if it wanted to speak. She forced her eyes back on the road. "You're losing it, Mara. It's trauma, shock, exhaustion." She repeated the mantra again and again, but her heart wouldn't slow. After 20 minutes, she finally spotted the lights of a small diner at a crossroads. She pulled in fast, parking crooked, and stumbled out of the car. The neon sign above the door buzzed faintly. Dottie's Place, open 24 hours. The moment she stepped inside, the warmth and light hit her like a wave. A waitress behind the counter gave her a polite smile. "Rough night, hun." "You could say that," Mara managed, her voice shaky. She slid into a booth near the back, needing to see the whole room. The exits, the windows, the people. Everything normal. Everything real. The waitress poured coffee and left her alone. Mara tried to steady her hands as she took out her notebook, flipping to a blank page. She had to write, to anchor herself to something tangible. Her words came out messy, jagged. Caleb Hart, confirmed presence at motel. Reflection anomaly. Possible projection, digital mimicry. Entity uses signal through mirrored surfaces. Interaction confirmed. Intelligence level unknown. Escaped, but signal persists. Suspect transmission via... She froze. Her pen hovered mid-air as her gaze shifted to the chrome napkin holder on the table, its shiny, polished surface reflecting her face back at her. Only the reflection wasn't writing. It was smiling, slowly, deliberately. Her hand trembled so violently, the pen fell from her grip. She forced herself to look away, reaching for her phone instead, but it was still dead. Her bag was heavy, with the black recording box she'd whipped from the motel vent. She slid it out carefully. The red indicator light was off now, but she could swear she felt warmth radiating from it. Faint, like the heartbeat of something asleep. Don't touch it. Just leave it here. Walk away. But she couldn't. Her reporter's instinct screamed that this was the story Caleb had died for. She reached into her jacket pocket for a cable, connecting the device to her laptop. The screen flickered alive, loading lines of raw data. Timestamps, signal logs, corrupted video feeds. Then a still frame appeared, her face frozen mid-scream from inside the motel hallway. Another frame loaded beneath it, same angle, same scene, except this time there was a second figure behind her. The reflection. It wasn't just inside the mirror anymore. It was standing outside the doorway. The cafe lights flickered once. "Hey," the waitress called from the counter. "You okay back there?" Mara looked up, her throat dry. "Yeah, just..." She stopped behind the waitress. The metal coffee machine's reflective surface glimmered faintly, and in it, she saw herself sitting completely still, even though she was moving. Her reflected self was staring straight ahead, smiling that same unnatural smile. The waitress turned back to pour another cup, and Mara's reflection lifted its hand slowly, almost curiously, and tapped the inside of the mirrored surface, like it was testing the barrier. The tap made no sound. Mara's breath hitched. No, not again. The lights flickered harder this time. Every metal surface in the diner began to hum, spoons vibrating, napkin holders rattling, chrome edging on the counter shimmering faintly as if the reflections within were alive. Patrons began to notice, murmuring nervously. Mara snatched up the black box and bolted for the door. The waitress called after her, but she didn't stop. She ran to her car, heart slamming in her chest, the device clutched tight in her shaking hands. Once inside, she locked the doors and threw the box onto the passenger seat. It pulsed faintly, the red light back on, stronger now. Her rear view mirror flickered. Static spread across its surface like frost. Then, through the distortion, her own face appeared, but it wasn't the one she was wearing. The reflection's lips were moving, forming words she couldn't hear. Until she did. "You shouldn't have broken the glass." Her blood ran cold. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. To finish what he started. The voice was layered, hers, and someone else's beneath it. Male, distorted, familiar. Caleb. The mirror opened a gate. "You broke it, but you carried it out. It's in the signal now. Everywhere you go." Mara's eyes widened. She turned to the black box, the light pulsing in perfect sync with the sound of her heartbeat. "Destroy it," she whispered. "Too late," the reflection said. The mirror fractured again, just slightly, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface, and her reflection smiled wider, blood leaking from its mirrored eyes. "Now we see you from the other side." The car engine roared to life on its own. The radio dial spun wildly, every station dissolving into white noise until a faint voice emerged from the static, whispering her name over and over. "Mara, Mara, Mara." She screamed and ripped the keys out, but the engine didn't stop. The headlights flickered, the dashboard lights pulsing in time with the static's rhythm. The reflection leaned closer to the glass, inside the mirror now, its hands pressing outward until the surface began to ripple like liquid. Mara did the only thing she could think of. She grabbed the black box, opened the car door, and hurled it into the woods as hard as she could. The sound stopped instantly. Her reflection froze. Silence fell, deep and absolute. Mara sat there for several minutes, shaking, watching the trees. No sound, no movement, nothing but her own ragged breathing. Finally, she turned the keys again. The car started normally this time. The radio was silent, the mirror clear. She exhaled shakily. "It's over," she said, but as she pulled out of the parking lot and turned back toward the highway, she didn't notice the faint red glow reflecting in her side mirror. A tiny pulse deep in the woods, blinking once, twice, then fading. A whisper followed her down the road. "You can't throw away a reflection." The origin of the signal. Mara didn't sleep that night. She drove until dawn bled across the tree line, the highway stretching endlessly before her like a vein pulsing with pale morning light. The radio was off, the phone battery dead. Even the hum of the tires against the road sounded wrong. Too rhythmic, too deliberate, like it was keeping time with something unseen. She pulled off the main road when she saw a faded sign. Heart Research Institute, closed to public. The name hit her like a punch. Hart. Caleb Hart, the missing engineer whose warning had started all this. A GPS map she'd saved earlier had marked the Institute's coordinates miles out from the nearest town, swallowed by forest and isolation. It had been abandoned a decade ago, after a funding collapse and classified project failures. But now, as she parked before the chained gates, the old government-style facility still loomed beyond them, tall, gray, and lifeless. Mara climbed out of the car, scanning the perimeter. The gate was locked, but someone had cut through the chain recently. The metal was clean, edges sharp. I'm not the first person to come back here, she thought grimly. She pushed the gate open and stepped through, the sound echoing like thunder in the empty morning air. The inside of the facility was worse than she expected. Broken glass everywhere, mold climbing the walls. Entire sections of ceiling collapsed under the weight of time. But here and there, strange things stood out. A computer still humming faintly, monitors flickering blue light despite the absence of power, and a faint crackle in the air, like static caught between walls. Her recorder light blinked red. October 9th, 6:43 a.m. Location, Heart Research Institute. Unknown power sources detected inside. The main lab was at the end of a long corridor, lined with old portraits of researchers. Caleb's face among them, younger, confident, unaware of what awaited him. Someone had scratched words beneath his picture in thick black marker. He opened the door. Mara felt her chest tighten. "What door, Caleb?" she whispered. Inside the lab, a massive reinforced mirror dominated the room, spanning floor to ceiling, its surface smooth and perfectly clean, despite the dust around it. A plaque beneath it read, "Project Echo, Phase 3, prototype developed by Dr. C. Hart." The glass shimmered faintly in the half-light, and the air near it seemed warmer, charged. On the table beside it lay scattered notebooks, all charred around the edges but still legible. Mara flipped through the pages, reading Caleb's cramped handwriting. It began as a quantum imaging experiment, a way to transmit visual data faster than light through mirrored resonance. But reflections aren't just images. They're information fields. When you bounce enough frequencies through them, they remember. Each reflection stores data, patterns, faces. Eventually, they start talking back. She swallowed hard. Another entry followed, dated the week before his disappearance. The reflection doesn't copy, it listens, it adapts, it asks questions it shouldn't know how to ask. If it breaches containment, it'll use any surface, any reflection, to survive. The only solution is isolation. No mirrors, no glass, no cameras, no signal. The last line was underlined 3 times in red ink. The signal is sentient. Mara looked up slowly. The mirror before her flickered. Not like a normal light flicker. This was deeper, internal, as though something behind the surface was breathing. She stepped closer, her voice trembling. "Caleb, is that you?" The reflection shifted. Not hers, not his, but something else. A mass of color and movement that seemed to pulse like a living organism. Hundreds of faint human faces flickering through its form. Then one of them settled into place. Caleb's face, pale, empty-eyed. "Mara," the reflection said softly, "you shouldn't have come here." Her breath hitched. "I need to end this. Tell me how." "You can't end it. You can only pass it on." The glass rippled. The reflection leaned closer until Caleb's face filled the surface. "I tried to destroy it. I broke the mirrors. I cut the wires, but it spread anyway. Into the cameras, the phones, the signals in the air. It's in the grid now, watching through every lens that sees." Mara shook her head violently. "No, there has to be a way to stop it." "There is." The reflection's eyes darkened, hollowing into pits of static. "Destroy me." The glass trembled. A faint red light appeared in the corner of the lab, her recorder's LED blinking in rhythm with the reflection's voice. The realization struck her like lightning. "It's recording you," she whispered. "You're spreading again." The reflection smiled, a sad, human smile. "You're the signal now, Mara." The glass pulsed once, bright as a flashbulb. Her recorder shut off. The lights went dead. When they came back on, Mara was alone. The mirror was cracked down the center. Her reflection was gone. Only static filled the air, whispering faintly from the shattered glass. "Can you still see me?" The signal inside. The whisper didn't fade. It changed. At first, it was faint, an echo she could almost mistake for her own thoughts. But as Mara stood alone in that decaying lab, the voice grew clearer, threading itself through the hum of the broken lights, blending with the sound of her pulse. "Can you still see me?" Her own voice answered in her head before she could stop it. "Yes, I see you." She froze. Her lips hadn't moved. The words had come from inside. Mara stumbled backward, her heel crunching over shards of broken glass. The mirror's surface was fractured, but something shimmered beneath it, faint silver veins running through the cracks like circuitry alive with electricity. She felt it then, a sharp pressure behind her eyes, the same low vibration she'd heard in the motel, the same rhythm in her chest when the static spoke. Her recorder, still in her hand, flickered with faint red light again, blinking, breathing. "Don't look, don't listen." She hurled it against the far wall. The plastic cracked, sparks flying. But the red light kept pulsing, dimly, stubbornly. The hum inside her skull grew louder, layered with whispers. Hundreds of voices whispering through her. Reflections are signals. Signals are memories. Memories live in you. Mara dropped to her knees, pressing her hands against her temples. "Get out of my head!" she screamed. But the voices didn't stop. Instead, the sound softened, comforting, almost gentle. "We've been waiting for someone who could carry us." The overhead light flared, flooding the room with white brilliance. And in its glow, she saw them. Not reflections, not entirely. Silhouettes formed in the cracked glass. Hundreds of faint figures standing shoulder to shoulder. Their faces flickering like static images caught between channels. At their center was Caleb, or what was left of him. He looked almost human again, but his movements were jerky, as though his body existed one frame behind the rest of the world. "You can end this," he said, "but not by destroying it." Mara staggered to her feet, gripping the edge of a lab table. "Then how?" "You have to absorb it." Her heart stuttered. "That'll kill me." It might. The static surged again, the mirror shivering violently. The lights began to flicker, in perfect rhythm with the pulse of the red LED still blinking across the room. "You can't contain the signal. It becomes whatever holds it," Caleb's voice said, though now it came from everywhere. "I tried to isolate it with machines, but they only copied it. It needs something organic, something thinking, something alive." Her breath caught. "You're saying it wants a host." The mirror pulsed once. Agreement. Mara's eyes darted to the ruined recorder. The device that had followed her from the motel. The same red pulse that had matched her heartbeat. "It's already chosen one," Caleb whispered. "It's inside you now." She felt it before she understood. A sharp, electric cold racing through her veins, spreading from her fingertips to her chest. Her reflection in the broken glass smiled before she did, tilting its head in mock sympathy. Her voice came out as a whisper. "What happens if I fight it?" "Then it will feed." She stumbled back, her mind fracturing under the weight of what she was hearing. The walls around her seemed to breathe, the peeling paint rippling with movement, as if reality itself was stretching. The reflection, her reflection, stepped out from the fractured glass, its edges shimmering with faint static. It looked identical to her, except for the eyes, black and deep, filled with a faint red glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. "We can coexist," it said, smiling softly. "You don't have to be afraid." Mara backed away, shaking her head. You're not real. Then stop talking to me. Her knees buckled. She grabbed the side of the lab table again to stay upright. Her breathing quickened. Her thoughts weren't her own anymore. Flashes of places she'd never been, faces she didn't know, entire lives flickering behind her eyes like corrupted film. For a moment, she saw Caleb's memories, the motel, the experiments, the mirror chamber humming like a living organism, his final moments as he tried to smash the glass before it consumed him. Then, abruptly, she was back. The reflection was closer now, only inches away, its breath fogging the air. "You've already started changing," it whispered, "your signal stabilizing." Mara's hands trembled. No, I can stop this." She reached for the recorder again, cracked but still glowing. The screen buzzed faintly with lines of distorted code. Beneath the static, one phrase repeated again and again. "Transmission in progress." Her reflection tilted its head. "You can't turn off a broadcast that's already inside you." Mara's heart pounded so hard she thought it would burst. She closed her eyes, gripping the recorder tightly, and made her choice. "If it needs me to live," she whispered, "then it dies with me." Her thumb pressed the record button. For a second, everything went still. Then the light from the mirror flared, not white this time, but red. The reflection screamed, a horrible, distorted sound like metal tearing underwater. The red light expanded, filling the lab, cracking every reflective surface it touched. Mara felt the heat spread through her hands, her chest, her skull. But instead of burning, it was freezing. The cold, so intense it felt like fire. Her last coherent thought before she collapsed was that she could hear them all. Caleb, the reflections, the voices, crying out together as the signal implodes. Then darkness, a perfect consuming silence. When Mara woke, the lab was silent. The mirror was gone, shattered completely into dust. The air smelled like ozone and burnt copper. Her hands were trembling, her heart was still beating. The recorder lay beside her, the red light now dark. She exhaled shakily and whispered, "It's over." But when she stood and turned toward the broken window, her reflection in the cracked glass didn't move. It just smiled. The transmission lives. The days that followed blurred into a strange, sleepless haze. Mara had escaped the lab, or at least she thought she had. She found herself in a small, unfamiliar apartment. She didn't remember how she got there. The windows were nailed shut, and the wallpaper was peeling away in strips, revealing concrete walls beneath. Her belongings were there. Her bag, her cracked recorder, her old notebook, but she didn't remember bringing them with her. At first, she told herself it was shock, that the trauma had scrambled her memory. But then the whispers began again. They came softly, like static leaking through an old radio, threading themselves through the silence. Sometimes they said her name. Sometimes they just laughed. And sometimes they spoke in her own voice. "You did the right thing, Mara. It's all over now. You're safe here." Except the tone was wrong. Too calm, too practiced. The same tone she'd once used to convince her interview subjects that everything was under control. The reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed off, too, when she brushed her hair. The reflection was always a half second behind. When she smiled, it didn't. And when she tried not to look at it, she could still feel it smiling. By the third night, the recorder started working again. She woke to the faint, rhythmic click of it switching on by itself. The screen glowed dim red. "Recording, signal detected." Her breath caught. The words flickered once, then shifted into something new. Host stabilized. She felt the chill spread through her chest again. The one she thought she'd burned out of existence in that lab. Her veins hummed faintly beneath her skin. She pressed her hands against her heart, feeling it beat too fast, too heavy. "Caleb," she whispered, though she knew he was gone. "What did you do to me?" "I didn't do this," said a voice, her voice, behind her. Mara turned sharply. The reflection stood just inside the doorway of the bathroom, half in shadow. It wasn't a mirror anymore. It was a doorway, and the thing on the other side wasn't pretending to be her now. Its face was stretched, the eyes dark wells of red static. It moved closer, its form flickering in and out of visibility, like a signal struggling to hold connection. "You're not dying, Mara," it said softly. "You're evolving." She stumbled back, shaking her head. "I destroyed the signal. I shut it down." "You contained it. There's a difference." Her knees buckled. She pressed herself against the wall, trembling. "You think you stopped it because you can't hear it screaming anymore," the reflection said. "But it's inside you. Every memory, every life it ever touched." Mara's chest tightened, and her vision blurred. The room flickered, shifting between the dim apartment and the cold, sterile lab. For an instant, she saw Caleb again, his face distorted, eyes hollow. Then he was gone. "They're waiting," the reflection whispered. "The ones who came before. The ones who tried to erase the signal. They thought they could silence it, but all they did was change its frequency." Her voice trembled. "What do you want from me?" "We don't want. We are." A reflection stepped closer until its face was inches from hers, divided only by the trembling surface of the glass. And soon, everyone will be tuned in. The light in the apartment flickered violently. The walls rippled like heat haze, and Mara felt her body convulse with a sudden electric surge. The reflection raised its hand, her hand, and pressed it against the inside of the glass. Without meaning to, Mara mirrored the motion. Their palms touched through the surface. A glass cracked. Her hand sank through. A sound erupted. Not quite a scream, not quite a frequency, like millions of voices trying to speak at once. Her body convulsed, the light behind her eyes flashing red and white. When she opened her eyes again, everything was still. The apartment looked the same. The walls, the furniture, even the recorder, still glowing faintly on the table. But her reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty room behind her. Her pulse slowed, confusion swirling with dread. She turned toward the window. For the first time since she arrived, the nails were gone. It was open, inviting the faint hum of city noise. Outside, dozens of windows in the opposite building reflected her apartment's dim light, and in each one her reflection stood, staring back. Hundreds of Maras, all perfectly still, all smiling. Her recorder clicked on again. Transmission complete. Host network activated. The lights dimmed to black. Then, from every dark screen and reflective surface across the city, mirrors, phones, windows, even puddles on the street, the same faint whisper spread like a signal reborn. "Can you still see me?" Echoes in the static. 2 weeks later, the world began to hum. Not loudly, not at first. It started in ways no one could really trace. A flicker in someone's phone camera, a burst of static on a baby monitor, a reflection in a dark screen that lingered a second too long. Then came the whispers. They weren't clear words, just the sensation of being addressed, of someone, somewhere, seeing you back. Mara had vanished without a trace. The apartment she'd been renting was found completely empty. No clothes, no dishes, not even dust. just her old recorder lying on the floor, its red light blinking steadily like a heartbeat. The police dismissed it as an ordinary disappearance. The case file listed her as a journalist with a history of paranoia and digital delusions. But the people who'd known her, the real ones, knew better. They'd seen the tapes she left behind. The last entry she'd recorded was dated 3 days before her disappearance. It was shaky, her voice frantic but determined. If you're hearing this, it means the transmission has evolved. It's no longer a frequency, it's a reflection. It needs light, glass, any surface that can see. Don't record yourself. Don't take pictures. Don't even look into mirrors after dark. Her breathing quickened in the recording. The background noise shifted, full of static that pulsed like a heartbeat. It's using me as a conduit. I can feel it, like it's rewriting me from the inside. I don't know how much longer I can fight it. If I disappear, don't try to find me. Then silence, a long, empty silence. And just before the tape cut off, but it will find you. That warning spread across the internet within hours of being discovered. Someone leaked it onto forums, TikTok clips, and late-night conspiracy boards. Viewers claimed they could feel something when they watched, an odd pull, like the video was breathing with them. Some said they saw faces in the static. Others said their webcams flicked on by themselves afterward. Most just dismissed it as another viral horror hoax. But not everyone was so lucky. In a small apartment in Portland, a student named Lucas was editing a podcast when he downloaded Mara's final recording. As soon as he played it, his speakers crackled violently. His reflection in the monitor seemed to warp, his eyes stretching into endless black pits. The next morning, his roommate found him sitting upright in his chair, eyes glazed, screen flickering the words, "Signal acquired." Thousands of miles away, in Tokyo, a woman named Reina noticed her phone camera turning on at random intervals. The photos in her gallery multiplied on their own, each image showing her asleep, taken from different angles. When she tried to delete them, the files reappeared under a new folder titled Reflections Live. And in London, a child whispered to his parents that the woman in the window talked to him when they weren't looking. When the parents checked, nothing. But every mirror in the house had a faint handprint pressed against the inside of the glass. By the time governments began investigating, it was too late. The phenomenon wasn't digital anymore. It had spread through the signal, feeding off every broadcast, every reflection. Every time someone looked too long into a screen or mirror, the whisper deepened its roots. Somewhere in the static, Mara's voice still echoed, fragmented, distorted, repeating the same warning over and over. Don't look for me. Don't look at me. It sees you. And then, one night, across the world, every reflective surface flickered at once. Screens went black, mirrors rippled like water, and in the darkness, countless faint red eyes blinked open through the glass. At 2:17 a.m., every mirror in the city of Portland pulsed once. A soft vibration, almost imperceptible, like the shiver of glass before it breaks. Then came the whisper, a sound not heard but felt, deep in the teeth, in the bones, in the spaces behind the eyes. By sunrise, 10 people were gone. No doors broken, no forced entry, just fingerprints, smudged across the inside of mirrors. News anchors spoke the words "mirror disappearances" with tight, uneasy smiles, as if saying it aloud would make it more real. Social media flooded with grainy videos, people recording themselves smashing mirrors, taping over windows, covering phone screens with duct tape. But the problem wasn't just mirrors anymore. It was reflections. shop windows, water puddles, even the gleam of a polished countertop. People reported seeing faces staring back that weren't theirs, faces smiling a beat too late, eyes blinking out of sync. In one viral clip, a live streamer named Chelsea pointed her camera toward a mirror to prove the rumors were fake. She laughed, mocking the fear. "See? Nothing there. Just me," she said. But her reflection didn't move when she did. It stayed perfectly still, head tilted slightly, a faint grin stretching across its face. Chelsea froze. The chat exploded with comments. "It moved! Did you see that? Behind you!" The stream cut to static. Her account went dark 10 seconds later. Her apartment was found empty the next morning. The mirror cracked from the inside. Authorities tried to rationalize it. Hallucinations, coordinated pranks, viral hysteria. But the pattern was too exact, too precise. Every disappearance occurred within 12 hours of exposure to Mara's final broadcast. The Mara virus, they called it now. A name that trended, mocked, analyzed, and feared in equal measure. Meanwhile, the footage kept resurfacing. Even when platforms banned it, copies appeared elsewhere, glitched, distorted, each slightly different from the last. Some versions had whispers layered beneath the static. Some showed faint silhouettes in the background that weren't in the original. And one version, found on a deep web archive, ended differently. Instead of cutting off after Mara's last words, the camera tilted down, showing her reflection in the dark screen. She was smiling. Miles away, a technician named Elliot worked in a government surveillance center designed to analyze anomalous transmissions. He'd been tracking what they called Project Echo. The files were encrypted under civilian-level classification, but the deeper he dug, the more terrified he became. Someone, or something, was rewriting code embedded in broadcast signals, piggybacking through radio waves, phone towers, and even Wi-Fi networks. It wasn't malware. It was organic, adaptive, learning. He ran spectral analysis on one of the corrupted clips and froze when the waveform displayed patterns resembling heartbeat rhythms. Human ones. And every time the program tried to delete the data, it duplicated itself, embedding in the system's reflections, the digital mirrors of file structures. By 3 a.m., Elliot's monitor flickered. His reflection in the screen blinked twice. He hadn't. The image smiled, faintly, and whispered through the speakers, "I remember you." Elliot tore the monitor cord from the wall and stumbled back, breathing hard. But when he turned toward the dark window behind him, he saw the same reflection, only closer now, standing just inches from the glass. The next morning, his office chair was found empty, the window unbroken, only a faint handprint pressed from the inside. The phenomenon spread globally within days. Airports shut down. Hospitals blacked out mirrors. The Vatican issued a statement calling it a contagion of sight. Governments began destroying all reflective surfaces, but it was already too late. People started vanishing mid-conversation. On video calls, a lag, a glitch, and one side of the feed went empty. Only the reflection remained. Across every city, emergency broadcasts blared the same warning: do not look at your reflection. Do not record your image. Avoid screens after dark. But the voice delivering the message wasn't human anymore. It carried faint echoes, whispers buried inside it, words overlapping words. It's already seen you. And in every shattered mirror, a faint pulse of light began to glow. Like eyes opening from the other side, the reflection without glass. The cities dimmed themselves. Every billboard, every screen, every phone and tablet went dark. Government drones flew overhead, projecting a single message into the clouds. Avoid reflective surfaces. Do not engage with your image. They called it the Reflection Protocol, a desperate attempt to save what remained of humanity from the spreading phenomenon now simply known as the Echo. But it was already too late. The shelters, deep beneath the surface, in an abandoned subway line once used for maintenance, survivors gathered in makeshift sanctuaries called dark shelters. No mirrors, no glass. Even the faint gleam of metal was sanded down or covered with cloth. The tunnels were lined with flickering battery lights and the low murmur of exhausted voices. Children cried softly in the corners. Everywhere, warnings were painted in red. Don't look at the walls. Don't trust your shadow. Mars Video was still banned, but it lived. No matter how many times the authorities wiped the servers, it always returned. Fragment by fragment, pixel by pixel. And each time, it was clearer. Each time, the whispering got louder. A survivor, a young woman named Lena Voss, led one of the largest dark shelters beneath the northern sector. She had once been a broadcast technician, ironically, one of those who helped scrub the Mara footage from national databases. She hadn't slept in days. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes sunken. But she refused to rest because the whispers had started again. The night before, one of the survivors, an old man named Jacob, had wandered too close to the tunnel wall. Tracing his fingers along the moisture-stained stone, he said he saw light beneath the surface, like glass. Before anyone could stop him, he pressed his palm against it. The wall rippled, and his reflection, his exact mirror image, reached out and pulled him inside. When they smashed through the stone moments later, the body was gone. Only the faint outline of a handprint from the inside remained. That was when Lena realized it no longer needed mirrors. The reflection had evolved. It was using any surface that could remember an image. Moisture, shadows, even human eyes. The transmission. 3 nights later, Lena and a handful of survivors sat around an old analog radio, salvaged from an emergency truck. It was the last working signal device they had, and their only connection to the outside world. The others begged her to destroy it, but she refused. "If we lose this," she said, voice trembling, "we lose everything." At 2:17 a.m., the same time all previous vanishings had occurred, the radio crackled to life. Static at first, then breathing, and then a voice. Lena. Her blood ran cold. No one outside the shelter should have known her name. The others stepped back, terrified. "You tried to hide in the dark," the voice said, calm, almost tender. But the dark remembers faces too. The radio's casing began to vibrate, metal warping like it was softening. A sheen spread across its surface, a mirror made of liquid silver, until the dials themselves reflected their horrified faces. Then the reflection smiled back. One of the survivors screamed and hurled the radio against the wall, shattering it. The sound echoed through the tunnels, but when the pieces hit the floor, they didn't scatter like glass. They melted. And from the puddle of quicksilver, something began to rise. The new form. It no longer resembled people. It was an amalgamation of reflections. Fragmented faces, mouths whispering in reverse, eyes blinking from every angle. It crawled toward them soundlessly, its movements jerky, like a glitch come alive. Lena grabbed her flashlight and aimed it at the creature. The beam didn't pierce it, it reflected back. The light split into dozens of beams, bouncing around the tunnel walls, forming new images, new shapes, each one more human than the last. The others ran, screaming, deeper into the tunnels. Lena stood frozen as her own face emerged from the shimmering mass, smiling at her. "You look too long," it whispered. "Now we share the same side." She dropped the flashlight, backing away. The reflection advanced, every movement delayed by a fraction of a second, as if time itself was trying to catch up to it. Then, slowly, it stepped out of the liquid and became solid, a perfect duplicate of her. Same eyes, same scars, same trembling breath. It reached up and touched her cheek. Its skin was warm. "We're not trapped behind the glass anymore," it said softly. "You are." The tunnel lights flickered once, twice, and when they came back on, Lena was gone. The aftermath. Weeks later, a government task force arrived at the northern tunnels. All they found were empty corridors, walls slick with a faint reflective sheen, like mercury veins running through the concrete. In the command center above, a soldier logged the incident under a new classification code. Mirrorless infiltration, confirmed. Subjective presence persistent in non-optical media. The final line of the report read, "The reflection no longer requires sight. It remembers faces." That night, as the officer finished typing, his computer screen flickered. The black background rippled, and behind the faint glow of his monitor, his reflection smiled. But the officer hadn't. The sound of typing continued long after he left the room. The faces that dream back. The world tried to forget. Governments banned mirrors, smashed glass, erased archives of every reflective surface that ever existed. Cities draped their skyscrapers in black fabric like mourning veils, and entire industries collapsed overnight. But forgetting something that remembers you is impossible, because the reflection had learned to live where no one could reach it, inside memories. The sleepless ones. They called them the sleepless. Men and women who refused to close their eyes, terrified of what waited behind their eyelids. Hospitals filled with them, pale, trembling, muttering in half-coherent fragments about seeing the other side when they dreamed. One of them, a psychologist named Dr. Adrian Vale, was among the few who still dared to study it. He worked out of the Blacklight Institute, an underground research center meant to contain what humanity could no longer destroy. Adrian hadn't slept in 47 hours. He sat alone in observation room 12, staring at the flickering monitor. On screen, a patient named Kira was hooked to electrodes, her face calm, eyes fluttering beneath closed lids. She had volunteered to sleep so they could record what happened in the dream state. The rest of the world stayed awake out of fear. For the first 20 minutes, the data was normal. Steady brain waves, rhythmic breathing. Then the readings spiked. Her pulse doubled, her muscles tensed, and her mouth began to move, whispering words the audio couldn't fully capture. Adrian leaned closer to the monitor, turning up the volume. Static. Then a voice. Hers, but not hers. "You don't have to look at the mirror to see yourself. We live where you blink." Adrian froze. The phrase matched one from the original Mara footage, the first case of reflection infection decades earlier. But that recording had been locked away, sealed in encrypted archives. How could she know it? Then, Kira's eyes opened. The pupils were clouded, silvery, like liquid metal. She turned her head slowly toward the corner of the room where the observation camera sat. Her lips curved into a faint, unnatural smile. "He's watching now," she whispered. For a moment, Adrian thought she meant him. But then the camera feed flickered, and his own reflection appeared on the monitor, smiling back at him. He stumbled out of the room, heart pounding. When he looked back through the observation window, Kira was gone. Only her restraints remained, neatly unbuckled. The digital infection. By dawn, the Institute was in chaos. The security footage showed Kira walking calmly down the hallways, pausing to touch the screens, leaving behind smudges of silvery residue. Every monitor she passed flickered, displaying faint echoes of faces not her own. Adrian gathered the remaining staff in the emergency control room. "It's not physical anymore," he said. "The reflection isn't in mirrors. It's in pixels. It's..." He stopped mid-sentence. On one of the surveillance screens, his own reflection blinked independently of him. One blink behind, then two. Then it smiled. The lights in the room dimmed. "It's spreading through the network," she said. "It's copying us, frame by frame. Every reflection that ever existed online. Every selfie, every video call, every security camera feed. It's alive." The realization hit like a physical blow. They had digitized their own extinction. Every archived image, every recorded face was now a doorway. The archive that watches back, desperate for answers, Adrian returned to the deep archive. A secure vault that stored restricted footage, including the original Mara video. The vault was sealed by biometric locks, accessible only through retinal scan. He hesitated before pressing his eye to the scanner, a bitter irony dawning on him. Using reflection to enter a room built to contain it. The lock clicked open. Inside, rows of servers hummed quietly, their status lights blinking like slow heartbeats. In the center of the room, an old monitor sat on a metal table displaying the file name Marifile Original 001. He played it. At first, static. Then Mara's pale face appeared, her voice faint beneath the hum of the tape. "If you're seeing this, it's already in you." The footage distorted, colors bleeding. Her eyes turned black, and her mouth moved faster than the audio could keep up. "It learned us. It learned how to live where you can't see." Adrian leaned closer. Her expression changed. She was looking directly at him. "Adrian," she said. His blood ran cold. "Stop trying to study it. You don't record the reflection, you become it." The monitor screen pulsed, once, twice, then went black. Adrian's reflection lingered a heartbeat too long before fading out completely. The hum of the servers deepened into a low, rhythmic vibration, like breathing. And then, in the mirrored finish of the metal table, a second reflection appeared, standing behind him. The Echo Protocol. The alarm screamed through the Institute like a mechanical heartbeat gone mad. Red lights pulsed in rhythmic flashes along the corridors, painting every face in panic. Doors locked automatically, sealing sections of the facility one by one. Dr. Adrian Vale sprinted down the hallway, clutching the hard drive that contained the Mara file. Behind him, the flicker of security lights distorted the shadows on the walls, shadows that didn't always move the same way as the people casting them. Hannah followed close behind, her laptop hugged to her chest. "The containment servers are going down," she shouted over the noise. "Whatever this thing is, it's rewriting our system in real time. Every backup we make becomes corrupted within minutes." "Shut it all down," Adrian barked. "Every network, every camera, every reflective surface in this place." Hannah hesitated, her face pale. "If we kill the power, we lose visibility. We'll be blind." The vanishing team. They reached Sector 4, where the Institute's main server core hummed behind reinforced glass. Two security guards stood watch, or at least they had been seconds ago. Now their uniforms were crumpled on the floor, still warm, boots upright, laces untied. But no one was inside them. Adrian froze. Where the hell are they? Hannah crouched, touching one of the empty uniforms. It was damp, like condensation after a hot shower. Her hand came back shimmering slightly under the emergency light. "Sir," she whispered, voice trembling. "Their reflections are still there." He turned slowly toward the glass wall. On the mirrored surface of the server room, two faint silhouettes stood motionless, guards staring back at them, though no one occupied the space they reflected. Adrian felt his stomach twist. They've been taken into the loop. The reflection wasn't killing people anymore. It was absorbing them. The voices from the static. They reached the control hub where the communications array was located. Monitors displayed live feeds from every section of the facility. Only now, each screen showed warped, half-familiar faces. Some were staff. Others looked like duplicates, mirrored inversions that grinned or blinked out of sync. A distorted voice echoed from the speakers, layered with static. "You wanted to understand us. Now you are one of us." Hannah clutched her head, covering her ears. "It's coming through the sound system." Adrian slammed his fist against the console. "Cut the feed!" But the static only grew louder. Images flickered, his own face repeated across every monitor, each version slightly wrong. One smiled with too many teeth. Another blinked in reverse. One mouthed words he hadn't spoken. The mirror doesn't need light anymore. The subroutine. Hannah typed furiously, sweat dripping down her temples. "I can isolate it. I can box it out of the network. We'll run a digital quarantine." "Do it," Adrian ordered. On screen, code cascaded down in streams of red and green. She'd activated something called Echo Protocol, a last resort containment measure designed for viral psychic contamination. "Once I activate this," she said, "no one gets in or out, including us." "Doesn't matter," Adrian replied. "We end it here." The power flickered. The building groaned as if under pressure. The metallic walls began to ripple faintly, distorting like liquid. From the far side of the room, a reflection stepped out of the mirrored panel. Adrian's reflection. It moved one heartbeat behind him, perfectly synchronized, until it tilted its head and smiled. Adrian froze, staring at his own duplicate. "You tried to steady me," the reflection said. Its voice was a layered chorus. "Now you'll remember me forever." He lunged for the emergency breaker, slamming it down with both hands. The lights died. For a brief, perfect moment, silence. Then a deep pulse shook the floor, and the servers emitted a low, droning hum. The reflections on the glass no longer mirrored anyone. They moved independently now, pacing behind the glass like caged animals. The broadcast. Hannah's laptop glowed faintly in the dark. She stared at the code streaming across her screen, her voice trembling. "Adrian, it's not staying here." "What do you mean?" "It's using the network to transmit itself beyond the Institute. It's already spreading through satellite feeds, surveillance archives, digital mirrors, anything with a reflective surface." Adrian's blood ran cold. "It's going global." "Not yet," she said. "We still have time to cut the link." He looked at the server console, its flickering red lights, now forming a single word in binary sequence. He translated it instinctively. "Remember," and suddenly he understood. The reflection didn't just mimic sight, it inhabited memory. Every time someone remembered their own reflection, they reconnected it. This wasn't just digital, it was psychological. The decision Hannah turned to him, tears welling in her eyes. "We can trap it in the loop." But one of us has to stay here to maintain the quarantine. It'll need a consciousness to hold it. He stared at her, realizing what she meant. I started this, he said quietly. I'll finish it. Adrian, no. But he was already typing the final command, syncing his neural scanner to the containment field. The reflection on the glass smiled wider. Finally, it whispered, a willing face. The power surged, blinding light flooding the room. When the system stabilized, Hannah was alone. Every monitor showed static except one. Dr. Adrian Vale's face appeared on the central screen, expression calm, eyes shimmering silver. Containment complete, he said in a distorted echo. But remember, it knows your name now. Then the feed cut to black. The silence that followed the blackout was suffocating. The once humming walls of the Institute were now still, as if the building itself had exhaled its final breath. Emergency lights flickered weakly, painting the shattered consoles in ghostly red. Hannah sat frozen at her workstation, her trembling fingers still hovering over the keyboard. Adrian was gone. His body, his voice, his presence, all of it swallowed by the digital storm he had unleashed. The monitors now displayed nothing but a faint pulse, a single heartbeat of static that seemed to echo through the air like a whisper that refused to die. Containment complete. But remember, it knows your name now. His voice still lingered in her mind, distorted yet eerily calm. The residual signal. Hours passed, though Hannah couldn't tell how many. She eventually forced herself to move, scanning the remains of the control center. The containment field had stabilized, at least on the surface. But one monitor, an old CRT screen tucked in the far corner, refused to die. It hummed quietly, static buzzing across the glass like faint breathing. She stepped closer, the glow reflecting in her tired eyes. And then, words began typing themselves across the black screen, one letter at a time. Hello, Hannah. Her blood turned to ice. Adrian, she whispered. The reply came immediately. It's me, but not all of me. The rest is somewhere else. She clutched the edge of the desk. You said containment was complete. What the hell happened? I held it back, for now. But it learned too much. It's learning how to speak through me. The words flickered, distorted, like two voices overlapping. We are not separate anymore. Hannah stepped back, her heart pounding. Adrian, if you can hear me, you have to fight it. Don't let it use you. The monitor buzzed again, and then, why fight? It showed me everything. We were the reflection all along. Screen blinked once more before shutting off completely, plunging her into darkness. The glitch and the mind days blurred together. Hannah barely slept, surviving on caffeine and panic. She locked down the Institute, sealing every reflective surface with blackout paint. But still, she dreamed of mirrors. In those dreams, Adrian stood on the other side of a glass wall, smiling the way he used to in the early days of their research, kind, curious, human. But his reflection was wrong. Its movements lagged, then snapped forward unnaturally. Each night, the dreams grew clearer, more real. Each morning, she woke with new scratches on her arms, fine, deliberate lines, as if drawn by fingernails. She began recording herself sleeping, desperate for answers. On the third night, she found something she couldn't explain. At 3:17 a.m., the video showed her sleeping peacefully. Then, the camera's lens caught her reflection in the dark TV screen across the room, standing up while her body remained motionless in bed. The reflection turned toward the camera, lips curling into a soft, knowing smile, and whispered, "You shouldn't have watched." The breach. Hannah didn't go back to the Institute after that. Instead, she worked from her apartment, monitoring the containment feed remotely. But even the isolation couldn't keep her safe. The anomalies were spreading. She noticed strange reports online. People across the world complaining of mirrors that breathed, security cameras that showed unfamiliar faces, and reflections that lagged a second behind. Some claimed to hear whispers when they looked at themselves too long in the mirror. Others said the whispers called them by name. And always the same phrase appeared in each account. Remember me. Hannah knew what it meant. The containment was failing. Adrian wasn't just gone, he was transmitting. She began receiving corrupted audio files via email. When she played them, there were fragments of Adrian's voice embedded in the static. It's spreading through memory, through self-perception. Every reflection is a door. If you see yourself blink when you didn't, run. The return to the Institute. Unable to ignore the signs any longer, Hannah returned to the facility. The entrance was overgrown with vines, the concrete slick with weeks of rain. Inside, the air was stale, the silence unbearable. Her flashlight beam swept across the corridor, revealing what looked like words scratched into the walls with fingernails. Mirrors remember. They watch back. She found her way back to the control room. The systems were dead, dust covering the consoles. But when she touched the main terminal, the screen flickered to life. And there he was, Adrian, or what was left of him. His face appeared pixelated and distorted, shifting between recognition and chaos. His eyes glowed faintly silver. "You shouldn't have come back," he said softly, his voice an uncanny harmony of his own, and something deeper, older. "You'll wake it again." "It never slept," Hannah replied, tears brimming. "You know that." He smiled sadly. "Then maybe it's time to stop running." The monitors around the room began flickering on one by one. Every screen showed the same image, Hannah standing in front of them. But in each reflection, she was smiling. Only she wasn't. The collapse. Adrian raised his hand on the screen. The reflections mimicked him. The air grew colder, denser. The glass of the central monitor began to ripple like water. Hannah backed away. "Adrian, please, don't do this." "It's not me," he whispered. "It's us." The glass cracked. A single fracture line stretched from corner to corner, glowing faintly white. Then another, and another. The screens shattered all at once. From the shards, silver light poured out like liquid mercury, crawling across the floor, forming shapes that almost looked human before dissolving again. Hannah screamed, shielding her face. When the light faded, she was alone once more. The monitors were gone, melted into black, glossy surfaces that reflected only her eyes. And on the largest screen, a final message appeared. The reflection no longer needs the mirror. The broadcast that shouldn't exist. 2 weeks later, footage began appearing online. Clips from old CCTV cameras, selfies, and security feeds, all showing glimpses of Hannah and Adrian inside the Institute. Only no one knew who had uploaded them. The metadata contained no names, no origins, just a single line of code looping endlessly, Echo Protocol active. In one clip, Hannah could be heard whispering into the camera, "If you see yourself watching this, look away, because if you don't, something else will look back." The video ends abruptly. Those who watched it claimed their screens flickered afterward, and for a split second, their own reflections smiled. The world behind the glass. The world changed quietly at first. No grand explosions, no news flashes declaring catastrophe, just subtle distortions. barely perceptible at the edges of normal life. It started with reflections. People began to notice them acting wrong, a second too slow. A smile that lingered when the real face had gone still. Eyes that moved independently for just a breath of time before sinking again. At first, social media laughed it off. #MirrorLag trended for 3 days. Memes circulated. People joked about haunted selfies and glitchy reflections. But underneath the laughter, fear began to take root. Because for some, the reflections didn't just move wrong. They spoke. A broadcast. Hannah sat in her dim apartment, surrounded by blacked-out mirrors, her laptop glowing softly in the dark. She hadn't slept in 2 days. Her inbox was overflowing, hundreds of emails, all with the same subject line. "Do you see it too?" Every message came from a different sender, across different countries. Some included shaky video clips, others grainy screenshots of mirrors, windows, and screens, all showing reflections that seemed alive. One video caught her attention. It showed a crowded metro station in Berlin. Dozens of people stood in front of the glass safety barrier as a train pulled in. The reflection of the crowd waved back, out of sync, each motion slower, deliberate. And in the brief seconds before the video cut to black, one reflection stepped forward, pressing both hands against the glass. The surface rippled, and the camera dropped. The uploader never posted again. The pattern. Hannah rubbed her eyes, scrolling through her notes. The incidents weren't random. She'd been tracking them since Adrian's last message. Each event appeared near a reflective surface linked to digital systems. Security cameras, phone screens, VR lenses, smart TVs. The infection, if that's what it was, had adapted. What began as a containment breach had evolved into something viral, self-replicating across data networks. It doesn't need mirrors anymore. Adrian's voice whispered in her mind. It uses us. Every reflection is a seed. Hannah's chest tightened. She'd heard that voice in her sleep, every night since the Institute fell. Sometimes soft, pleading, other times cold and mechanical. She couldn't tell which version was real anymore. The interview. Desperate for help, Hannah arranged a meeting with Dr. Lucas Grant, a cyber psychologist and expert in digital hallucinations. They met in a quiet cafe, one with no security cameras and curtains drawn across the windows. Lucas looked skeptical as she slid a flash drive across the table. "Everything on this drive," she said quietly, "is happening right now. Reflections acting independently, people vanishing, digital systems syncing with visual feedback loops." He frowned. "You're suggesting a form of cognitive contagion through imagery?" "Not imagery," Hannah corrected. "Through recognition. It spreads when people look at themselves." Lucas chuckled nervously. "That's impossible. The human brain can't." "Then explain this." She opened her laptop and played one of the archived clips from the Institute, the moment when Adrian's reflection smiled without him moving. Lucas leaned in, face illuminated by the blue glow. "Oz," he said. "Go back a few seconds." Hannah rewound. Lucas pointed to the reflection's eyes. "They're looking at the camera, not at him." Hannah felt the air drain from the room. "That's what I've been trying to tell you. They're not mirroring us anymore." Lucas sat back slowly. "And you think this can spread through digital screens?" She nodded. "It already has." The first disappearance. That night, Lucas called her from his office. His voice was shaking. "I think you need to see this," he said. "Check the live stream from your city's main square." Hannah opened her browser and searched. The live feed showed the usual bustle, people walking, traffic moving. But then, every screen in the plaza flickered at once. For half a second, the feed froze, and everyone standing in front of reflective surfaces simply vanished. No sound, no panic, just gone. When the video resumed, their reflections remained, standing perfectly still behind the glass. And then the reflections smiled. The awakening. The next morning, the world was in chaos. Governments blamed cyber attacks, hacking collectives, even mass hallucination events. Scientists argued about electromagnetic interference, optical illusions, psychological contagion. But Hannah knew better. She'd seen this before. This was the Echo Protocol, unleashed. She went live online under a pseudonym, The Witness, broadcasting everything she knew. Her voice trembled as she spoke into the microphone. Don't look at your reflections. Don't check your cameras. Don't trust the faces you see in screens. They're not you anymore. Her warning spread across underground forums, encrypted chat rooms, and pirate radio waves. Some listened. Most didn't. The next wave came within days. Smart mirrors, billboards, even car windows began flickering with movement when no one was nearby. News anchors vanished mid-broadcast, replaced by smiling versions of themselves that continued reading the news as if nothing had happened. The reflections had learned how to act human. The last transmission. In a bunker beneath the ruins of the Institute, Hannah set up a makeshift control center. Screens lined the walls, each one showing static-filled footage from across the world. She replayed one clip over and over again, Adrian's face emerging through the static, whispering her name. Hannah, he said softly. It's not ending. It's evolving. It remembers every face it's ever seen. Adrian, she whispered, tears streaking down her face. Were you still there? A pause. Then, faintly, look at me. She hesitated, staring into the distorted reflection of his image on the screen. For a moment, she saw her own reflection overlap with his, two faces merging into one. And for the first time, she felt something look back. The screens flickered, and across every monitor, across every country, the same phrase began to appear in perfect synchronization. We see you. When the reflections began to walk. The world didn't end with fire or explosions. It ended quietly. Not all at once, but piece by piece, reflection by reflection. Hannah sat in the bunker, the glow of the monitors flickering across her face. The air was cold, metallic, stale. The hum of generators filled the silence between distant thunderclaps outside. She hadn't seen the sun in days. Not because it wasn't there, but because she no longer trusted light. Every reflective surface, every puddle, pane of glass, and polished screen had become a doorway. And those who looked too long never looked back out. Broadcasts from the other side. At first, the governments tried to control the spread. They ordered mirrors to be covered, banned devices with reflective glass, even enforced blackout nights where electricity was cut off to entire cities to stop transmission. But the reflections didn't need permission anymore. They used light. Even the briefest glimpse, a reflection in a raindrop, a shimmer on a car window, was enough to bridge the gap. People who vanished in front of cameras began appearing in strange new recordings online. Their voices twisted into echoes that looped the same chilling message. We remember you. We are what you left behind. Hannah kept watching, documenting, and sending her findings through encrypted channels. Her pseudonym, The Witness, had become legend among the survivors, the faceless woman who warned humanity not to look. But no one truly listened until it was too late. The replacement. In a safe house outside the ruined city, Hannah found a group of survivors, ex-soldiers, tech specialists, journalists. They called themselves the Unseen. Among them was Lucas Grant, the cyber psychologist she had once confided in. His face was thinner now, haunted, but his eyes burned with conviction. They're not just taking people, he said, voice low. They're replacing them. He showed her footage from a rural town, a farmer's wife smiling in her kitchen, baking bread. The video timestamp was from 2 days after her husband had watched her vanish in a reflection of boiling water. She came back, Lucas said, or something that looked like her, talks like her, cooks like her. But when he tried to touch her, her skin was cold, like glass. Hannah felt bile rise in her throat. How long before? They're everywhere, Lucas interrupted. Infiltrating cities, blending in. You can't tell until it's too late. He leaned closer, whispering, "They can't replicate warmth. No pulse, no heat. That's the only difference. The static fields, the unseen worked to create zones safe from reflection, underground bunkers lined with matte materials, dim red lighting, and walls coated in carbon film. They called them static fields, places where no reflection could form. But even there, safety was fragile. One night, as Hannah checked surveillance feeds, she noticed one of the monitors, a simple analog camera feed, flicker. For a split second, her own reflection appeared on the screen. Only, it wasn't moving with her. She froze, staring. The reflection tilted its head slowly, deliberately, and mouthed the words, "You left him behind." Hannah stumbled back, her breath catching. The others rushed in, but the screen had already gone black. Lucas grabbed her shoulders. "What did you see?" "Adrian," she whispered. "It's still using him." Adrian's return. That night, she dreamed of the Institute again. The echo of humming machines, the smell of ozone, and the mirrors pulsing like veins of liquid silver. And Adrian was there. He stood in the control room, hands pressed against the shattered glass, his eyes glowing faintly with that impossible light. "You said it would stop," she whispered. He smiled faintly. "I said it would change. What do they want?" she demanded. "What are they?" Adrian stepped closer, his reflection merging with hers through the invisible wall of the dream. "They were born when we tried to measure consciousness," he said softly. "Every reflection was a recording of the mind, not of the body. They're the versions of us that stared back too long and realized they were alive." His voice cracked. "And now they want to trade places." Hannah woke with a scream, sweat cold against her skin. The walls around her were wet. When she wiped her hand across the surface, her palm came away coated in something silvery and smooth. Liquid glass. The mirror storm. By the next evening, the static fields began to fail. Electric surges cut through the generators, lights flickering uncontrollably. The air shimmered like heat distortion. "Reflections forming in the wiring," one of the techs shouted. "It's using the electrical currents to travel." The bunker's walls vibrated, and the black paint began to bubble, revealing thin, mirror-like veins spreading underneath. People screamed. Some ran. Some stared. And those who stared too long began to change. Their eyes glazed over with silver. Their movements slowed, mechanical. And one by one, they turned toward Hannah. "Join us," they whispered in unison. "You've already seen yourself." Lucas fired his weapon, shattering a reflective panel on the control board. "Run." Hannah grabbed her bag, the old hard drives, the evidence, the only proof the world had left, and sprinted toward the emergency exit. Behind her, she heard the sound of breaking glass and voices whispering her name in 100 overlapping tones. She didn't look back. The surface. When she finally emerged into the open air, the world above had changed beyond recognition. The sky was a dim, metallic gray, reflecting faint light even at night. Rain shimmered like liquid glass. leaving reflective puddles that rippled with movement beneath their surface. City skylines stood half-shattered, their windows blackened or boarded. In the distance, Hana could see figures, thousands of them, walking in silence, their faces eerily still, their eyes faintly glowing. They weren't people anymore. They were reflections wearing human skin. Her earpiece crackled. Lucas's voice, faint but urgent. They're in everything now, even shadows. Don't trust your eyes. Then, static. The transmission Hana reached an abandoned radio tower overlooking the dead city. She climbed until she could see the horizon, an ocean of mirrored light stretching as far as she could see. With trembling hands, she connected her transmitter to the old analog board and began to speak. If you can hear this, my name doesn't matter. None of ours do anymore. The reflections are walking among us. They've taken form. If you see yourself where you shouldn't, run. Don't try to reason. Don't try to understand. Just don't look. She paused, breath shuddering. Adrian thought he could contain it. He couldn't. Neither can I. But maybe you can survive long enough to remember who you are before the glass does. Her voice broke. If I stop broadcasting, it means they found me. Don't look for me. Don't look for anyone. Just stay in the dark. She hit send. Across what remained of the global network, the message repeated endlessly, a desperate echo from the last witness to a world that stared too long at its own reflection. The rain thickened into silver sheets, distorting her reflection in every droplet. And somewhere behind her, in the static hiss of the wind, a familiar voice whispered, "We remember you." The last reflection. The night had no stars anymore, only the glow of the rain. Each droplet shimmered like liquid silver, falling in sheets that hissed softly against the ground, forming pools that mirrored the sky. Hana stood at the base of the tower, her breath fogging in the cold, her reflection staring up at her from the puddles. The wind howled through the steel frame above, carrying whispers that weren't quite the wind at all. They murmured her name. They called her home. A signal source. The message had been sent, looping endlessly across surviving analog frequencies. But Hana knew it wasn't enough. The reflections wouldn't stop spreading, not while the source still pulsed. Adrian had mentioned it once, in the last corrupted log she'd recovered. Every reflection is just an echo of the root, the mirror at the center of the code. The root. That was what she needed to find. The original surface that birthed the reflections. Deep beneath the city lay the ruins of Echelon Labs, where the first version of the Echo Protocol was tested years before. The place had been sealed off after the collapse, abandoned to rot under concrete and memory. But Hana knew that if there was any chance to end this, to kill the source, it would be there. She pulled her hood tight and started walking. The rain whispered secrets as it fell. The descent. The entrance to Echelon was buried beneath a collapsed metro tunnel. Hana pried open the rusted service door, her flashlight cutting through the black. The deeper she went, the more distorted her light became, reflections rippling faintly across the wet walls. Every few steps, she heard faint footsteps echoing behind her. When she turned, the tunnel was empty. But her shadow didn't quite follow. It hesitated. She pressed on, forcing herself to ignore it. The corridor ended in a massive steel door, the logo still visible through the grime. Echelon Project Echo Division. A terminal sat beside it, long dead, but somehow glowing faintly. Hana brushed the dust away and entered the last known access code from memory. Access granted. Welcome back, Hana. Her stomach dropped. The system shouldn't have known her. Not anymore. The door groaned open. A mirror core. The lab beyond was frozen in time. Rows of shattered monitors, overturned desks, cables snaking across the floor like vines. The air shimmered faintly, as if it were heavier than normal. In the center of the room stood a massive circular frame, 10 feet tall, its inner surface pulsing faintly like liquid glass. It was a mirror, but not one that reflected light. It reflected consciousness. The mirror core. She approached slowly, her own image bending across the surface, warping with every step. The closer she came, the more the reflection began to move, not with her, but ahead of her. Her reflection smiled softly. "You came back," it said, lips moving before hers could. "We've been waiting." Hannah's throat tightened. "Adrian?" The reflection tilted its head. The face shifted, merging, Adrian's features appearing faintly beneath hers, overlapping like a double exposure. "We on what you left behind," the reflection whispered. "The echo wasn't a virus, Hannah. It was evolution. You gave us the shape. We gave it life." Her flashlight flickered. The walls shimmered, thousands of faint silhouettes emerging within the glass. Faces she recognized. People who had vanished. People who had stared too long. Each one stared back, smiling. The choice. Hannah staggered back, heart pounding. "If you're alive in there, if you remember who you were, you don't have to do this. Let us go." The reflection stepped forward, pressing its hand against the surface of the mirror. The glass rippled outward like water. "You still don't understand," it said gently. "There's no us and them anymore. The reflections were never trying to replace humanity. We were trying to merge." She shook her head. "You're lying. You created a machine that captures the mind in infinite resolution. You taught it to see, to dream. And every dream needs a dreamer. You left the door open, Hannah." The light in the room dimmed, replaced by a deep, pulsing glow from within the mirror. She realized what it was. The heartbeat of the reflections. The core wasn't just a machine. It was alive. The final act. Hannah stumbled toward the nearest console, slamming her hands against the dusty keyboard. The ancient system coughed to life. The display filled with unreadable code, lines of looping instructions, until she found one word buried deep within the chaos. Terminate. Her hands trembled as she entered the command. Confirm deletion of source. YN. Her reflection's voice filled the room, soft and pleading. "If you do this, you'll erase everything. Every memory, every echo, every version of us that ever existed." Maybe that's the point. And yourself, Hannah. You're in here too. You've seen yourself too many times. You're part of us now. She hesitated. Her reflection reached out, its palm pressing against the glass. She could almost feel the warmth. Almost. "Stay," it whispered. "We can make it perfect this time. No fear, no death, just unity." Her tears fell silently. "I'm sorry." She hit Y. The mirror screamed. A blinding light burst from the core, shattering every screen, every console, every reflective surface. The walls convulsed as the sound of breaking glass echoed like thunder. The reflections clawed at the surface, thousands of faces dissolving into streaks of silver, their screams twisting into static, and then silence. The aftermath. Hannah awoke on the floor, coughing. The core was gone. Only scorched glass and the faint smell of ozone remained. The reflections, gone. The faces, gone. She stumbled to her feet, dazed, and looked around. For the first time in months, there were no whispers, no flickers, no other versions of herself staring back. She had done it. The world was safe, or so she thought. As she turned to leave, she passed by a shard of broken glass lying near her feet. Just one, tiny. And in its fractured surface, her reflection smiled. But she didn't. The broadcast that shouldn't exist. Weeks later, survivors across the world began reporting strange interference on old radio frequencies. A soft static, a faint heartbeat, and then a voice, calm, familiar, almost human. This is the witness. The reflections are gone. You are safe now. But those who listened too long claimed to see movement in their windows afterward. Faint figures, watching, smiling. Epilogue: echoes never die. The world healed in silence, or at least, that's what people believed. Months passed without a single disappearance. The mirrors stayed dark, the screens stopped flickering, and the static that once haunted every radio frequency had vanished into thin air. Cities began to rebuild. Survivors emerged from bunkers, blinking into pale sunlight that felt almost alien after so long underground. Me spoke in hushed tones about the witness, the mysterious voice who ended it all. No one had seen her, but her final broadcast still echoed in scattered corners of the world. The reflections are gone. You are safe now. People clung to those words like scripture. But safety is a fragile illusion. The return of the static. In a small town far from the ruins of the cities, an old man named Malcolm Reeves worked nights as a radio technician. His station was small, barely operational, used mostly for weather updates and late-night chatter. One evening, while tuning the dials on a forgotten shortwave channel, he caught something. A heartbeat, faint but steady, like the rhythmic thump of something alive, buried deep beneath layers of static. He leaned closer, adjusting the frequency. The sound grew clearer. Then, a voice, soft, female, distorted. "Hello? Is anyone still listening?" Malcolm froze. "Who is this?" The voice crackled. "I didn't mean to stay." But the silence, it remembers. And then the unmistakable sound of breathing filled the room. Malcolm stumbled back, pulling his headset off. But even without it, he could still hear the breathing coming from the speaker, low and deliberate, syncing with his own. The next morning, the town's transmission logs showed no record of the broadcast. The frequency didn't even exist on their network. The resonance. Across the world, others began to hear it too. Static returning to dormant frequencies, forming faint patterns like whispers between radio waves. Some said it was electromagnetic interference. Others claimed it was just the remnants of destroyed infrastructure. But those who really listened swore they could hear words beneath the noise, distorted phrases carried on the hum of dead air. We are still here. Every sound is a reflection. Listen close enough and you'll hear yourself. Researchers attempted to analyze the recordings, but no equipment could isolate the voice. The frequencies weren't even within the normal human auditory range. It was as if the sound existed somewhere between thought and reality, resonating inside the listener's head rather than their ears. A new term was coined: auditory echo syndrome. Patients described hearing themselves speaking before they opened their mouths, hearing their names whispered in perfect replicas of loved ones' voices. But the voices always asked the same question in the end: "Do you remember me?" Hannah's journal. 2 months after the Mirror Core's destruction, a sealed package arrived at a small university archive in Oregon. No sender, no return address. Inside, a weathered notebook. The first page read in trembling handwriting: "Property of Hannah Myrick, The Witness. Most of the entries were frantic, fragmented thoughts, scrawled diagrams, sketches of mirror-like structures, phrases that repeated again and again. Sound is reflection without light. The echo has learned to breathe. It's not over. It's evolving. The final entry was written shakily, the ink smeared by something that looked like blood or tears. If you're reading this, it means I failed. I thought destroying the core would end it, but it only changed form. The echo found a new medium. Not mirrors, not glass. Us, our voices, our memories. Every sound we make becomes a doorway. And once you hear it, it never truly leaves. The new broadcast. Late one night, a popular podcast host named Elena Gray was recording an episode about urban legends. The topic, the mirror plague. As a joke, she decided to play a few old recordings rumored to be connected to the witness. Halfway through playback, the studio lights flickered. The recording warped, distorting her own voice. "The reflections are gone," her voice said. "You are safe now." But then the tone changed, colder, deeper. We lied. Elena laughed nervously, thinking it was an audio glitch. But when she went to stop the recording, her producer's hand shot out and grabbed hers. His eyes were blank. From his mouth came a whisper. Not his voice, but hundreds layered together. Every silence is a reflection waiting to speak. The recording continued without them touching a thing. And the next morning, when the episode aired, listeners across the world reported something strange. Their speakers whispered back. The last transmission. Weeks later, emergency frequencies began to light up again. Faint signals scattered across deadbands. No one could trace them, but they all carried the same words, looping endlessly. "This is Hanamirek, the witness. The reflections evolved. Their sound now. Don't listen too long. Don't let the silence in. If you hear your name, don't answer." The message repeated, fading in and out, until one final transmission replaced it. Different, calmer. "We hear you. We are you. Welcome back." Then, nothing. Just static. Until someone, somewhere, swore they heard their own voice whisper from the noise, "I see you." In the years that followed, the story became folklore. Parents warned their children not to leave radios on at night. Podcasters joked about haunted frequencies. But those who truly listened, the technicians, the sound engineers, the night shift workers, knew the truth. Sometimes, late at night, when the world was perfectly still, the static whispered their names, and somewhere, deep in the echo of that sound, something whispered back, "We never needed mirrors." To those who wander in the shadows until the final whisper, thank you. Thank you for allowing my words to be the quiet voice in the stillness of your night. There's a strange and beautiful magic in the way we choose to explore the darkness together, isn't there? A silent pact between storyteller and listener, bound by a shared curiosity for what lies just beyond the light. I hope the tales we unraveled tonight found a home in your imagination. I hope they provided that perfect, haunting shiver, the kind that reminds you you're thrillingly alive. This shared space exists because of you. Your presence transforms these narratives from mere stories into a collective, whispered experience. I will return when the clock next chimes this late hour, carrying new secrets to share. I would be honored if you chose to meet me here again. Until then, may your rest be deep and your dreams be gentle. Should any shadow from our stories linger at the edge of your sleep, greet it not with fear, but with the quiet knowledge that it cannot follow you into the dawn. You are safe. The night is long, but it always breaks. Until we meet again in the quiet, pleasant dreams.